Hollywood Stories. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Black and White. Even if you have never heard of Michael Jackson's songs or seen his photos, you definitely cannot have not heard of his name. Although Echat had not yet been born when he passed away, those young and old people who followed the trend could not turn their friend circles into mourning halls, just like mourning the lead singer of Linkin Park, and their grief over Michael Jackson's death soared from the mud to the sky like mushrooms after rain. But as the king of pop music, no matter which media selected the most influential celebrities in the world, he would not be excluded. You know, the record of winning awards he set was not tied by Taylor Swift until 10 years after his death. As for when it will be broken, Roland estimated that he would have to wait for another 30 years to see it. As for whether his influence will be surpassed by future generations, this question is just like the question asked by the King Deo lady to the reporter. Do you think you can surpass Mr. Jen? This era will not stop you from shining, but you can't cover anyone's glory. Because he was the pioneer of the world, and at a time like the *** movie, he was a filmmaker who created an era. We are just some younger generations who continue to move forward, and we dare not make any rash moves. Regardless of the lost childhood, the burning, the pedophilia incident, or the death threats, everything Michael Jackson suffered, and the reputation he lost, were all taken back after his death. Of course, the copyrights of Elvis, the Beatles, and his own songs, which are worth billions, eventually came into the hands of Sony, and just as they dreamed when they merged, Sony/ATV eventually became the world's largest music copyright company. Of course, even if Roland knows Michael Jackson's life experience like the back of his hand, it does not mean that he will be as surprised as when he met Francis Coppola when he heard this name, because for him, music is just a means for him to relax. He listens to songs, he likes singers like Taylor Swift, but he loves movies more. As for why he likes Taylor Swift instead of MJ, how many men have you seen who like to create male characters when playing games? Raising a daughter is much more comfortable than feeding a four-legged beast that eats money. Taylor Swift is beautiful and has a nice voice. Isn't it a very logical thing to like listening to her songs? Therefore, even if Francis and Scorsese clearly stated each other's identities, Roland only cursed in his heart because of his emotion and shock. After his emotions subsided, he returned to normal and asked the two bosses about the reason for the matter. However, in response to his inquiry, the people at the table, who were still chatting happily, suddenly fell silent, including Joe Pesci, Chris Columbus and others. All turned their eyes and cast their gazes to the center of the award stage, greeting the lucky person on the stage with a formulaic smile, and didn't want to participate in this topic at all. Compared to them, the big guys who brought up this matter also realized that the timing was not right. They didn't want to judge other people's privacy in such a public place. So, Scorsese and Francis, who felt that they had picked the wrong topic, looked at each other and directly reminded Roland with a very obscure word. They thought that a precocious child like Roland should be able to understand. Vitiligo. Let's put this matter aside for now. We will contact him and confirm it, and then tell you. Vitiligo? Vitiligo? When Roland heard this word, he suddenly understood. So, did they get together again? Even though the Jewish gang didn't say it clearly, Roland had already guessed which song Michael Jackson wanted to find a famous white child to record the MV for, except for the Black or White that talked about racial issues, set the highest record for music video ratings, and became the music video with the most simultaneous viewers in history. What other MVs must find a famous white child to record together? Yes, as a black man, Michael Jackson also spoke out for racial issues. However, unlike the Black Lives Matter movement and the racial celebration, when Mandela was released, Michael Jackson, although a black man, has always been deeply involved in racial issues and has been criticized by public opinion. As early as the late 1970s and early 1980s, Michael Jackson suffered from vitiligo due to his family's genetic history. At that time, he made headlines because of his black and white skin color in the photo of his idol Charlie Chaplin. In this era of information closure, the spectators believed the media's propaganda and thought that he was deliberately drifting and wanted to abandon the colored group. In this case, every skin grafting operation of Michael Jackson, who suffered the Pepsi burn incident in 1984, was described by the media as his struggle to become a white person. Faced with increasingly bad public opinion, MJ still firmly did charity. In 1985, he called 45 singers to a recording studio in Los Angeles to record One World, One Family co-written with Lionel Richie, and eventually raised $60 million in charity donations for Africa. In 1988, he became the largest donor to the United Negro College Fund. In 1989, he was awarded the highest humanitarian award for black radio in 1990. He donated all the $250,000 he earned from his performance at the Sammy Davis Jr. tribute event to the United Negro College Fund. But even so, people who were used to being guided by the news still labeled him a race traitor. Under such circumstances, MJ finally used his music to resist and created the song Black and White. Not only that, in Roland's memory, he also invited Macaulay Culkin, the original star of Home Alone, to star in the MV. In the independent opening prelude of the song, he inserted a picture of the other party blowing his father away with the super loud guitar. Of course, this brisk shot is just a prelude to attacking racial issues. All the shots in the MV were taken to fight back against racial discrimination. Not only that, in the 11-minute full version of the MV, there are more than 4 minutes of violent shots, smashing cars covered with racial slogans, and smashing glass windows with "Long Live the KKK" written on them. He used a solo dance without music, and exaggerated movements to vent his anger to the world. Yes, after a simple connection, Roland already understood why the other party wanted to find him. In Roland's previous life, Michael Jackson claimed that he liked the movie Home Alone and Macaulay Culkin very much, and invited him to visit his dream manor, laying a good foundation for cooperation for the subsequent MV shooting. And what about this life? With Roland's intervention, Michael Jackson naturally could not directly invite Roland to cooperate as in his previous life. After all, the song Black and White involves a very sensitive racial issue. At this time, if he directly invites Roland to the MV, in order to balance the racial roles in the MV, let alone whether Roland will agree, he will not be able to explain to the Jewish gang, "We are all friends. You drag our people into the vortex of controversy without saying hello. Although you, Michael, are the king of pop music, we are not so easy to bully." In this way, bypassing Roland and directly discussing the issue with friends has become MJ's safest choice at the moment. He wants to find a white boy to shoot the MV to find a balance between different races. Roland is the most famous now. If he doesn't choose him, others will not achieve the effect he wants. As for whether Roland will hesitate because of racial issues, not to mention that he has already promised Francis and Scorsese the fact that the music video with the most simultaneous viewers in history will not make him give up this opportunity to show his face. Moreover, as long as he lives in this land, race, human rights, fraternity, freedom, these topics that white leftists like to talk about the most, will never be avoided. Not only that, at the Golden Globe Award ceremony where Roland is at the moment, there is also a controversial movie Dances with Wolves. You know, in front of the issue of Indians, the racial discrimination shouted by blacks is nothing at all. The bloody massacre hidden under the flashy appearance of the westward movement is more troublesome than racial discrimination. After all, before the emergence of Dances with Wolves, all kinds of Western-themed movies were extremely inspiring. Either the hard-working and capable Americans united to develop a prosperous Western world, or the brave Americans fought wits and courage to defeat powerful and evil enemies. The Indians in major films were portrayed as barbaric and ugly villains to set off the lofty image of American heroes. In the face of this environment, Dances with Wolves still won the Oscar for Best Picture, which shows how sensitive racial issues are in America. Although Roland didn't want to touch these things, living on this land, hiding is something you can never avoid. Compared with blindly rushing around, standing with the Jewish gang is obviously the wisest choice. You know, even though Spielberg in his previous life had made his Holocaust Foundation extremely huge and had been involved in the Holocaust, the Rwandan genocide, the Armenian genocide, the Khmer Rouge genocide, these events, he was still able to live a very comfortable life. How to survive in the sensitive gap and make all the public opinions work for oneself. This is what Roland is interested in. Of course, the most important thing is that Roland feels that, even if he participated in Michael Jackson's black and white MV, he will not be attacked. There are tall people to support the sky when it falls. The accusations and pressure from public opinion will only be directed at Michael Jackson, who wants to prove that he is still a black man, and he, Roland, is just a balancing foil for the MV. For him, taking this job is more about taking advantage of the popularity of this pop music king. After all, no matter how popular Home Alone is, it can't compare with MJ's fanbase. And once he shows something in the MV, then, forget it. He should just honestly take advantage of the popularity. What if one of his own crazy fans imitated the crazy fans of the trainees and jumped out to tell everyone that they taught MJ how to sing and dance? That would be a lot of fun. It's better not to have one hater against 10 fans, otherwise, the diss alone would be enough to make him suffer. Thinking of this, the surprise when he heard Michael Jackson's name, the caution when he guessed the MV project, the regret when he thought of the racial issue, he agreed to Francis too quickly, all these mixed emotions disappeared. Although he wanted to continue chatting with those big guys, since the other party kept silent, Roland couldn't force it. After making a note of MJ's incident in his mind, Roland followed suit and turned his attention back to the podium. Since he didn't have a photographic memory, Roland had no idea whether there would be any upsets at this year's awards ceremony. That's why, when they stopped discussing and sat upright, every award was a new experience for Roland. After all, he had never participated in such a high-level event in his previous life. Once they were fully focused on cooperating with the organizers, the sense of immersion in the live ceremony was suddenly different. American jokes, live singing, toasts, and celebrations. These things, Roland was really not interested. For a guy like him who could only laugh when watching scary movie, the dirty jokes and two broke girls could win his resonance. As for the others, I could only laugh awkwardly. After sitting down all night, Roland really dozed off there. As expected, all the awards had nothing to do with them, and all the applause was for others. In this case, Roland felt like a water army hired by the organizers to show their support, and it was the kind that didn't cost money. Since he didn't even feel involved, he naturally wouldn't have a good impression of this award. Moreover, the surprise that Roland received, MJ's MV project, was also given by his own people. In this way, after the award ceremony, he only said hello to his own people, then climbed into the car with sleepiness, and went home to rest. As for the follow-up interview you want to get the loser's farewell words from him? Go wherever it's cool. Don't you know that, if children stay up late for a long time, and don't rest on time, they are likely to stagnate in development? The Olsen sisters are a typical example. The whole family is of good height, but the two of them who stayed up late for a long time to film became dwarfs. Since there is a precedent, Roland naturally doesn't want to become a second-class disabled person of about 1.6 meters. When he returned home, the lights next door were all off. Looking at the familiar porch, Roland yawned, got into the house, and rolled onto the bed. Perhaps knowing that Roland was too tired yesterday, but more like hoping that he could sleep a little longer. When Roland woke up naturally, he slapped up the bedside alarm clock and looked at the electronic time on it carefully. The unusually clear 1:30 p.m. made him jump out of bed. Fuck. It's over. It's over. It's over. I'm going to see my brain. James said before that we would meet at Sony Studios on the 20th. It's already afternoon now. Isn't he going to skin me alive? Note, Black or White is a song that criticizes racial issues. Since there are shots of MJ venting in the MV, there are two versions. One is the normal version, where the song ends and the MV ends, and the other is the Black Panther version, which includes a 4-minute a cappella solo. In reality, after the hit movie Home Alone, Macaulay Culkin was invited by Michael Jackson to visit Neverland Ranch. The two had a very good relationship. Not only that, Macaulay is also the godfather of MJ's daughter Paris. After Paris attempted suicide in 2013, Macaulay was basically the one who took care of her. The media often took pictures of them together. As mentioned before, Spielberg has a Holocaust Foundation that specializes in collecting information on various massacres in human history. However, according to the currently published information, as of 2015, the entire foundation does not involve the issue of the Indian massacre. Chapter 77, Abandoning Friends and the Jewish Gang. You're finally here. When Roland hurriedly arrived at Sony Studios before 2:30 and entered the crew with a guilty look on his face, the first thing he saw was Cameron, who was leaning on the director's chair with his legs crossed and yawning. Just when Roland thought that the other party would tear off his shirt and turn into a tyrant in the next second and twist his neck with a slap, like he did to Leon, Cameron, who turned the brim of his hat upside down, waved his hand, and said in a tired tone, "Go put on makeup, the next 3 hours are all your shooting time. HMM. The sudden words made Roland, who was ready to die, stunned on the spot. You know, on the way here, Roland had even imagined 1,000 ways to die. Asking for leave from Cameron's crew, and not returning on time. If Cameron, who was already unhappy, didn't catch him, and fuck him to death, he would be unworthy of the nickname of Tyrant. However, just when Roland had chosen his final resting place, and prayed that the other party would leave him an intact body, what he faced was not a volcanic eruption, but a calm tone, a calm expression. Such appearances directly gave him an illusion. Could it be that this truck driver took the wrong medicine again? No, even if he took the wrong medicine, he wouldn't be as outrageous as he is now. This guy in front of him, is he not a Skrull pretending to be one? The real truck driver, is he not already in heaven? Just when Roland expressed his doubts about the truck driver's behavior, and was lost in his imagination, Cameron, who was looking at him quietly, gradually showed an impatient look on his face. After waiting for a while, seeing that the little ghost in front of him was still analyzing him with an obscure look, the familiar anxious words came out of his mouth again. Harry, I asked you to put on makeup. Why are you staring at me? I haven't seen you for 2 days. You deserve to be scolded again, right? If you feel uncomfortable, let's sit down and have a good chat after the shooting. Now, don't waste my time. That's right. Although the sudden words were like thunder from the blue sky, Roland, who was in a daze, was shocked. But Roland was not angry, but relaxed a lot. As the saying goes, it is easy to change a country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. If a person's temper suddenly changes drastically, it is either stimulated by external things, or he is thinking about how to target you. No matter which situation it is, Roland doesn't want to face it. However, when he went into the dressing room despite Cameron's scolding, the huge shadow coming towards him directly hit him. When he looked up, Schwarzenegger, who had already removed his makeup and changed into casual clothes, was the first to laugh. Hey, isn't this Roland? You danced well last night. Looking at you, you must be too excited and can't get up this morning. But it doesn't matter, the time is just right. The shooting schedule in the afternoon is all yours. The slightly teasing words made Roland raise his eyebrows. Looking at the frivolous future governor, Roland bumped his old waist with his shoulder in annoyance and took the opportunity to ask, "Okay, Arnold, stop making fun of me here. Tell me, what's going on? I was late today, and James not only didn't scold me, but also asked me to come over to put on makeup and film in a calm tone. Isn't this a bit too weird?" When the puzzled questions appeared together with the sneaky look back, Schwarzenegger, who heard this, burst into laughter. He raised his hand and tapped Roland's shoulder a few times, then spread his legs, like the king of encircling a pillar, avoiding Roland's kidney attack. Not only that, he also took the initiative to close the door when he left the dressing room. However, although he playfully dealt with Roland's attack, he still helped Roland solve his doubts before leaving. James has a bad temper, but he is still a good person. When Robert T-1000 and I came here this morning, he told us not to wait for you and to shoot directly. We have all participated in various award ceremonies and know what state we will be in the next day after the ceremony. So even if you got up this morning, it was for you to rest. Did you see that recliner? Have you seen us use this thing before? Yes, although Cameron often scolded people in the crew, it was because he encountered shooting accidents and was emotional. Other times outside of filming, he was still quite reasonable. Unlike Spielberg, who is a director, when he takes up the baton, and a businessman, when he puts it down, the difference in personality between the truck driver in and out of the film is quite obvious. He can rant about you in the previous second and chat with you about other things in the next second. In this case, how many women can get along with him? To say that he is schizophrenic is to flatter him. His strong desire for control is the best evaluation that suits him personally. But even such a guy knows how to care for others. Looking in the direction of Schwarzenegger's finger, the folded recline leaning against the side is the best proof. You can say that this is the same smell, or you can say that it is the care of the elders, or you can say that Cameron is responsible for his own movie and he does not want to see Roland in a very bad state appear in front of the camera. But this is more because he knows that no one likes to attend such a boring award ceremony. And understand that, after experiencing boring difficulties, Roland needs such a thing. Oh, don't use the argument that the Golden Globe Awards are not valuable enough to refute this point of view. Because even for the Oscars, few people really want to go. The big devil Cate Blanchett and the big mouth Julia Roberts went out for drinks during the Oscars. As the nominees for the Best Actress and the Best Supporting Actress, they can be so calm. It can be seen how helpless this kind of activity is for practitioners. After seeing the recliner, Roland, who felt that he had missed something, laughed immediately. Ignoring Schwarzenegger, who had already left, he put his hands in his pockets and his mouth curled up naturally. This is really a guy who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although Cameron had divorced many times in his previous life, this does not prove that he is very difficult to get along with. On the contrary, it can prove that he has a strong personal charm. Apart from anything else, just this small move in front of him made Roland feel a little surprised. Although he understood that the composition of this recliner was actually very complicated. If it was another little actor, Cameron might have shaved off a layer of his scalp. But, putting aside the process and looking at the result, isn't he the one who benefited? In this case, why should he consider the difference in treatment and mental journey? He only needs to know that the previous scolding was just the other party's personal habit, and Cameron now regards him as a friend. That's enough. As for friends, filming with such a relaxed attitude, the effect is much better than before. Roland is not the kind of actor who can withstand pressure. He can indeed perform normally in a violent environment, but if he wants to fit in freely, he has to be harmonious. Cameron is now only filming for Roland. When most of the crew members have left, the two of them will communicate with each other without respect. Cameron scolded, and Roland immediately retorted. When various ideas from different souls are intertwined, filming becomes very simple. Like what, Roland? Just pretend that you took the family's money, went out to play games, and then were discovered by your parents. You desperately wanted to escape. When you turned your head to look around, the tension on your face should suddenly burst out, and don't be like a fool, with your mind half broken. Roland directly refuted Cameron's arrangement. Hey, James, first of all, T-1000 is not John's parent, and secondly, John in the script ran away because he was worried about being caught for stealing money. When facing the police, shouldn't he leave the scene calmly first, and then escape from the other party's sight, and then are you running for your life? If you cause a commotion from the beginning, you will definitely be discovered. Hearing you say that, I know that your childhood was very boring. Oh, my childhood was boring? Then aren't you hinting to me that you stole things? You did steal things. I just want to tell you that your idea is not in line with common sense. But I'm the director. Come on, there are only a few of us on the scene. Even if you change it, you won't be embarrassed. Let's discuss it seriously. If it were in the past, Roland would not communicate with the truck driver in such a tone. But now, you old man have prepared a recliner for me to sleep on, so don't be so stern and act like a villain, okay? Smile, smile, go out happily, and shoot happily. Isn't this a good day? Although Roland said a lot more than usual, the crew's shooting progress not only did not slow down, but accelerated a lot. After all, Roland was standing on the shoulders of his predecessors. Cameron's shoulders, to give pertinent advice. It feels good for a time traveler to pretend to be cool and get slapped in the face. It doesn't exist, okay? For Roland, nothing could be more satisfying than teaching Cameron how to shoot Terminator. Aren't you Cameron just a movie maker? You know shit about the Terminator. Funny, in a state of friendly communication, the whole crew shot until after 9 o'clock in the evening. Roland not only finished his work for the day, but also finished more than half of the subsequent shots in the studio. To put it bluntly, at most one day later, all his scenes in the crew of Terminator 2 will be completed. After that, whether he continues to shoot with Cameron or turns to Spielberg's crew, it all depends on his own preference. Anyway, he is now a crab, and no one in the entire Sony studio can stop him. Maybe it's because it's near the end, or maybe it's because Cameron is no longer out of reach. So when the crew members went back to their homes, and their mothers Roland, who had been arguing with the other party for an afternoon, invited him to dinner, Cameron, who didn't want to go home, glared at the guy first, and then readily agreed to his proposal. The two didn't think about running somewhere else, and directly found a restaurant near the studio. Of course, Roland is not the kind of little girl who is in love. It is impossible for her to chat with the other party. I always thought you scolded me because you were annoying me, but I didn't expect that you actually care about me. I discovered your little secret. Your heart is so soft. Oh, James, you are cold on the outside but warm on the inside. You are really manly, and other contents that tend to develop towards Mary Sue. Although he really thinks Cameron's brain is quite interesting now, but it is better to leave the work of peeking into the inner world to Cameron's woman. Compared with people, in order to prove that he is still straight, Roland can only choose everything about movies in the other person's mind. And when it comes to movies, both sides have a lot of topics to talk about. Cameron first asked Roland about what happened last night. After learning that he had teased all the big names at the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, this guy who had never been nominated for a Golden Globe immediately slammed the table. Oh, Roland, you are really luckier than me. When I got into the industry, it was really troublesome. No one valued me. They didn't allow me to participate in post-production. If I hadn't pried open the door of the studio, then my first movie would definitely not belong to me. Roland knew what Cameron was talking about. Prying open the door of the studio to edit the movie. Didn't it happen to Cameron? Cameron just entered the industry when he was in the post-production of Piranha 2. But Roland thinks that the producers did the right thing at that time. You, old man, have made the piranhas grow wings and become flying fighters. You want to fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. In this case, the producers are very kind not to kill you. However, the attitude of those people also inspired my determination to be a director who controls the overall situation. It is because of their obstruction that there will be the later Terminator and the current sequel. Compared with your experience, I think I'm really unlucky. Listening to Cameron talking about the past in a nostalgic tone, Roland, who was sitting opposite and listening, sighed in his heart. The Terminator series is really the success and failure of Cameron. The liquid metal robot T-1000 is really the product of inspiration. After that, regardless of the 3 sequels of Terminator 3, 4, and 5, or the orthodox sequel of Terminator 2, Dark Fate, or the destroyed Skynet or the Legion in the new universe, the sequels have been proving the greatness of Terminator 2, because the governor is still the governor, and the villain can't escape the liquid metal incident, no matter how he changes. Even if he has a clone and emotions, and before Cameron imagines a new villain, if this IP is still filmed, after John Connor's collapse in the governor's retirement, it may only continue to be mediocre. Of course, the two of them came out for dinner and chat, not to reminisce about the past. Although Roland did not thank Cameron for his care over the past 6 months, and Cameron did not take the initiative to mention his tolerance today, but when communicating, both sides have already got each other's thoughts. Not only that, perhaps because he didn't want to make the atmosphere awkward, after learning that Roland was going to jump out of the car and change groups, Cameron, holding a glass of wine, laughed and said, "Oh, you can finally leave. I don't have to listen to your ideas every day anymore. I'll inform them when I go back. I'll shoot your scenes tomorrow. Let you finish shooting earlier, so that my ears can be quiet earlier. Oh, James, do you want to do this? Hearing Cameron's words, Roland laughed helplessly. He asked unconsciously, "Am I really that noisy in your eyes?" "Of course, you are the most annoying little boy I have ever seen." Cameron nodded bluntly, but before he finished speaking, he added, "Because so far, you are the only little boy I have worked with." Well, when Roland saw Cameron's squinting eyes, a satisfied smile also appeared on his face. Cameron, who can joke with him? This is the first time he has seen it. Although the filming of Terminator 2 is about to end, isn't the relationship between the two parties a new beginning? In order to quickly send Roland, the 100,000 Ys, away, and of course, to allow Roland to join the Hook crew as soon as possible, the last 2 days of filming were all centered around Roland. As a result, Roland, who had wanted to stay in the crew until the official start of Hook, encountered a very embarrassing situation. Terminator 2 had finished filming, and Hook would not start filming for more than a month. At this time, even if he pestered Cameron, he would not learn much, because the studio scenes were originally reshoots of the shots that he was not satisfied with before, and if he left, he had no plans, and seemed to have nowhere to go, except staying at home. So, he was bored, and set his eyes on his new friend Cameron's Dark Spider-Man script. He wanted to see how awesome this script, which he had never seen in his previous life, was. However, as soon as Roland opened his mouth, Cameron rolled his eyes and said in an almost helpless tone, "I'm shooting Terminator 2 almost every day. How can I have time to write the script for Spider-Man? Draw the storyboards for Spider-Man? You have the time to ask me for something. Why not draw one yourself at home? Don't worry, if you write it well, I will definitely adopt it. When the time comes, I will sign you as the first screenwriter. Won't you be more successful?" Well, Roland wants to see the brain hole of the Dark Spider-Man. You ask him to copy a trilogy based on the version of the previous life. Copy Homecoming, Far From Home, and Homeless. That's meaningless. Tinkering with the same movies is to become famous, make money, and maintain your reputation. It's more fun to get in touch with brain holes that have never appeared in the previous life. However, since James said so, Roland also knew that this guy had been squeezed dry by himself. Since there was no spark of inspiration in the short term, completing the initial goal became Roland's last choice. Through Cameron's introduction, Roland finally met Stan Winston, who was in charge of the post-production of Terminator 2. In the other studio, he finally saw the Triceratops mentioned by Spielberg. When the limp behemoth appeared in front of him, his already blurred memories were dug out. "This dragon. It's really good." Roland, who found the dusty memory, expressed his feelings, but after the feelings, they disappeared. Getting involved in the Jurassic Park project was something he had never thought of. You know, even James Cameron couldn't work in Spielberg's project, so how could he, Roland, influence this project? It was already good to be able to see the genius ideas of these great directors before most people. As for the others, Roland felt that with Cameron's promise, his chances of influencing Spider-Man were much greater than those of Jurassic Park. Of course, if Cameron is still unable to come up with a Dark Spider-Man like in his previous life, then Roland is not going to leave this IP to Sony. Because Roland has long discovered that the Spider-Man series may be the best movie that can perfectly fit his growth. Note, at the 86th Academy Awards, the Actress of the Year, Cate Blanchett, Blue Jasmine, and the Best Supporting Actress nominee of the year, Julia Roberts, August, Osage County, left the ceremony for a while after the award ceremony and went drinking together, and did not come back until the award ceremony for the Best Actress. Those who care really care, and those who don't care think this kind of thing is really boring. Chapter 78 The three child stars who made it to the end and Roland's taste. No matter where they are, child stars are always the cruelest existence in the entertainment industry. A high starting point does not mean unlimited glory. Although every child star has different life experiences, when they grow up, those with backgrounds are well resourced, and those without backgrounds are either unknown, or struggle for many years, before they can tear off the label of child stars. But when they were young, everyone's starting point is similar. The guys who can become famous have only one characteristic, that is, cute. Of course, cuteness does not mean that the appearance of child stars is very high, but in front of the camera, these guys' performances can make people's eyes shine. Whether you think he is good looking, or his eyes are smart, or his actions are funny, these are all cute, likable, and deeply loved. Just like the Olsen sisters in Roland's current family, the American public thinks they are cute. So they are popular. Unreasonably popular. The same is true for Disney's Little Princess Demi Lovato, Camp Rock, Sunny, Princess Protection Program. These youth films have won her countless fans. Not only that, Disney also gave her the opportunity to sing Let It Go, which is included in the official music tape of Frozen. With resources and cuteness, she has become famous. But what defeats most child stars is not that they don't work hard, but fate. When child stars start to grow up and there is a watershed in their lives, the first thing that makes their fate diverge is their face. If you want to continue to mix in this industry, it is the most important thing to not grow crooked and have good looks. And this is actually God's gift. There are many people who were cute when they were young, but became ugly when they grew up. Like Hashimoto AI, she went from being the strongest beautiful girl to Azashiki Warashi. Like Morgan Lily in Heartbeat, the whole person is stretched horizontally. Like Suzuki Ann, she had a superior temperament when she was young, but an initial D, her face was even bigger than Jay Chou. These are typical examples of God not giving food. After all, Emma Watson is so rare. The development trajectory of more child stars is just like Daniel Radcliffe, which is constantly expanding. Of course, after getting over the watershed of appearance, the second point that makes their fate diverge is fame and fortune. Just like the line in the Japanese drama Legal High, child stars are consumables with the shortest shelf life. After the glory is over, it's time to start the next stage of life. No matter what kind of halo you have at the beginning, you can't lose yourself. If you keep being obsessed with the halo of fame and fortune and lose yourself, you can only be burned by the light. Disney's Little Princess Demi Lovato is a typical example. Lindsay Lohan, who gained both fame and fortune with The Couple and Mean Girls, is a representative of the opposite. Zac Efron in 17 Again and High School Musical has been fighting against himself, and Miley Cyrus, who is famous for the TV series Hannah Montana, has lived a double life. She and Thor's brother Liam have been on and off for 10 years, and the emotional entanglement finally came to an end in August 2019. Zhang Ailing once said, "Be famous as early as possible." But how many people can walk the path of becoming famous early? The first two watersheds alone can eliminate more than 99% of the guys. And even if some people are not ugly and are praised as gods, they can face fame and fortune with a normal heart. Even if they have resources to protect themselves, there is no one who can finally climb to the top, who can make 20 million for a single film and win an Oscar, and who can win both commercial awards. The closest one is Jodie Foster, who was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress Oscar for Taxi Driver at the age of 14, and won 2 Best Actress trophies in 3 years for The Silence of the Lambs in 1991 and Anna and the King with Chow Yun-fat in 1999, and even took away 15 million yuan in salary. Next is Natalie Portman, who made her debut in Lion, the Professional. Of course, if Leo, who acted in TV series at the age of 5 and started shooting commercials crazily at the age of 14, is considered a child star, then he is the only one who can rise to the altar from a child star. When you look through their resumes, you will be surprised to find that Jodie Foster is actually a member of the Jewish gang. Martin Scorsese is her mentor. Natalie Portman has a good mother who can help her daughter get eat, and everyone says I love you projects that are completely controlled by the Jewish gang after Lion, the Professional, and successfully let her daughter walk in front of Lucas and Leo. Even more so, rubbed the tyrant and the Jewish gang. Not only that, what can completely get rid of their child star status is either a hit movie or a word-of-mouth monster. The Silence of the Lambs, Star Wars prequel trilogy, Titanic. These child star transformation works are all special projects that rank among the top in film history, and their existence is even rarer than SSR. Without the blessing of the luck of these projects, most child stars will face the embarrassing situation of repeating their own ways and gradually losing the audience's favor like the Olsen sisters. Even Shirley Temple is not immune to this. Even though she has long been hailed as a legend, she had no choice but to withdraw from the circle after missing out on The Wizard of Oz. So, how to transition from a child to an adult is the problem that Roland needs to face after filming Home Alone and Terminator 2. This is more important than playing a cameo role in Hook, the sequel to Home Alone 2, or the casual mentions of Francis Coppola and Martin Scorsese, of course, provided that he doesn't grow ugly. Of course, if Cameron still scolded him after he was late, he would definitely not think about these things. Now, isn't the little Spider-Man who grew up from a high school student to a superhero the most suitable type for him? As the #1 brother of Marvel, his personal publication was published 30 years later than Superman and Batman, but his total sales, before Roland's time travel, had reached the 3rd place in the history of American comics. Not only that, it was also the guy with the highest peripheral sales in the history of American comics. In the 2018 World IP Value Rankings, Spider-Man surpassed the Marvel Cinematic Universe and ranked 8th. The only comic character above him was the Old Man. Many people like him because they can see themselves in him. Not only that, he is still the center of the commemorative badge of Marvel's 75th anniversary. With such an IP, why does he need to find the Silence of the Lambs? He is already 11 years old, only 5 years away from the age in the comics. As long as Cameron continues to work on True Lies with Schwarzenegger after the release of Terminator 2, the role of Spider-Man controlled by the truck driver will not fall to someone else. As for getting on the big ship before Leo, don't be ridiculous. The gap between him and the character of Jack in the script is too big. As a movie that started shooting in 1995, The Big Ship can't wait for Roland to grow up, and Roland will not use his 15-year-old age to destroy the classic. Since there are better and more suitable projects for him, Roland, who can quarrel with Cameron, has no need to think about other things. Just keep the Spider-Man hype that Cameron is holding tightly in front of you, and the other things can be discussed in 5 years. As for 5 years being too long, which Hollywood boss doesn't have a bunch of plans in his hands, and then slowly shoots movies? Seeing a good project, you should take it and hold it in your hands. This is a rule on the road to success in Hollywood. In this situation, Roland, who was bored and had nothing to do, prepared to write the script while practicing storyboard painting, while waiting for the official start of Captain Hook. When he got the scripts and storyboard drafts of Terminator and Terminator 2 from the truck driver, contacted Chris Columbus, asked him for a copy of the preparatory materials for Home Alone and Gremlins, and called Spielberg, who he met in Hawaii before, to ask him to borrow the scripts and storyboards of Indiana Jones 1, 2, and 3. James' scream was enough to pierce the sky when facing the script that was as high as a mountain. "Roland, what did you say? Cameron asked you to write a script and draw a storyboard?" Looking at the guy making a fuss, Roland, who was learning from his predecessor's experience, felt a little pain in his head. "Oh, I told you, I was just bored and studying at home." Although James did say that, but wasn't that just a joke between friends? How could the script I wrote be as good as his? Besides, I haven't figured out the time allocation for the 5 major elements of a commercial script. There are requirements for the time allocation for the beginning, conflict resolution, secondary conflict, and final ending. There are also angle on, angle alignment, over-shoulder angle, over-shoulder lens, reverse angle, and other series of lens selection, and how to use them, which all need to be figured out slowly. I'm still in the stage of learning, copying, and practicing, imitation. How could such a practice thing be favored by the other party? Yes, the reason why Roland wanted so much information was purely because he didn't understand the format and couldn't write it. However, it doesn't matter if you can't write it. It's always okay to learn from these excellent scripts. Isn't routine the king of commercial movies? Stripping the content of the script and then slowly filling in the framework, taking time to write a rough outline is still okay. As for how to optimize and sublimate, 5 years, 1,800 days. Even if Roland has not made any progress, it doesn't matter. As long as the story in his heart is figured out, there are still so many big guys to ask for advice. Because of this, Roland will use this method to spend time at home calmly with the manuscript of the big guy. It would be best if he could learn by himself. Even if he can't become a talent, it doesn't matter if he has 6 orifices and 1 orifice. Anyway, he knows the guys who have all 7 orifices. If he goes over and procrastinates, there will always be results. However, for James, the little fat man, Roland's calmness is simply a sure thing. I didn't expect that even you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would change your career. While thinking so, he also looked at Roland with a look that normal men would understand. Is filming too tiring? Are you planning to switch careers and become a screenwriter and director? Do you think directors have more power and can interact with many beautiful actresses? HMM. After hearing what the fat voice said, Roland, who was still thinking about how to make up a story, suddenly frowned. What's in your head? What beautiful actress? I don't understand at all. You have to know that the producer is the creature at the top of the food chain under the industrialization of Hollywood. Compared to him, what is a director? Don't understand? I didn't expect you to start lying too. Listening to Roland's active defense, the smile on James' face became even more eager. If you don't understand, then you don't understand. Why are you explaining so much to me? Isn't this implying to me that this is what you think? Okay, you don't know. Many people in school now ask me if you have a girlfriend. Many classmates hope that I will hold a party at home so that they can come and get to know you. You know what? The dance on the red carpet of the Golden Globe Awards that day was really attractive. Now the dance club in our school is learning your dance because many girls think it's cool. Yes, although there was no internet and no short videos, the broadcaster NBC still cut out Roland's awkward dance. Compared with the frank shots during the live broadcast, the edited and modified dance scenes are even more magical. The flashy movements that were accurate in stepping on the beat became the object of imitation for many young people. After learning, many people even found that Roland's dance seemed to have no rules at all. In this way, the army of magic modification was officially launched. Although everyone's version is different, as long as the melody sounds, the name Roland Allen will appear in the minds of those who have watched the red carpet live broadcast. Even if the communication effect is not as good as in the future, it has at least increased Roland's popularity. Not only that, the army of fans who liked him before, including the number of little girls, is constantly expanding. Although there is no timely feedback like the internet, James Olsen, who has been in contact with the outside world, can feel the enthusiasm of the public most directly. By the way, since Home Alone and Terminator 2 have been filmed, and Captain Hook is a cameo, there won't be too many scenes. Have they found the next movie for you? Will you not shoot a love movie? Now many people want to know when you will give your first screen kiss. Oh my god, these fans are really difficult to deal with. When Roland heard the phrase first on screen kiss, he felt his head was about to explode. Just film the movie. Don't talk about those miscellaneous things, okay? He really wouldn't go for those boring gimmicks. Okay, don't talk about these nonsense. My next work is Captain Hook. I don't know anything else. I called you over just to ask, in the Spider-Man comics, what classic plots can be adapted. But as soon as you came, you asked this and that. If you are really that curious, then move the complete set of Spider-Man comics here, and I will read them bit by bit myself, okay? Such decisive words made James' face growl. Seeing that Roland really wanted to drive him out, he pressed his hands lightly and said decisively, okay, let's not talk about other things. That's about right. Roland nodded with satisfaction, stretched out his chin, and motioned James to sit down. Then, where do we start? Seeing that Roland was about to lead him in script writing, James, who had no intention of joining the circle, was a little excited. Tell me first, which period of Peter Parker are you going to start with? Peter Parker in the main world of the comics was bitten by a spider when he was 16 years old. Of course, I know that settings are like toilet paper to you and can be torn off at any time. So, you have to tell me, in the story you conceived, how old is this Peter? I have to find a plot for you according to age. Roland called James over, just to use this guy as a tablet. In the era without internet search engines, this kind of human computer that has read comics played a decisive role in the construction of the script. After all, if you don't read the original adaptation, isn't that just making it up? This kind of behavior, you have to apologize. Facing James, who has already entered the state, Roland suddenly blew his nose and said very frankly, "Let's talk about Mary Jane first. Who do you think is the most suitable to play Mary Jane 5 years later?" What? James, who was flipping through a book and trying to help Roland solve his doubts, felt bad after hearing these words. "What did you say? Who will be the most suitable to play Mary Jane in 5 years?" James raised his head again after lowering it. Staring at his friend in front of him with burning eyes, James firmly believed that the guy in front of him was only 11 years old. 11 plus 5. Roland, you are exposed. Although the blind monk finally found the highlight, it does not mean that James will mess it up. Besides, he is very interested in screen couples. However, before he could get excited, after thinking for half a second, he gave up. "Roland, I don't know how to read tarot cards. How can I know which guys will be beautiful in 5 years?" "That's right." Roland nodded in agreement. There are many beautiful female stars born in the 1980s, and there are also many who are about the same age as Roland, such as Jessica Alba, Kirsten Dunst, Eva Green, Anne Hathaway, Natalie Portman, etc. But the problem is that James doesn't know them. This is a bit disappointing. However, even if they can't think of any suitable female stars for the time being, this can't discourage their creative enthusiasm. When two guys with the same smell know each other's preferences, then the script creation becomes a seminar for female stars. Jennifer Connelly in Once Upon a Time in America is quite suitable for the character of Mary Jane. Julia Roberts is very beautiful. Meg Ryan is completely James' goddess, etc. Of course, although it is a seminar, more often than not, it is actually James who speaks and Roland listens. When James reacted and felt that something was wrong, he urgently wanted to know who the most beautiful actress in Roland's mind was. Roland, who had been laughing in his heart, suddenly frowned. "So far, there's no one I like." "Okay, stop pretending in front of me. We are brothers. I won't sell your privacy." "Really? I said I think Elizabeth is beautiful. Do you believe it?" "Oh, God, can't you be serious? If you don't want to mention the name, you can just say a style. Look, I've told you so much, but you don't have any sharing spirit at all." Okay, style. Then it's like Marilyn." "Marilyn?" "Yes, Marilyn. Marilyn Monroe." When James heard the name, he immediately scratched his head and thought hard, because in his memory, there seems to be no golden age actress like Marilyn Monroe in Hollywood now. However, just when he thought that Roland might be fooling him, his friend's calm face made him feel that something was wrong. "Roland, can you give me some hints? For example, what movies has she acted in?" Facing James, who was so entangled, Roland sighed with a wry smile. "If I say that, if nothing unexpected happens, she will act in Home Alone 3, do you believe it?" "Hey, there is no sincerity at all." Roland said so, and James immediately waved his hand in frustration. "She will act in Home Alone 3. What a joke. Brother, you haven't filmed Home Alone 2 yet. Where does the 3 come from? If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Really." Note, the Jewish gang is really a magical existence. The child stars who can make it to the end are basically their people. Jodie Foster learned her directing skills from Scorsese. Natalie Portman, needless to say, she is Jewish herself. Little Leo has said it before, so I won't repeat it here. On June 16, 1998, the American Film Institute released the AFI 100 Greatest American Films, and The Wizard of Oz ranked 6th. This movie was Shirley Temple's best opportunity to transform from a child to a young girl, but it was rejected by Fox. It was the era of big studios, and actors and directors were all signed to film companies. Fox didn't let her act, and even if MGM wanted to invite her, she couldn't act. The American Comics data in the article is as of December 31, 2018. In the overall sales of comics in 2018, Spider-Man alone accounted for 4 of the top 10. The only ones that ranked ahead of him in sales were DC's Action Comics and The Old Man. Chapter 79, Taxes and Investments. For a guy like Roland who can watch movies and shoot movies, but has never written a play, script writing is actually a very boring thing, because you have to present the corresponding picture in your mind, while conceiving the story, and directly mark which lens should be used to shoot this plot, and which camera movement method should be used to present the picture. Not only that, how to control the number of words in the script, ensure 1 page per minute, and prevent the concise and capable shooting guide from becoming a novel with a lot of words. This is even more of a test of the screenwriter's rhythm skills. Even if there are a lot of successful cases for Roland to copy, his progress still cannot be improved. Like Michael Bay, who asked the screenwriter to write the script of Transformers in a week, Roland estimated that he would never be able to achieve it in his lifetime. And like Wang Jing, who wrote the next day's draft that night, Roland could not learn it. Of course, at its core, it is still a problem of having a good time. This is just like writing a novel. Why do most authors start high and end low, and like to end badly? It's simple. The whole story has been written countless times in his mind, and the creative passion has passed. In this case, the later plot will become particularly difficult to write. Once this happens, isn't it the wise choice to end the story badly? Finish it quickly, and start a new book, and the passion will come. Because of this, Roland's script progress speed is as slow as a snail, which is terrible. 3 days a page, that's already fast. After writing for a few days, he turned around and started over again. This is the real culprit that caused the script to be difficult to produce. As for why he didn't just copy the Sony version of the trilogy, oh my god. Roland actually wanted to copy it, but he had almost forgotten the plot. Although Spider-Man is a classic, it is also a commercial film. Even though Roland has watched it many times and edited and explained it, now, there is only one sentence left in his mind. With great power comes with great responsibility. In this case, Roland can only rely on himself. Of course, if even he falls, then, there are still a lot of big guys who can take over. So, he is even more fearless. While Roland was turning a deaf ear to the outside world and focusing on writing the script, a lot of things happened in the outside world. With the end of the Golden Globe Awards, the Oscar nomination list was officially announced. In that long list, the most eye-catching thing was the piles of Jewish gang members, such as Robert De Niro, who was once again competing for the Best Actor award, Joe Pesci, Andy Garcia, and Al Pacino, who were competing for the Best Supporting Actor award, and Francis Coppola and Martin Scorsese, who were candidates for the Best Director award. There were a lot of guys Roland had met, and if you add in all the guys Roland had only heard of but never met, half of the list would be Jewish gang members. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Roland. Not only that, he was very glad that he did not receive an invitation. The cheerful atmosphere of the Golden Globe Award ceremony made him exhausted. If he attended such a serious award ceremony, he estimated that he would have to lie on the bed for 3 days before he could relax. Apart from these things, nothing else happened in Hollywood. After all, it is the award season now, and even if there is something big, it has to be kept secret in front of the Oscars. However, while Hollywood practitioners focused their attention on the Oscars, Roland took some time to go to the cinema with James and David to watch The Silence of the Lambs, which was released on February 14th. Although Roland had seen this movie before, it was a good choice to revisit the classic when he had forgotten most of the plot. Besides, he is now very different from his previous life. In his previous life, he was at best a professional actor who was able to act and could find the highlights of the film from his own perspective. Now, after being baptized by Robert Zemeckis, Chris Columbus, and James Cameron, his perspective of watching movies has changed from that of an ordinary practitioner to that of a half-baked director. For him, how the whole movie allocates plot time, how to narrate, emphasize conflicts, and how to use movie scenes to metaphor modern society, that series of professional thinking completely separated him from the camp of ordinary appreciators. When watching movies in this situation, he immediately discovered that the long lens in the film was really a stroke of genius. When introducing Hannibal, the subjective lens that rotated 360 degrees in place in a short time instilled all the information in the scene to the audience. Since the field of vision was not limited, the inner state of the subjective person was fully displayed against the background of the environment. When the subjective lens and the third-person lens were constantly switched, the verism generated by this immediately occupied Roland's mind. Not only that, the long focal length lens used extensively in the film is also the best helper to portray the two protagonists. The precise division of the performance area allows the actor's skills to bloom to the maximum extent. The sense of ease of accurate control makes Roland's scalp numb, and he finally understood why the distributor of The Silence of the Lambs suppressed this movie and did not allow it to be released in 1990. If The Silence of the Lambs and Dances with Wolves were released in the same year, it would be difficult to estimate who would win the Oscar for Best Picture in 1991. However, compared with Roland, who was very happy to watch it, James was not very interested in this kind of thriller. After the film ended, when the subtitles appeared, he had already stood up and wanted to leave. Roland had no good solution for his behavior. Different tastes can't be forced. What's more, although movies are his job, they are only James's interest. Roland can learn from other shooting techniques, camera movements, and narrative methods, but for James, these things are completely useless. Because of this, after watching the movie and returning home, James went back to his room to sleep without interest. The Olsen sisters, who had just finished filming and returned from the crew of Full House, hugged Roland with a smile and then went into the bathroom with their mother to wash off the dust. As for Roland, this guy who wanted to go home immediately and write down his feelings in writing, was stopped by David before leaving. Not only that, he was dragged into the study by the other party to discuss a very serious matter. The tax filing period has come. You have to file your taxes for the large amount of money you earned last year and the income that will be visible in the future. We have to give an explanation. My personal suggestion is to set up a company. File taxes? Roland's face suddenly grew long after hearing this word. They just discussed this matter more than 2 months ago, but they didn't expect that 2 months later, they had to solve this matter. In order to legally avoid taxes, it is a very common method for the American people to set up a company. If Roland's income is collected in the name of the company and his personal expenses are used as company expenses, it would be too easy to make the account a loss. However, the corporate tax in America is actually very heavy. If he walks on the edge of the law, it will definitely affect Roland's public image if it is exposed. Just like the golden-haired commander, he reported a loss of more than $900 million in 1995, which allowed him to exempt $50 million in taxes every year in the following 18 years. But Roland's nature is different from him after all. Although the IRS only audits 1% of the tax returns in the country every year, all stars are within their audit scope because the income of stars is too easy to count, saving time and effort and easy to complete the task. What's more, before he became famous, the two contracts for Home Alone and Terminator 2 were both settled in Roland's personal name. In this case, it would be a bit crazy to avoid taxes by building a company. It is impossible not to pay taxes on these two incomes. If he wants to exempt these two taxes, it will really ruin his popularity with the audience after the matter is exposed. Because of this, after hearing the word establishing a company, Roland immediately understood that David meant to consider him in the future. Although the bonus from Home Alone and the salary from Terminator 2 cannot be taxed away, the subsequent projects can be handled by the company. Okay, you are my guardian now, just go ahead and do it. Even though Roland has only been with David for more than 2 years, including the time loop, he has completely trusted him. This is not only because he is his guardian, but also because David doesn't care about his small money. Unlike those Hollywood stars who trust their accountants and agents and are deceived into financial crises, Roland believes that David can help him handle it all. What's more, David is a businessman and has many accountants under him who all have rich experience in tax avoidance. Let the right people do the right things. This is Roland's principle of doing things. However, just when Roland wanted to throw the burden to the other party, David didn't think of letting him go. Roland, I know Spider-Man is very important to you, but don't worry, isn't money more important than the project 5 years later? It doesn't really make any difference whether you finish the script 1 day earlier or 1 day later, right? In that case, why don't we talk about what to do after the company is established, or what kind of company you need? Although minors cannot become corporate legal persons, it is still okay to be a shareholder. According to your current popularity and Ashley and Mary's popularity, I actually want to apply for a comprehensive entertainment company for you, because your own image and Ashley and Mary's own image are in my own hands. I can use your name to authorize the production of clothing, dolls and other things, and monetize your fame in the form of peripherals. What do you think? After all, so far, your agent has not brought you any endorsement orders, and there is nothing good to endorse in the field of youth products for 6 to 20 years old. Instead of taking endorsement fees for nothing, it is better to authorize it yourself. When selling his planned blueprint to Roland, David's tone was very calm. He didn't seem to be fooling a little boy to hand over his image and popularity and exchange these illusory things for US dollars, but was discussing with Roland whether this plan was feasible. This is actually what Roland likes most about David. From beginning to end, he treats family members equally and does not impose his wishes on others because of age. But, for Roland, isn't the plan David mentioned the predecessor of the double star group that the Olsen sisters were dealing with in their previous life? The reason why the Olsen sisters became the most successful child star sisters in American history only refers to making money is because they actually exchanged their popularity for money. Because of David's persistence, when he first entered the industry, their personal image, name authorization and other copyrights are all in their hands, which also allows them to use their own images to package a series of products such as movies, television, records, photo albums, clothing, dolls, jewelry, cosmetics, etc. After all, authorizing others and selling by yourself are two different concepts. And only David, who was born as a businessman, can resist the temptation. If it were Macaulay's father, he would have sold his son to the bottom. After all, for them, doing it themselves, there is no capital at all. But the problem is that, even if the Olsen sisters double star group developed well in their previous lives, Roland was not interested. You use my image to produce boys' children's clothing for sale. There is no problem at all. We are all family members. Roland can even authorize these things to the Olsen sisters for $1, and even the share can be discussed, but if he is asked to participate in the shares, then there is no discussion. With this spare money and time, wouldn't it be better for him to invest in Mohammed? Wouldn't it be nice for him to sponsor him? Even if Mohammed is not short of money now, and the big hands of him don't need sponsorship, he won't go into the real economy. Opening an investment company to hold stocks for a long time is much less troublesome than doing business. You know, in America, there are only 3 reasonable tax avoidance methods commonly used by the rich. In addition to offshore companies and charitable donations, the remaining one is long-term holding of stocks. After all, according to American law, if you hold stocks for more than 1 year and don't cash out, no tax will be levied on the investment principal and profits. If you cash out, the middle and low income people are completely tax-free, and the tax rate for the top rich will not exceed 20%. Compared with the highest personal income tax of 43.4%, it has been more than doubled. When Roland told David about his idea, the middle-aged man seemed to be well prepared. Not only did he not refute Roland's idea, he continued to sell his theory of making money by selling goods to Roland. Instead, he looked at the kid in front of him with interest and said with a smile, "So, which company's stock do you want to buy? Let me guess, those technology companies, right? Apple, Microsoft, HP, Cisco, or IBM?" David remembered Roland's previous move to want a computer clearly. Since the kid is not going to do programming now, isn't investing in technology companies the most obvious choice? However, David's words made Roland laugh in his heart. It's February 1991. Isn't it crazy to buy technology stocks in this era? Apple before the gang leader returned had no value, and Microsoft made too little money. There will be an internet bubble in 9 years, and it's boring to get in now. What's more, with the movie in front of him, Roland has no time to manage his assets. In this case, wouldn't it be enough to find someone who can manage assets? Apple, Microsoft, HP, Cisco, IBM. He didn't want any of these. What he wanted was to save time and effort. How much money will I have left after paying taxes? Before answering the question, Roland wanted to know his principal. The entertainment industry has a very high tax rate, about 40%. Since he talked about this with Roland, David naturally couldn't be unaware of Roland's wealth. Fox has only paid $3 million in box office bonuses so far. Add your previous salary for Home Alone and your salary for Terminator 2 after your agent's cut. Your after-tax income is about $1.8 million. Of course, this doesn't include other projects and local taxes. With those small projects added up, your safe income is about $1.5 million. Damn. This ice is really cruel. It takes half of it in one bite. Although Roland has some complaints about such high taxes, he can't default on taxes like Wesley Snipes and Nicolas Cage. Not to mention that, even if it is $1.5 million, it will be enough. Okay, $1.5 million is $1.5 million. Help me register a company, and then we will buy Berkshire Hathaway stock. Its price per share should not be more than 10,000, right? $1.5 million can buy nearly 200 shares, so let's buy it. Roland's brain is not a computer. He can't remember all the content of the movies he is most familiar with, so naturally he can't remember which stocks are the monster stocks. But it doesn't matter, right? When you can't remember, it's right to buy Buffett's company stocks. Compared with the guys who have risen nearly 1,000 times, Berkshire Hathaway's annual compound growth rate is the real thing. Even if you don't have time to care about it and become a shareholder, it doesn't matter. Money is enough. Besides, even if you want to make money, you can wait for the wind to blow and then change direction. Before the strong wind blows, no company can be more stable than Buffett. Note, the distributors of Dances with Wolves and The Silence of the Lambs are both Orion. Not only that, these two films were distributed by the distributors to win Oscars. When they got Dances with Wolves, Orion knew that this kind of racial film had an extremely high advantage in the Oscars, so they postponed the release of The Silence of the Lambs from the fall of 1990 to the beginning of 1991. Moreover, they firmly believed that The Silence of the Lambs would definitely win an Oscar, so when the company declared bankruptcy, they still took out $200,000 to submit the film to the Oscars. Unlike our post-tax pay, Hollywood pays all pre-tax, and the tax is paid by oneself, while the federal income tax rate is 7 levels, with the highest being 39.6. It was only after Trump took office that it was changed to 4 levels. Not only that, many foreigners do not believe that we are post-tax here. The most typical example is David Copperfield. When he came to our place to perform around the millennium, he had to see the tax payment certificate before he made a move because he thought the post-tax appearance fee was magical. Setting up a company to avoid taxes is a very common thing in Hollywood. The most common thing is to invest in a company to avoid taxes. Generally, you can reduce 15 points, and the maximum can be reduced by 18 points. Of course, there are many people who make money from the company without making movies. The male lead of The Butterfly Effect is a typical example. Wesley Snipes, the male lead of Blade, was sentenced to 3 years in prison for concealing his income. Cage used his house to repay his debts because he had no money to pay taxes. It is really difficult to evade taxes in Hollywood because your personal income will be reported directly to the eyes by the producer because they also have to pay taxes. Chapter 80 Fans and Our Own People. After handing over the asset management, which Roland did not understand, to David, Roland, who was free from worries, had a more comfortable life. What do you mean that the daily life of a time traveler is to struggle? Don't be kidding, okay? Isn't struggle for a better life? If you are always nervous, then in the end, you will benefit from the neighbor next door. People like George Lucas are the winners in life. After having an IP that can make you financially free, enjoying life has become the main theme. James Cameron is also a good role model. After making money, he runs towards his dreams and embraces the deep sea. This kind of life is interesting. Even Spielberg, a Hollywood model worker, will take time out to have dinner with his family after filming. Work. What is work? If spending the money he earns with his family is his happiness, then he is happy every day. Because of this, Roland can do a lot of things besides writing scripts. For example, taking care of children, and taking care of children. Yes, in the era without the internet, after having tried various sports, for Roland, who could not travel far, helping Aunt Ganetti take care of the children was his greatest happiness. Anyway, he did not have to go to school, and he had plenty of time to fill in various gaps perfectly. Under such circumstances, the relationship between Ashley and Mary, the two little lolly, and him was progressing very well. Sometimes, when facing their father's preaching and their mother's nagging, they would turn around and rush towards Roland, burying their two little heads in Roland's arms, using the back of their heads to resist everything they did not want to face. Such behavior also gave the Olsens a headache and made James, their biological brother, a little jealous. Of course, if it was just to help take care of the sisters, that would be fine. What made James most uncomfortable was that the younger sister Elizabeth would only hold Roland's arm and call him brother. That's right, Elizabeth, who is already 2 years old, can now speak a lot of words. She knows basically everything she should know. When she is in a good mood, she can also transform into Luojing, but she can't sing only you. The reason why she has such a good relationship with Roland is purely because Roland has more time. James has to go to school every day and attend classes on time, but Roland, he can take her out for a walk when he has nothing to do. James' pocket money is strictly controlled by the Olsens, but Roland, sorry, he can buy whatever Elizabeth wants. Not only that, on February 16th, when James went to participate in the school's weekend activities, after he left, Roland took the initiative to propose that he wanted to take the little birthday boy to Disney. So, James, who got on the school bus and participated in group activities, was gorgeously forgotten by his sister. Now, if you ask Elizabeth who James is, this little guy will definitely stare at you with big eyes full of confusion. If you ask who Roland is, she will definitely look around with her sparkling eyes, because she knows that this guy named Roland can bring her everything she wants, such as fluffy dolls, shiny clothes, sweet snacks, fancy toys. For her, Roland is even better than her parents. Because her parents can say yes or no, but Roland can only say okay. Why should children make choices? I want them all. Of course, while Roland dotes on his children, his every move is also clearly photographed by paparazzi. What about taking a walk, morning, with the three sisters in the early morning? What about the family going out shopping in the morning? What about Roland celebrating the birthday of his little sister at home? When these trivial matters about Roland's life turned into gossip and appeared on the street tabloids authorized by Lubianch, many of those who pay attention to entertainment news and like to talk about the lives of celebrities showed aren't like smiles. Oh, what a loving family. I envy Roland, Ashley and the others. This is the life most people yearn for. This is the state a child star should be in. Compared with the vast majority of child stars who are deeply exploited and work hard, their lives are really like those of a child. Although child stars are a kind of fast-moving consumer goods, many fans even hope to see their favorite guys every day. However, with the progress of the times, the behind the scenes of the birth of child stars is also everything that many people want to peek into. They hope that the children they like can grow up healthily, just like the cloud-sucking cats in the future. The child star economy, the celebrity economy, and the fan economy are actually cloud-raising babies. Of course, this is actually a very normal thing. Snooping into the privacy of children and watching them grow up can bring people a certain pleasure. In this case, if the little ones they like live well, they will naturally be very happy. If they are deeply oppressed, then these cloud parents will rise up to resist. Not only that, if the little ones' lives and work are not as they wish, they will also be dissatisfied and complain. After seeing these gossip news, in addition to expressing their blessings, some people are naturally dissatisfied. For example, Roland is obviously of school age. Why don't the Olsens let him go to school? If I remember correctly, after Terminator 2, Roland only had one project left, Hook. Since there is no new movie, he can consider returning to school. Are the Olsens trying to exploit him in a more obscure way? Although they don't give him any projects now, they may be waiting for the box office results after Terminator 2. They may want to maximize Roland's value. Just like the fans of Neneniu Wu Fang who tore up their rival studio in the future. Just like Ye was forced by fans to quit Nothing But 30 when they find that the development trajectory of the guy they like is different from what they thought. They will naturally express their opposition after spending money and time. In the eyes of some people, Roland, who has not taken any projects, should return to school instead of wasting time on daily trivialities. As for the problem with the film project, as long as Roland doesn't take projects from second and third tier directors, fans can accept it. There is no way who let their own doll run to the end of the child star as soon as it appeared. For the vast majority of fans, working with those guys below A-lister is simply damaging the value of their own dolls. Getting close to big guys like Spielberg is the best choice to cultivate their own children. Of course, no matter how noisy they are, Roland can't hear these voices anyway. Sometimes, the internet can help a person become famous quickly, but sometimes, many conflicts can be resolved without the internet. Although the fame of stars in this era can only be determined by box office, this practical way is much better than some empty data. Not only that, before the internet of everything, even if people disagree, they can't fight. At most, they just chat with friends for a few words. It is impossible to quarrel with people on the internet because of a small thing and then get angry for a while and directly quit being fans. The internet is a double-edged sword and a tool for fame, but without the internet, it is easier to maintain a fan base. Amid the topic of Roland's loving family, the North American box office of Home Alone finally reached 300 million. Not only that, the global box office also successfully crossed 500 million. After setting a record, the North American Theater Alliance and Fox finally withdrew the film. At the same time, the videotape was also put on the shelves. The sales of the videotape had nothing to do with Roland. Even if Fox made a lot of money, he would not get a share. In fact, the only thing he had to do with was the last 2 million box office bonus. But, even though Roland acted very Buddhist, major media still reported their success. Landlord from Hell and JFK, these are the new moves of Joe Pesci that we already know about. In the ABC News report, the host put the trio of the film together. Frankly speaking, Joe has already proved himself, and the cooperation with Oliver Stone has actually long been a point that we are optimistic about. His value has always been very stable, and even if there is an accident in Landlord from Hell, it will not have any impact on him. As for Daniel Stern, he is also an old friend of ours. To be honest, I'm not optimistic about his City Slickers. I hope he can give us some surprises. Otherwise, his contract, which has just increased, is likely to fall back. As for Roland, in the past 1990, Roland Allen rushed out of the atmosphere like a space shuttle. It is unimaginable that the youngest 500 million box office man in Hollywood history was born. Considering that he has another Terminator 2 to be released this year, we don't know how long he will stay at the 500 million position. But, what we know, is that if the box office of Terminator 2 does not exceed 300 million, it will be their failure. Indeed, everyone felt that Roland Allen was the one who was most likely to have problems in the entire Home Alone crew. After all, the investment in Terminator 2 was as high as 100 million. In this case, if the North American box office could not exceed 100 million and the global box office could not reach 300 million, then even if the peripherals sold well, it would still be a loss. In front of the combination of James Cameron plus Roland Allen plus an old Schwarzenegger, if the box office did not reach 400 million, their value would drop accordingly. And over 400 million? Oh my god. There are so many movies produced in the world every year, and how many can exceed 400 million? Even if the fans of each company are full of confidence in this movie, it is still too risky for the data estimator. After all, so far, there are only two guys who can be called box office myths and sell every movie they make. If even their descendants can step on dog shit to continue the legend, then the Hollywood box office game is really unplayable. Isn't it better to all have the surname of your Jewish gang? Others can still shoot farts. However, even though these industry insiders are worried about Roland's film career, no one thinks that the sequel to Home Alone will end because of the failure of Terminator 2. If Terminator 2 fails, it doesn't matter. James Cameron may fail, but Spielberg obviously won't. Unfortunately, when the outside world's analysis was very reasonable, Roland directly treated their words as farts. An expert who won't be slapped in the face is not a good expert, just like a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good cook. While conceiving the script and accompanying his family, Roland also waited for the notice to join the crew of Captain Hook. There is no way. Although Roland is like an idle person and Spielberg is not in a hurry for a while, the other leading actors have film contracts after all. If it drags on, no matter whether it is Robin Williams, Dustin Hoffman, or Julia Roberts, they may not be able to get together for concentrated filming. Besides, Sony's money is not blown by the wind. Since the equipment on the set has been set up, it would be unreasonable not to start the filming. That is why the entire crew put the filming on the schedule before the Oscar ceremony. When Roland got the full script and read it carefully, he found that the final version of the story seemed to be exactly the same as the process of the movie in his previous life. In this way, Roland knew that the ending of the movie should be similar to that in his previous life. The reputation collapsed, and the box office soared. But these don't seem to have anything to do with him. He just came here to learn under the name of a guest appearance, so what does he care about whether the movie is good or bad? What's more, the reason why the reputation of the movie collapsed is entirely because the intention of the film itself does not meet the expectations of the public and has nothing to do with shooting techniques, narrative structure, and camera movement. Roland is not learning how the film is intended. In this way, whether the script is changed or not, it really doesn't affect his learning progress. So Roland, who holds a normal mind, did not entangle other things. He simply regarded the life of the crew in the next few months as clocking in and out. However, when he came to the crew with a mentality of learning is earning, the huge crowds on the first day of the startup blinded his 24K titanium alloy explosion-proof dog eyes, because he saw a bunch of familiar faces in the crew member list. In addition to Steven, Robin, Cosmo, who he had met before, and Dustin and Roberts, who he had met once, there were Hoffman's two sons, David Crosby, a rock star in the 1960s and 1970s, the future female president in Air Force One, the small-town doctor in Rain Man, Princess Leia in Star Wars, Steven's goddaughter, and the future queen of the ocean, Pepper. All of them were Jewish gang members. Not only that, when Roland saw George Lucas on the list, he finally understood what a casual movie was. Most of the guys in the crew were Jewish gang members. This kind of nepotism is too awesome, right? But Roland thought about it and felt it was very normal. If it were him, he would also be willing to use his own people. This is not a question of whether to use them or not, but why should I support you when we are not related? Note, after having children, Spielberg became a director who likes to punch out of get off work. He likes to go home for dinner at night, and after establishing DreamWorks, he wrote this rule into the company manual. In his words, children are more important than movies. Members of the Actors Guild and the Writers Guild are the two groups with the highest unemployment rates in Hollywood. More than 40% of people are unemployed every year, so it is natural to rely on a big tree for food. Not only that, the crew is also like this. Many people can only follow one or two crews a year. As long as they get familiar with the director and the director has a bite to eat, they will basically not be unemployed. But, compared with these situations, the crew of Captain Hook is really excessive. What crew, what actors, even the background board for guest appearances, are all Spielberg's own people, and Princess Leia and Lucas really appeared. Chapter 81 Low-Econ Commercial Films. Oh, Roland, what are you doing standing here? Just as Roland was staring at the crew list, feeling very lucky to hook up with Robert Zemeckis in the time loop, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Not only that, when he turned his head to check, his right shoulder also sank, and a head popped out from the left. I've been looking for you for a long time, and I thought you weren't here. Are you hiding from me? Congratulations. Home Alone is a big hit, and your road to fame is much smoother than mine. That's right, the first guy who got close to Roland after joining the crew was naturally Charlie Cosmo, who had met him once, but brought great help to Roland. When this little guy in a baseball cap found Roland, he rushed over without hesitation, and his familiarity was even more sophisticated than James. Ouch. After seeing the other person's smiling face, Roland complained in a half-joking tone, and then raised his elbow in a friendly manner, and poked the other person's chest very rudely. "Charles, do I have to hide from you? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to join the crew of Terminator 2. If I hadn't joined the crew, how would I promote Home Alone? You have contributed to the box office record. If the shooting schedule wasn't too full, I would have invited you to my home a long time ago." Roland lied without blushing now. "What do you mean by a full shooting schedule? He has been playing at home for nearly a month, okay? Exclamation mark. But Charles didn't know this. After hearing Roland's excited words, Charles, who had always regarded filming as a means of making friends, smiled even more. "Don't talk about the Terminator 2 thing. I don't want to film it anyway, but I can go to your house as a guest. I saw the entertainment news before. It said that you are taking care of your sister at home recently. Oh, I really envy you. The three sisters of the Olsen family are so cute. They look much more comfortable than the naughty boy in my family. Yes, in this family with several children, Charles naturally has a sister. However, even if he has a biological sister, the gap is still a bit big compared to America's little daughter. Just like the doctor sang in Red Rose, what you can't get is always in turmoil. In America, where you can form a group to steal babies by raising your arms, the charm of the Olsen sisters is unstoppable. And with the three Olsen sisters as the topic, they can talk about more things. However, before they could chat for a while, someone discovered the two people who were slacking off in the corner. They tiptoed behind them, then suddenly jumped out and slapped Charles' shoulders with both hands. When the sudden sound and the sudden touch appeared at the same time, the two people squatting there were immediately startled. Turning his head, Charles, who was still complaining to Roland about how difficult his sister was, rolled his eyes and looked at the girl behind him with an indignant look, saying helplessly, "Shit, Gwen. Are you trying to scare me to death? Oh, Charles, don't forget who scared me last time." Complaining words could not gain the other party's sympathy at all. Not only that, after seeing the familiar helpless face, the girl turned her eyes away mercilessly and looked at Roland beside him, smiling with surprise. "Roland Allen. It's you? I'm Gwyneth. Nice to see you. I've seen Home Alone. You acted very well." The unexpected voice that suddenly appeared really scared Roland. While turning his head to look around, he was still wondering in his heart which blind guy dared to mess with him and Charles. "You know, this is Spielberg's crew." After the identities were made public, no one from the outside world came to provoke them. How could there be someone in the group who was stupid enough to offend them? But when Roland saw the face of the troublemaker, the familiar figure made him swallow his doubts. Because the only person who could be so naughty in the crew was Spielberg's goddaughter, Gwyneth Paltrow, and her appearance was indeed not considered to be unlucky, right? "Hello, Gwen. Nice to meet you." Although the pleasant chat with Charles was interrupted by him, Roland did not care about these details. Anyway, before the filming, chatting with anyone was just chatting. One more or one less person, it didn't matter at all. However, after seeing Roland's slightly formulaic smile, the little Pepper who came to say hello squatted down in a familiar way. Not only that, she also looked at Roland with interest. Just when Roland was puzzled by her rude behavior, a voice without barriers came out of her mouth. "Oh, Roland, I didn't expect you to be a little different from Kevin in the movie. You're cuter on the screen, but your current outfit doesn't seem to be cute. Is it because you don't want to play a child? You want to grow up? But I think it would be better for you to shoot a sequel. Dad doesn't have any scripts suitable for you. In this case, why not seize the opportunity in front of you?" Well, Roland, who wanted to respond with a smile, decided to take back his previous idea. The appearance of Pepper is indeed a bad omen. Roland thought that this Pepper, who jumped up and greeted him in a friendly manner, was different from the child's mother he saw on the screen in his previous life. But he didn't expect that Pepper in this era is really pretty and beautiful, which completely meets the conditions that Playboy wants to secretly take pictures of. And this emotional intelligence is not what the outside world says, that it is zero after dating and suffering a blow. It is really bad to comment on other people's dressing style right away and directly ask him to seize the opportunity in front of him in an adult tone. If Anne Hathaway is considered a pretentious person by all of America, then Gwyneth Paltrow is considered a pretentious person by all of America. You know, in the entertainment report that Roland had read before, Star magazine listed her as the first of the 20 most hated celebrities. Of course, the reason why people hate her is not because of the Water Queen. When the list appeared, it had been more than 10 years since the Water Queen incident. In this case, the reason why people still hate her is completely because of what she said in public, which was too unpleasant to hear. Just like Emperor Huijin, who said why not eat meat porridge, Gwyneth Paltrow is a typical spoiled rich second generation. Unlike the former host who publicly stated on a variety show that her family's monthly living expenses reached $700,000, Pepper's behavior was even more aggressive. She didn't even bother to take photos and post them on WeChat Moments, or take her dog on a private plane. What she wanted to do was to publish a book to show off her wealth. Not only that, she publicly dissed her ex in front of the media, dissed Scarlett Johansson for having big breasts, and performed facial liposuction on her 3-month-old daughter, etc. These were all her feats. It's no exaggeration to say that compared with the Water Queen, the stupid things she did were what really made others hate her. Roland thought that with this identity as one of his own, this guy's attitude might be better, but he didn't expect that. Forget it. Don't bother with this guy with zero emotional intelligence. In Roland's opinion, perhaps only the guy who said Shaq did it too could beat Pepper in terms of swearing. With the mentality of not caring about idiots, Roland chatted with the other party for a few words, then found an excuse to learn, and left the scene directly. When he thought of this kind of person who could leave Batman Ben directly on the bus, Roland had no idea of continuing to contact her. Now he would rather make mistakes in front of Spielberg and be scolded by the other party, and he was too lazy to communicate with the guy who couldn't talk. First, he was upset, and second, he was afraid that he couldn't control his fist. What's more, no one who got involved with Pepper Potts was not unlucky. After Ben Affleck broke up with Pepper Potts, he got involved with Jennifer Lopez, and then threw himself all the way to the end. After Brad Pitt divorced Pepper Potts, he experienced marriage, divorce, and remarriage. Although the box office remained the same, the awards were broken. Because of this, for the sake of his own future, Roland naturally wanted to stay away directly. Of course, after throwing Pepper Potts to Charles, the next crew members met for the first time, which was quite pleasant. Julia Roberts kept her word and brought a director's cut of Pretty Woman to Roland. Not only that, she was very friendly and signed an autograph for Roland. Dustin Hoffman's 5-year-old son was already a fan of Roland. When Roland approached, the little guy excitedly wanted to take a photo with him. Faced with Maximum's request, Roland naturally would not refuse. After posing and smiling, Dustin, who was responsible for pressing the shutter, laughed and recorded it all. As for Robin Williams, this guy who had a very good relationship with director Howard naturally could not disappoint Roland. After writing the blessing of "May you reach the peak" in Roland's autograph book, he asked Dustin for a camera, raised his arm high, and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, leaving a permanent mark in front of the huge backdrop. People without brains will not last long, and those who can get to their level are basically smart people. Everyone, except Pepper Potts, knew that Roland was rising very fast. If the next Terminator 2 was a hit, even without Spielberg's relationship, they could still sit at the same table to eat, chat and gossip. Now, it was just that the time was infinitely shortened. In this case, giving Roland convenience was also giving yourself convenience. After all, no one dared to guarantee that you wouldn't need him in the future. In fact, as long as there were no conflicts, the behavior of making good connections was very common everywhere. Not to mention, they were originally from the same camp. After going around in a circle, Roland touched Spielberg again. After a simple greeting, he picked up the schedule and started reading it very quickly. Because his tough deeds in the crew of Home Alone and Terminator 2 had already spread throughout the circle, everyone from top to bottom didn't think that Roland's behavior was beyond the limit, let alone that he was making trouble. What's wrong with Robert Zemeckis' apprentice reading a director's script? After the teachings of Chris Columbus and James Cameron, how could he not understand? In this way, running with a crew with a schedule became Roland's daily work. The narrative structure of Captain Hook is actually very simple, which is old wine in a new bottle. Although the story is very subversive to tradition, the sensational route is actually very low age. However, as a commercial film, Spielberg obviously knows what the audience wants to see. Even though the script narrative is very dragged out, there is too much description of Peter Pan's midlife crisis, and it does not advance the plot in a way of breaking through levels like Indiana Jones, but the shooting technique is not a problem. In addition, the crew members are all big guys with rich shooting experience, so the project is advancing very quickly. What is assembly line operation? Watching Spielberg shoot Robin and Dustin, that is assembly line operation. The front is setting up the scene, and the back is checking the script. After the front scene is set up, the back is directly on. After all the units were in place, the photographers and actors started to move. Everyone knew what they should do. They only needed 3 takes at most. The behavior of not getting NG, not getting entangled, and not getting stuck in the process was really very different from James Cameron. What do you mean by shooting more takes and choosing later? There is no such thing at all. With full concentration, shooting one shot 3 times is actually the best state for the actors to perform. After all, people's energy is limited, and their passion for new things is also limited. If the director asks the actors to shoot the same scene repeatedly, unless the actor's acting is really problematic, otherwise, it will be a big blow to the actor's enthusiasm. Don't say that we can pick the most perfect picture when the time comes. There is no need for this when shooting commercial films. This is not about winning awards. For commercial films, it's enough for the acting to be above average. There's no need to make it like an epic film, forcing the actors to find their best form and give crazy performances. If you really shoot it one shot at a time, it will only make the production cost of the film continue to rise, and this behavior is extremely disadvantageous to the director, because you make this kind of commercial film to make money. As long as the selling points are perfectly presented and other things remain normal, there's no need to delve too deeply into it. Faced with the commercial film shooting theory preached by Spielberg himself, to be honest, Roland was actually a little confused. Because, more than a month ago, when he was shooting Terminator 2, the truck driver guy was still emphasizing excellence with him. But, director, James has been reshooting, and reshooting again. Roland, who had been watching from the sidelines, raised his doubts while the crew was setting up the set. James said he wanted to find the most perfect picture, and he did so. Because of this, we can't seem to shoot much in a day. Really? Then do you remember that James liked to reshoot those scenes when he was shooting? To be honest, even though he had long known that his apprentice was a walking questioner in the crew, when Spielberg really got in touch with him, he found that Roland had so many questions. However, compared with the naivety of those academics, the questions he asked were actually more interesting. The use of lenses, character division, and the introduction of images are all supported by examples. Unlike those guys who come out of the ivory tower, Roland doesn't know what the technique is called, but he doesn't understand how the various lens movements are connected with the upper and lower lenses. When it comes to editing, he will derive whether the audience will feel comfortable with such shooting and editing, whether the guided sense of substitution will make the audience's nerves tense or relaxed, and in this case, whether the audience may be mentally exhausted or bored. What Roland asked is actually the actual application of the film, and how to combine the film story with business is Spielberg's specialty. In other words, this kind of psychological research is actually the foundation of the Jewish gang's existence in Hollywood, because only by embracing business first can you get the favor of investors, and once investors are willing to invest in you, it will be much easier to win awards or sell films. So, Spielberg taught the theory he learned from Lucas. Or, it was he who taught Robert Zemeckis and Chris Columbus, George Lucas who taught Ron Howard, and Brian Palmer who communicated with him about eating. Under Spielberg's gaze, Roland thought for a few seconds, then replied, the scenes that James likes to reshoot the most are actually the fighting scenes. Compared with the narrative shots, he shoots more fighting scenes. Of course, this may be because our plot shots are well acted. The arrogant words made Spielberg scratch his head with a smile. He did not comment on Roland's acting skills, but went straight to the point and said, yes, the fighting scenes were shot many times, and this is the embodiment of the selling point. The movie Terminator 2 is originally an action thriller. As long as the fighting is beautiful, the audience can be pressed to their seats. James's large number of reshoots is to strengthen the selling point of his own movie. You said it yourself, he won't reshoot a lot, shoot your own narrative shot. Why? Because it doesn't matter whether there is drama in the actor's eyes. As long as the actor can fully show an emotion, the narrative shot can pass. Just like Arnold, ruthless is his label. Just wear sunglasses and keep a straight face. And what about Linda? Shanna Connor, as long as you show your hatred for Arnold and your motherly love for you, that's enough. As for you, I don't need to emphasize things like motherly love and fatherly love, right? I've read his script. If I remember correctly, at the end of the movie, James should ask you to cry. As long as you can show your reluctance and fascination with the departure of T-800, this shot will pass. If the actor performs well, it's a win. If not, then shout no again. It's not too late to make a good one. The most important thing in making a commercial film is to highlight the selling point. Just like when you auditioned, the selling point of Peter Pan's son is his childlike innocence. Without this, he really can't act the role. As long as the selling point is determined, it doesn't matter, even if the actor's acting skills can't reach the level of Robert De Niro, Robin Williams, or Dustin Hoffman. As long as it stays at the standard, there's no problem. Well, Roland said. Although he always knew that commercial films do not emphasize acting skills, and that guys like Dwayne Johnson who habitually shake their eyebrows can also act well in movies, he really didn't know that these big directors also made commercial films in this way. However, it seems normal. Just like Forrest Gump directed by Robert Zemeckis. Even though this movie won 6 major awards including Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor, it was still criticized by fans of the original novel. Because Robert Zemeckis modified the original novel and chose to embrace commercialism. In the Star Wars prequel trilogy, Hayden Christensen, who played with Natalie Portman, was recognized as one of the most unchemical screen couples in history, and was Lucas' most failed casting. But even so, it did not damage the greatness of Star Wars, because their selling point was not the screen couple at all. Grasp the selling point, and then work hard. As for the rest, it's about the same. About 70 points can pass. Roland instantly felt that, even if he tied a dog to the director's seat, he could still shoot. But a moment later, he reacted. Even if he tied himself, he couldn't shoot, because the degree mastered by these great directors is something mysterious. Because only they know what pictures can be used, what pictures are good, and what pictures are the best. And it is much more difficult to distinguish these than to learn how to shoot. Is this perhaps the difference between Ron Howard and Chris Columbus and Robert Zemeckis? The first two learned the basics, while the latter understood how to distinguish. The basics are the basis for embracing business, and only by distinguishing the levels can we enter the door of art. Although this conclusion made Roland sigh, he didn't have a headache. Because he understood what it meant to be a good actor and a good director. Can you be a director if you act well? No. It's not enough for you to act well, you also have to know how to act other roles. Otherwise, you will only be a director who doesn't direct well. Directors are like chefs, who have to mix various ingredients together to make a delicious dish. How to find the taste of the public is a test of their skills and talents. A director who only tells the inner world may be a good director, but in most cases, only those who can satisfy the public can stand at the top. Art is actually a niche culture, but it can also be the spirit of the masses. After experiencing what his teacher taught him in his previous life, Roland, who ran to 3 big director crews, finally understood what he lacked. Is it hard work? No, that's a craftsman. What he lacks is actually his own distinctive mark. For George Lucas, the space opera represented by Star Wars is his distinctive mark. For James Cameron, the crazy pursuit of technology and visual effects is his distinctive mark. For Peter Jackson, the intoxicating Middle-earth world is his distinctive mark. As for Spielberg, perhaps, childlike innocence is his distinctive mark. He knows what the audience wants to see, because those things are the dreams he once longed for. And dreams are a bit out of reach for Roland. Just when Roland was thinking about what he really likes, Spielberg, who had come to the monitor, suddenly called him. "Roland, come here and teach Charles how to act this scene." "What?" Roland, whose thoughts were interrupted, looked up suddenly. When he cast his eyes on Spielberg, the leisurely figure leaning on the director's chair made him stunned for a few seconds, and when he reacted, a spontaneous joy suddenly emerged. "Well, it doesn't matter if you can't find a clear mark for the time being. It's okay to start with a craftsman. He is only 11 years old. Why should he worry about that degree? First play the child well, then talk about other things. Anyway, following these guys, he has countless examples to observe. And when these quantities accumulate to a certain extent, experience alone can also push everything. If you can't be Dugukube, you can practice to be a sweeping monk." Because of this, when Roland came to his senses and ran to Spielberg with a smile on his face, he was much more confident. After picking up the script, "Director, the baseball scene." He didn't care whether it was legal or not and asked directly. "Yeah." Spielberg has seen a lot of Roland's situation. After seeing the gap between themselves and their teachers, students will be more or less disappointed. At this time, let them try it themselves, and they will know where the gap is. After being able to accurately locate, they will not be like flies, tossing around randomly. What's more, this is Sona's money, not his own money, so don't be afraid. You decide how to act in this baseball scene, and then tell Charles. Take the director's baton yourself. Don't ask any questions. Wait until you finish shooting. Such a relaxed environment made the two leading actors who were resting and waiting on the side shook their heads. Oh. The old tricks of the Jewish gang appeared again. Don't say Spielberg asked Roland to shoot. This behavior is legal or not. For the Jewish gang, they can shoot for whoever they want. You know, when Francis Coppola was not famous, he dared to let George Lucas, who was learning from him, shoot freely in the movies invested by Warner. That was on Warner's studio, and there were Warner people everywhere. In the situation that they could be fired at any time, they all came wild, and now, no one can stop them. What's more, the Jewish gang has always trained their apprentices in this way. There is no better way than to burn money and teach at the same time. Any objections? If you have any objections, fire me. If you can find someone to take over, then I lose. Note, Pepper was really popular in the late 1990s. In 1997, Playboy took advantage of her vacation in the West Indies with Pitt to take nude photos of her with a telephoto lens. Pepper Potts' emotional intelligence is almost zero. She was the one who directly exposed her ex's private life to the media. People, Los Angeles Times, and Vanity Fair all published her diss remarks. Not only did she not sue the other party, but she was proud of it. Not only that, she also told Entertainment Weekly very proudly that she once left Ben on the bus because the other party made her angry. Moreover, it was a hospital that confirmed the plastic surgery on her 3-month-old daughter. In the original novel of Forrest Gump is actually a very wretched guy. The original author and fans have criticized the director, but this is the director's choice, embracing the public. Hayden and Natalie in the Star Wars trilogy were also criticized, but as long as the image matches and the acting skills are up to standard, it doesn't matter as for the rest. Spielberg's business theory is true. Of course, this is actually the business theory given to him by George Lucas. When filming Raiders of the Lost Ark, Lucas asked Spielberg to pass 3 requirements. As long as the core selling point is outstanding, the other normal levels are sufficient. There is no need to make a commercial film into an epic. It can be shot as a B-type film. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. The world is bustling with people because of profit. The clip that Roland got was actually very simple. Peter Pan, played by Robin Williams, promised his son to go to his baseball game the next day, but he broke his promise because of his busy company affairs. Because of this, the next day, when Jack, played by Charlie Cosmo, made his final hit on the field, his attention was always on the sidelines. He longed to see his father in the audience and longed for his company, but after watching, the cold reality disappointed him. With a lost mood, he followed the coach's arrangements, but did not realize that, while he was in despair, the opponent's pitcher and catcher had joined forces to trap him. With the tacit cooperation of the members of the defending team, Jack, the batter of the attacking team, naturally could not hit the ball thrown by the pitcher of the defending team. In this way, the whole game came to an end. Under the double blow of defeat and the absence of his father, Jack was in a very low and bad mood. At the end of the clip, there was a follow-up shot of him for about 12 seconds. This was actually his personal stage for him to show his helplessness, and loss, in order to explain to the audience watching the movie how important the identity of a father is to the growth of a family and a child. If it were in the past, or in other words, if Roland were asked to play the role of Jack, he would definitely seize the opportunity to show himself. The 12-second long shot is rare and is a good platform for him to show his personal brilliance. However, if Spielberg's theory of film business was used to shoot the scene, he felt that when shooting the shot of looking outside the court, let Charles show his eager expression. When shooting the shot of the coach's instructions, let Charles show confusion. And then in the final long shot, let Charles strengthen the sense of loss through his own actions. These are enough. There is no need to make it like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, where every frame is for him to show off his acting skills. After all, the selling point of Joker is not the storyline, nor the tragic life scene on the surface, but the spiritual world of a repressed person. It is a movie written from the inside out, and its core selling point is not the external conflict, but the Joker's inner personality changes, and his own understanding of the real world. In this case, acting is the best selling point, while the selling point of Hook is the grown-up Peter Pan, the childhood dream of adults who are dragged down by worldly helplessness. With the selling point determined, it becomes very simple and easy to decide where to reuse the pen and ink. Because of this, when Roland came to Charles with a smile, what he had to face was not how to shoot, but how to make Charles listen to him. However, his worries were obviously unnecessary, and Charles was not Pepper Potts. With Spielberg nodding in agreement, he certainly knew what to choose. Oh, what should I call you now? Roland, or director? No matter which crew he was in, Roland felt that he was not worthy of the title of director. Moreover, he also understood that Spielberg asked him to shoot this scene, not because he thought he could direct, but because he wanted to see how he, with different identities, would handle all of this when faced with a role that might be suitable for him. So, although it was said that he was shooting, there were actually many aspects to consider. After all, directing and acting are inseparable. In his previous life, Roland knew that the directing major of the Central Academy of Drama had the saying of combining acting and directing in one when he was in school. Now, he has learned everything and has no taboos. Charles, don't call me that. Time is running out. Let's get started. Charles saw Roland smile and shaking head. As an actor who entered the entertainment industry for fun, he could quit at any time, but he would not act recklessly. Even though he had a good fortune, he would not be like Pepper, who would complain about everything. He had no objection to Roland's statement, but when he agreed, Roland's performance surprised him a little. You won't tell me the play? No, act according to your own ideas the first time. The crisp answer made Charles stunned on the spot, and when he reacted and looked at the big guys beside him for help, neither his father Robin Williams in the film nor Spielberg, who was sitting in front of the monitor waiting for feedback, meant to speak. It was an outdoor scene. Dustin Hoffman would not be in the film, and did not need to be there. Not only that, even the cameraman and the crew beside him did not raise any questions. Under this circumstance, Charles felt that he seemed to have gained a new filming experience. The director did not explain the play before filming. What the hell is this filming? However, these skilled workers on the scene could understand Charles' doubts. Let Charles understand it by himself and play freely in the first time. After looking at the monitor, Roland adjusted the pictures that had been obtained, filling in what was missing, concisely and clearly. If there were still problems after the explanation, he would explain the problem fundamentally before the third actual shooting. For example, I make an expression and you follow me. I exude a confused and longing emotion, and you can just copy my emotion directly. Of course, if you can't learn it, it doesn't matter. This is not an award-winning film that requires acting skills. You don't need to show experiential skills that are roughly equivalent to acting theory, and you don't need to fully master the Americanized acting training method of the Stanislavski system. As long as you can understand the emotional substitution proposed by Lee Strasberg, it will be fine. What if Charles can't express the emotion of longing for a while? It's simple. Ask him what he likes most. Just like Ryan Gosling, who has attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Foods with a lot of sugar are his magic weapon for acting. Whether he is calling for freshness, desire, excitement, panic, curiosity, or fear, he will use the emotional substitution in the method school, with his favorite sugary food as the main line, and imagine different scenes one after another to meet the director's requirements. Although this approach is looked down upon by the experiential school, there are too many people who use this approach in Hollywood, whether it is Marlon Brando, Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, Dustin Hoffman, Jack Nicholson, Meryl Streep, all of whom are representatives of this type. Moreover, as long as you perform the scenes required by the director will not care about you, no matter what means you use to get into the role. For this reason, when Roland followed Spielberg's requirements for 3 times, the scenes he shot were actually not bad. After all, unsuitable actors have long been passed by Spielberg. Those who can be selected into the crew are those who can easily reach the basic plate. In this case, if someone else shoots, the speed is actually the same. Everyone is not a newcomer, everyone has experience. Even if there are ups and downs and problems, it is not a problem of performance, but a communication problem between the director and the actor. As long as the thoughts of both parties are on the same channel, everything will become very simple. Of course, this does not mean that the pictures Roland shoots are very good. After he spent 40 minutes filming this 30-second scene, Spielberg, who had been following him the whole time, smiled and said, "You are bolder than Chris and Robert. Those 2 cowards would not dare to shoot the rehearsal training as a feature film." Roland was of course very happy to hear such an evaluation for the first time. His first performance was better than Chris Columbus and Robert Zemeckis. This is simply the best compliment to him. After all, the former has Home Alone to support the scene, and the latter has the Back to the Future trilogy. However, before he could get excited for 2 seconds, Spielberg's subsequent objective evaluation actually added a bit of helplessness to the smile on his face. "But you are a little more rigid than the other 2. Because they ignored the camera movement in my script when they filmed for the first time. Scripts and storyboards are just a draft and an outline of the director when shooting. Don't pay attention to the notes on it, such as lens model, lighting method, camera movement, entry point, etc. You just need to know what kind of picture you need for this scene, and then shoot it according to the actual situation. Like the sending long shot, do you have to follow the script notes to shoot close-ups? It's totally unnecessary. The marked close-up is to let you highlight Jack's helplessness, and loss in the last few seconds. You can open the scene with a panoramic view, and then push the camera. This can not only explain the joy of the winner, but also reflect the loss of the loser, and at the same time, the whole long shot will not become a monotonous and boring close-up. Well, if Roland's experience just now was to read from the script, then Spielberg's method was a matter of experience. And this is actually the difference. When Roland was writing the script, he was thinking about getting everything done in one go. But for a director, it is most important to be flexible and adaptable to local conditions. There are not many people who can do this. Many people who brag about themselves have produced terrible things. On the contrary, those directors who follow the script and shoot honestly have good results. However, this is also a very normal thing. After all, there are big names in every industry. In this so-called standard is no standard. Which guy can attract people, and which guy can make a lot of money, then his standard is the industry standard. But this standard is not applicable to everyone. Roland is still walking now, just like running with these big guys. Isn't that a dream? Therefore, after noting that he can think divergently when shooting, Roland did not dwell on this place. Experience can only be made up with time, and what he wants to know now is whether there is any mistake in the way he guides Charles to perform. Acting? Acting is fine. Spielberg gave a positive answer to Roland's question. If Robert hadn't refused to speak, I would have even wondered when he taught you. I told him before, didn't he tell you how to guide Henry Thomas? Then add in the blending of Chris and James, except for the lost innocence, all other emotions are fine. Spielberg said this, and Roland was relieved. When he was filming Home Alone before, due to the time loop, he directly acted out all the shots during the audition. Under such circumstances, there would naturally be no problems in the later filming. In the crew of Terminator 2, because the role of John Connor was taken by Spielberg, in this case, whether he acted well or not, James Cameron would only respond with angry spray, "Who let the person above you refuse to give me Jurassic Park? This makes me very desperate." Of course, Roland also understood that when Spielberg said there was no problem, he meant that there was no problem as a child star. Roland's performance, or his guiding ideas and the way he entered the state, can completely handle most of the scripts under the identity of a child star. In this case, how to improve? That is not Spielberg's business. After all, there is a fact that is very cruel. Although Spielberg is very awesome, he is not a professional actor. He knows what kind of picture he wants, and he knows how to express it to the actors in a specific state under a specific lens, but whether he can understand it depends on the actors themselves. Unlike Martin Scorsese, his works generally cannot bring awards to actors. He can make the actors reach a level that is not bad, 75 points above, 85 points slim. In this case, as long as you can get his ideas and express them perfectly, a nomination is already stable. As for going up, it depends on yourself. However, for Roland, these things have been enough for him for a long time. Compared with the truck driver who is not from a professional background and can only yell all day, ridiculous, not derogatory, Spielberg, who can guide the actors into the state, has too much to learn from him. Besides, Spielberg is a bold man after all. As a guy who dared to skip classes in college and sneak into the studios and production workshops of Universal Pictures to learn from others, he is also the only one who might give Roland a chance to practice. Chris Columbus is good, but he doesn't have the courage to challenge the investors. And James Cameron? Forget it. If Roland really dares to grab the director's baton from the other party, then the truck driver will definitely dare to transform into Yan Shuang-Ying. Let Roland see his brain. Because of this, even though Roland reshot the ending long shot according to Spielberg's request and returned the director's baton to the other party, he not only did not feel lost and regretful, but felt a little refreshed. That kind of refreshing is more exciting than the success of the art exam for the dream. Listen to the fans and go to school? Study for nothing. Even if he was admitted to the School of Cinematic Arts at the University of Southern California, even if he was admitted to New York University, even if he entered the American Film Academy, wouldn't the series of famous alumni still be these people, waiting for those schools to assign good job opportunities? Isn't that crazy? I can wait with my eyes closed and wait until the opportunity to shoot. And the guys born in the academy may never wait for this opportunity in their whole life. For Roland, it was not in vain to be able to shoot this clip. Even if he can only continue to watch it later, it is not a loss. Of course, it is impossible to continue to watch this kind of thing. Roland's shooting is fine, so let him continue to shoot the corresponding shots. And this is actually a very simple truth. Since the apprentice has taught, he must teach well, otherwise, it is their face that is lost. It's like Chris Columbus has no movies to shoot, and Spielberg helps him to call people to form Home Alone. It's like Robert Zemeckis wants to shoot it himself, and Spielberg takes the initiative to be the producer and helps him check it. It's like Bryce Howard wants resources, and Spielberg takes the initiative to give her Jurassic World. No matter how much you give to your own people, it is not too much. Don't give resources to your own people, but help outsiders? Isn't that crazy? Moreover, in his opinion, Roland is a good talent. He can make 500 million yuan when he debuts. With such natural commercial value, it would be a shame not to cultivate him well. As for not being Jewish, this is not important. Let him believe in Judaism, let alone this. Einstein's father was a missionary, but his Jewish son was not religious. Although the American TV series Sex and the City describes that people who believe in Judaism are considered Jews, in their bones, they are still counted according to their maternal bloodline. Of course, it's too early. Watching Roland's skillful command of Charles, Spielberg, leaning on the director's chair, remembered the plan mentioned by his two friends before. He cultivated so many people. Of course he had his own purpose. If it weren't for Jeffrey Katzenberg and David Jeffen's plan being too tempting, why would he attract so many people? The top film companies are not so easy to deal with. If you can't come up with a national ape like George Lucas, then take the road of everyone adding fuel to the fire. No matter whose apprentice he is, as long as he is one of our own and has commercial value, we can support him. Of course, whether it is Spielberg's plan or Roland's own idea, they are actually confirming Simakayan's words: the world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. If you have no value, people may help you when they see your relationship, but if you are valuable, let alone helping you get a project, even teaching you is no problem. And Roland didn't care about anything related to this. What's more, even if he knew Spielberg's idea, he would be happy about his own value. However, just when Roland was obsessed with learning, and Spielberg was mainly shooting adults and throwing the children's scenes to Roland to practice, these two guys who didn't care about anything didn't know that not far from the set, a staff member holding a camera directly took a picture of this scene. Note: Ryan Gosling really has ADHD. When he was a child, his mother stayed at home with him for a year. Although the symptom was alleviated when he grew up, the symptom of sugar addiction left by the disease cannot be changed. Not only that, he also used this method to get into the role. To be honest, I personally think this method of getting into the role is really inspiring. Spielberg's directing skills are also a combination of the strengths of many schools. He went to Universal Studios to learn when he was in college. Shamelessness is the characteristic of the Jewish gang. The reason why Martin Scorsese can train Leo is because he is a teacher. Bryce Howard is Ron Howard's daughter, the heroine of Jurassic World. This project was given to her by Spielberg. Not only that, her resources are also very good. Scorsese helped her contact Leo. She played Gwen in Spider-Man 3, the role of Stone in The Amazing Spider-Man. She also made a cameo in Twilight and played the heroine in Terminator 4. More importantly, her uncle is Clint Eastwood. She really has great resources. Unfortunately, small success depends on support. Big success depends on luck. Chapter 83, The World of the Otaku and Cole Needham's Childhood Wish. John is a costume designer for a film crew. She is pretty, but her figure is similar to that of most Americans, which is relatively sturdy. After graduating from high school, she wanted to develop in Hollywood and New York with her dreams, but unfortunately she encountered setbacks one after another, so she had to go back to a community college. With the support of her family and the experience of running errands for free in the Hollywood crew, as well as the costume major that does not even require SAT, she successfully got a position as a costume assistant for the crew. Of course, when you say assistant, you are actually a handyman responsible for the maintenance of costumes. After all, Hollywood crews are different from those entertainment circles in Hong Kong, wearing a set of costumes for more than 10 or 20 years. Don't dream. The crew has money, so things like costumes and props are naturally made with great effort. How to maintain the costumes during filming, and how to satisfy those big names became John's job. Although this job is a bit far from her dream back then, she is still in the crew after all. Even if she doesn't get a chance to be on camera, it's still no problem to make a living. After a few years, even though John was still interested in the acting industry, the idea of being an actor was ultimately defeated by the pain of losing weight. After repositioning herself, long-term stay in the crew became her goal. After achieving her goal and having a stable source of income, sharing what she saw and heard at work became a part of her life. Isn't it for fame and fortune that most people want to be stars? Since she couldn't be an actor who attracted everyone's attention, spreading news about the crew became John's biggest source of satisfaction. Of course, in order to keep her job, she certainly couldn't reveal the news to those street tabloids. In this way, the news discussion group she had joined in 1988 became her main channel for gaining attention. After taking a photo of Roland taking over the baton and directing the filming, and Spielberg crossing his legs and leaning against the monitor to check, John returned home and immediately turned on the computer with the Windows 3.0 operating system and excitedly posted a post in the moth aboard discussion area, the latest news from the crew of Captain Hook. In this era, when computers were still a luxury and the number of internet users only accounted for 1.5% of the American population, there was no such thing as clickbait and shocking society. Even though the title John came up with was really a bit like the ordinary Louis coup, the simple netizens still clicked in. The guys who could hang out here were all movie gourmets. When they found out that the poster was the guy who often broke the inside story of Hollywood crews, a series of messages suddenly appeared under the title. "Oh, John, I finally waited for you. Tell me, what is Steven's Captain Hook about? Yes, yes, yes. Who plays Peter Pan? What roles do Robin and Dustin play in the movie? Don't talk about anything else. Tell me if Julia is beautiful. Can you send me a photo of Julia on the set? Julia. Julia. John, the news you revealed today must be about her, right?" When a series of inquiries related to Julia Roberts appeared on the page, John, who was typing on the keyboard and thinking about how to write what he saw today, suddenly had countless black lines on his head. What the hell? These are all a bunch of oticus. There are so many big names in the crew of Captain Hook, no matter the big director Spielberg, or the two leading actors Robin Williams and Dustin Hoffman. These are all points to pay attention to. Okay, why don't you ask them about their news, but pay attention to a female star, who has just become popular. Although Julia Roberts moved the world with Pretty Woman last year, and successfully won a global box office of $463 million with a North American box office of $170 to $180 million, Roland Allen, who debuted with Home Alone, has a better performance. Not only that, he is so cute, and his attitude in the crew is also very kind and studious. You don't discuss such a guy with good grades, attitude and moral character in front of you, but what's the point of discussing a big mouth? I really don't understand. With a lot of complaints, John directly deleted the sentence he had already typed and strengthened the main body of this revelation to the group of impatient viewers. Today we are talking about Roland Allen and Steven Spielberg. This is definitely a revelation that can shock the whole country. However, when she sent this sentence, the internet speed, which was like a snail crawling, directly made her feel isolated from the world. After waiting for more than 3 minutes, a few sporadic replies appeared below her words. Roland Allen and Steven Spielberg. What is there to discuss about two men? Show us Julia Roberts. We want to see her fairy costume. Yes, yes, yes. We want to see the little fairy. Although Home Alone is a very good Christmas comedy and Roland Allen's performance in it is also very eye-catching, I still want to see Julia Roberts. John, didn't you say you are the costume designer of the crew? Then can you take pictures of her when she is putting on makeup? It's okay for a fee. ML to pay. Okay. After seeing such a reply, as a sister fan of Roland Allen, John was almost mad. Before, when Home Alone was popular, Roland Allen's popularity ranked first in the newsgroup page ranking. She thought at that time that these oticus actually liked boys, but she didn't expect that it has only been a few months, and Julia Roberts has replaced Michelle Pfeiffer as their favorite. Haha, men are really eels. But there is no way. Who makes the network environment of this era like this? After all, there are only a few people who can afford to buy computers, use systems, and install network cables. And those who need computers are mostly men. Under such circumstances, even if the guys who hang around on the internet have the same smell, the fans of female stars occupy the vast majority. A beautiful female star may make two male netizens who have never met each other discuss it enthusiastically, but if it is a guy like Roland Allen who takes the children and family route, it is impossible to have such a big appeal. In this way, even if the news in Joan's hands is extremely explosive, and everything she describes in the news group is even more shocking, but for those dead fat oticus with big nerves, these insider information is at most movie anecdotes, which belong to the behind the scenes footage exposed in advance. Many times, they can just watch it for fun. Want to stir up a discussion? That's dreaming. This is the problem of mismatched information. If John handed the photo to the media, then that night, there would be a series of discussions about Roland and Spielberg's ambiguous relationship. The next morning, various relationships that had not been exposed before would be on the front page of major media. The topic of Supernova Roland taking over Spielberg would definitely make the distributor of Terminator 2 fall in love with this handsome kid who could create explosive topics. But, After entering the internet, everything has returned to silence and nothingness. Of course, it is not appropriate to say so. When John's revelations were completely suppressed by Julia Roberts, who was needed by netizens, Cole Needham, the manager of the newsgroup's film database, saw this revelation. For someone who is keen on collecting various movie information, this revelation is quite interesting. In order to verify the authenticity, he directly left a bunch of words of surprise and excitement on the discussion page. He hoped that this crew whistleblower named John could provide him with more information. "Oh, John. I'm a loyal fan of Stephen and Roland. I'm so excited to see your revelations in the news group. Can you tell me what happened? Did Stephen really let Roland take the helm again? Can Roland Allen really act? Is he good at acting? This is what Joan wants to see the most." When she was depressed and found that someone had the same taste as herself, she was shocked at first and then excited, which turned her into a ruthless coder. Yes, Stephen really let Roland take the helm again, and he is now filming the children's scenes in The Crew. Roland can really act, but no media has reported this. In fact, his news has spread like wildfire in our circle. Almost everyone knows that he is a student of Robert Zemeckis. When he was filming Home Alone, Chris Columbus and others taught him how to act and how to film. Later, when he was filming Terminator 2, James Cameron also taught him film techniques in person. After joining the crew of Captain Hook, he said he was here to make a cameo, but after 2 days of filming, Steven Spielberg let him touch the camera. Although I haven't seen the filming effect, since he can keep filming, there must be no problem. Moreover, his attitude in The Crew is really super good. He will respond to anyone who greets him. When John shared his long suppressed joy with Cole Needham like a bamboo tube pouring beans, Cole Needham, who was far away in England, became even more excited. After reading the other party's message several times, he thought about how to get the real hammer information from the other party. After all, words are too deceptive, right? If you send me a photo by email, I might believe you. However, John refused his request for solid evidence. No matter which crew you join, you will sign a confidentiality agreement. Talking about these things in a deserted place that the media cannot reach is actually a violation of the rules. But in this era, the media cannot treat the revelations in the newsgroup community as news. Even if they are discovered, it will not cause much impact. As for the photos, this is her treasure. Besides, she is actually counting on those text revelations to get enough attention to make her body and mind feel happy. Others? Forget it. This is just like Winona Ryder, a habitual thief, Nicole Kidman who carries bedsheets and quilts with her, and John Travolta who flies planes at home when he has nothing to do. Breaking news to attract attention is John's hobby. But even so, she knew where to draw the line. Just be cool in the lawless online community. If she leaves any solid evidence, she will definitely be in trouble. In this way, she went into hiding when she found something wrong. As John's vigilance disappeared, Cole Needham, who had not received a reply for a long time, felt a little regretful. Sitting at home, he knocked on the table helplessly, regretting his eagerness for quick success. To be honest, unlike those guys who only gathered for female stars, and unlike those guys who looked through the information because of human instinct to peek into private lives, Cole Needham really liked movies. He grew up watching movie tapes, and he really wanted to know how credible John's revelations were. If there was solid evidence, even if those Otakus were not interested, he would immediately update his database. But now, the whistleblower ran away, so what was he going to write? If God could give him another chance, Cole Needham believed that he would never be so reckless. At least, we have to wait until we get more information about Spielberg. Yes, for Cole Needham, Home Alone is a very good Christmas comedy, and Roland Allen is quite interesting, but if he is put together with Spielberg, he will definitely choose the latter. Oh, too hasty. This time John was scared away, and I probably won't see him next time. What evidence do you think I have to ask him for? Isn't it better to ask more about Spielberg? If it doesn't work, just read more about his description of Roland Allen. Anyway, it's all collected information, and I'll verify it slowly later. However, just as Cole Needham sighed and opened his database, wanting to add John's revelations and mark them as unconfirmed, he saw Roland Allen's page maintainer in the database, and suddenly remembered something. That's not right. Doesn't Mike Mohame, who sent an email hoping that I would make the database public online, know Roland Allen? Since he knew Roland Allen, and the guy named John said that Roland had a very good relationship with Spielberg, then I can meet Spielberg through this program a friend. Thinking of this, Cole Needham, who had an idea, decisively ignored the time difference and sent an email to Mike Mohame. He felt that his childhood dream was about to come true. If he could really meet Spielberg through the movie database, then his obsession for so many years would be rewarded. However, he didn't know that when he pressed the send button and used the internet to send his hope to Mohame, Mike Mohame, who had been working day and night for nearly 4 months, had just crawled out of the rented office. Note, Michelle Pfeiffer is the Catwoman in Tim Burton's version of Batman. When IMDb was launched in 1990, she was the most popular actress in the community, but she was killed by Big Mouth Roberts within 2 months. Most guys in Hollywood have hobbies. John Travolta is the male lead in Pulp Fiction. He has many planes at home and has different pilot licenses. He likes to fly planes when he has nothing to do. On the 25th anniversary of IMDb, Cole Needham, the founder of IMDb, said why he collected these materials. When he was 5 years old, he won the newspaper's coloring competition. His grandmother awarded him and took him to see his first movie, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. He just thought the cartoon was interesting at the time, but when he saw Jaws at the age of 8, he was scared by the movie and dared not look at the sea or swim. The overlap and similarity between the sense of reality and the sense of unreality made him want to know about the director in the movie, so he flipped through the printed movie guide of that year, but Spielberg was not on it, because he had just become famous, so he started to collect information on his own. P.S. I typed the wrong chapter number again. Chapter 84, The Rules of Apprenticeship in the Entertainment Industry and the Easy to Understand Way to Deal with It. No chapter was missed. The title of chapter 82 was posted once more. Since they had communicated before, and Mike Mohame's game production team had helped Cole Needham write a running script to officially publish the content named Newsgroup Movie Database without a development order, there was not much obstacle for them to communicate. He described his childhood story in straightforward words, showed his initial desire for movies to Mohame, and described Spielberg as the enlightener of his hobby and interest, and everything was solved. Cole Needham clearly wanted to know whether his friend in California knew Roland Allen. If they had a good relationship, he hoped to meet him under appropriate circumstances. Cole Needham wanted to meet Roland Allen. In the slightly old but spacious office, Mike Mohame blew his nose after reading the email. He subconsciously took a sip of coffee, then raised his hand to scratch his head that looked like a chicken coop. He felt that he might have been secluded for too long and was somewhat isolated from the world. How did Cole Needham know that Roland Allen had a good relationship with Steven Spielberg? In his memory, the relationship between Roland Allen and the Jewish gang seemed to have never been made public. Before, when Roland won the Terminator 2 project with Spielberg, he took Roland to audition for Hook and thought that these people would announce it to the world and make the relationship completely public. After all, accepting students is a big deal. If it is announced in advance, it will obviously be a great boost to the box office of Home Alone. However, after he understood it, he realized that accepting apprentices in the entertainment industry are two different concepts. Only those guys who are neither high nor low expect the master to do a big thing, like a female star who, in public, paid homage to a flower blooming in the underworld and offered her tea, like a celebrity host who asked an old crosstalk actor to learn from her. The former was looking for a backer when she was unhappy with her husband, and the latter was looking for a sources when she was about to be forgotten. The reason why these guys want to publicize the act of apprenticeship is nothing more than to get news, attract attention, and gain attention. But for the real boss, things like taking students are enough for their own people to know, and there is no need to spread it around. Just like the guy who graduated from French literature, but shouted when he saw injustice on the road. This guy's really a teacher. What's more, if the boss is taking apprentices is publicized, it will be bad. First, appearing with the halo of a certain student will inevitably give people a high expectation. Second, if the halo fails, it will definitely be a huge blow to the student's career, and it will not look good for the teacher. Therefore, the Jewish gang will definitely not make public such a thing as having one more person. Under this unspoken rule, whether the outsiders know about this matter depends entirely on their spirituality. As for the insiders don't know that there is one more person under the boss. With this kind of information source, what kind of circle are you in? Get off your skirt as soon as possible. Because of this, after seeing the straightforward denial, Mike Mohame, who has a certain understanding of Hollywood and has worked overtime for a month, was a little confused. He didn't know how Cole Needham heard this news. However, it doesn't matter if he doesn't know. He can check it. When Mohame, who was full of guts, went to the movie section of the news group and found the section of the revelation sent by John, Mohame, who read the full text, realized that it turned out that there was an inside mole in the crew of Captain Hook who did not comply with the confidentiality contract. If this kind of person is caught, he will probably be kicked out of the circle directly, right? No, the contract breach penalty alone will make her pay to death. With a sigh, Mohame, who had already figured out the situation, directly used the administrator's authority to find John's address. After determining the exact coordinates of this guy, he cleared the content of the already unpopular section. As Roland's own, Mohame felt that it was no big deal to help Roland hide the information. Besides, the reason why he helped Cole Needham when he had nothing to do was to get the authority. With Roland rising all the way, if he encountered any problems, begging for help, it would be unreasonable, right? And if he could help him in the areas that Roland couldn't reach, wouldn't it be better for friends to help each other? Besides, Roland was very interested in the concept of the Internet of Everything. Isn't it the most effective way to maintain a relationship between the two parties, to cater to their preferences? Of course, although the source of the news had been directly deleted by Mohammed, for him, Cole Needham, the founder of the film database, was the most difficult guy. Facing such an honest questioner, he really didn't know how to respond. However, after hearing his doubts, Alan Ham, who was yawning and eating a hot dog, shrugged indifferently. He felt that Mike Mohammed imagined things a little too complicated. Oh, Mike, what are you still struggling with here? At the beginning, we contacted him directly under the banner of Roland. He knows your relationship with Roland, and now he just wants to verify whether the news just now is true. In this case, why don't you ask Roland what he thinks? If he agrees, then do Cole a favor. If Roland disagrees, you can tell Cole that the news just now is fake. What's more, when you called Roland before to congratulate him on the success of the movie, he took the initiative to ask you whether we and Cole are short of money, since he is so concerned about if you are interested in the game industry and the database, then maybe we can meet. As Alan Ham finished speaking, Frank Pierce, who had already heated up the pizza, agreed and said, yes. If you think it's hard to say it over the phone, then go to the crew tomorrow morning. Didn't you say it before? Roland told you that, if you have any difficulties, go directly to him. By the way, if you go there, it's best to bring the game we have developed. Although we don't expect him to help us promote it, but, what if? The three giants of Blizzard Entertainment in the future are now young people who have graduated for a year. For Alan Ham and Frank Pierce, Mike Mohame, this lucky guy, has found a gold mountain for their company. Although Roland may not be able to give them certain help in game development, in this industry, having money is enough. If Roland casually throws them 100 or 200,000, it will be enough for them to develop 4 or 5 games. With such a good backer in hand, wouldn't it be crazy not to maintain it well? With the two companions singing the same tune, Mohammed thought, it seems to be true. Since he knew that something happened in Captain Hook, maybe it would be better for him to go there in person to tell them. In this way, under the instigation of his companions, Mohammed did not hesitate. The next morning, he threw the Super Nintendo used to test the game into the car. When he left, he did not forget to take the game cartridge with the copy. When Mohammed drove to Sony Studios and entered the studio with the help of the staff, the first thing he saw was Roland, who squeezed away Spielberg and watched the filming in front of the monitor. There was no way, who made the huge machine and young body too conspicuous? When everyone's eyes were focused on him, Mohammed couldn't pretend to be blind. Because Roland was busy, Mohammed didn't think of going forward to disturb him, and while he was waiting to watch, everything on the set made him feel deeply moved. With Spielberg's approval, Roland, who was practicing with the children, naturally had no scruples. The neat and tidy commands were like strings, guiding the young actors to various directions just right, and the self-expressed actions and emotions were like a scroll, allowing the young actors who could not experience it in time to see with their own eyes what kind of picture Roland needed, and the long-winded words that broke down the professional terms were like a bridge, allowing the young actors in the lighting and photography to know how the entire shot would be presented. You learned so fast? After not seeing each other for half a year, the difference was naturally obvious at a glance. At the beginning of last year, when Mohamed took Roland to film in the crew of Home Alone, Roland would ask everything. After many years, he came into contact with this industry again, hoping to get a perfect answer to a question from those professionals. And now, perhaps because of the successful works, he seems to be much more confident. Of course, these are just Mohemed's personal thoughts. For him, it is too difficult to understand filming. He just felt that Roland's movements and momentum were really something. As for the rest, he couldn't comment on them. However, even though he didn't know how Roland was shooting, the first words he said to Roland when he met him were still full of admiration and praise. It's really impressive. This is only the third movie, and you're ready to change your career. Hey, what do you mean by change your career? Anyway, I have a lot of time now, so I'll learn whatever I come across. When Roland handed the baton back to Spielberg and finished today's shooting task, the staff came forward and told him the news that Mohamed had been waiting for a long time. After learning that the king of defaulting on payments would come to him for the first time, Roland, who was still immersed in the joy of learning, immediately reacted. "You didn't come here to treat me to a meal? I remember when you called me before, you promised me that you would treat me to a meal in Orange County." Listening to Roland's joking words, Mohamed nodded and said, "Of course, I came here to eat. But this time it should be you who treats me." Although he waited for a long time on the set, Mohamed was not impatient. After throwing a questioning word to Roland, his eyes began to wander. How could Roland not understand such a hint? Mohamed was telling him that this was not a place to talk. He raised his elbow with a smile, poked Mohamed's waist for a while, and then took the lead and pulled him into his lounge. "Tell me, have you encountered any problems? If it's not a trouble, you should call me." In Roland's opinion, if there is no difficulty, Mohamed doesn't need to come to the crew at all. And the matter that made him come from Ivine must be very big for Mohamed. However, just as Roland was estimating how much money Mohamed needed, a group of numbers that came into his sight made him raise his eyebrows. If it weren't for the decimal point to distinguish, Roland would even suspect that the other party was joking with him. "This is..." Roland took the note. "IP address." Although Mohamed's face was still full of smiles, his voice was heavy. "Someone in your crew violated the confidentiality clause and broke the news about your relationship with Spielberg in the online community." Knowing Roland's understanding of computers and the internet, Mohamed explained it very easily. At first, when Roland learned that some crew members were talking nonsense on the internet, he was actually a little depressed. But when he knew that the other party only revealed his learning results in the crew and was not induced by Cole Needham to give the corresponding hammer, he was relieved. And when he heard that Cole Needham, who knew about this, actually wanted to meet Spielberg by getting to know him, Roland's face was sunny and smiled. The founder of UMB came to the door just like that. This is much easier than going to him yourself. As long as you meet him once and help him fulfill his wish, then this website can still have a share of Amazon. The data collection started because of Spielberg, so it is the best choice to return to the hands of the Jewish gang in the end. Yes, for Roland, the news being exposed is not as important as Cole Needham wanting to meet him. Since this young man is also a believer of Spielberg, then everyone is one of us. However, Roland's willingness to meet him does not mean that Spielberg is willing to meet him. In this way, Roland, who did not know how to deal with the leak, asked Mohamed to stay here and not move, and he went to the west to ask for help from the Buddha. After Spielberg finished listening to Mohamed's story, this guy who had debuted for 23 years and had seen ups and downs, took the note from Mohamed very naturally. Are you sure that this guy named John only posted about me and Roland in that news group? Yes, I checked all the records of this guy's speech, and I have deleted the topics related to you. Mohammed nodded very affirmatively. Although this was his first time communicating with Spielberg, he did not feel any pressure with Roland as his own person. Okay, thank you, I will handle this matter, you don't have to worry about it. Spielberg nodded and smiled, and while speaking, his eyes under the lens also moved, gently scraping Roland and Mohammed. For him, teaching Roland was a long-term investment, and he didn't expect to cash it in immediately, but now this happened. It surprised him a little. In that field, that the traditional public didn't know about, Roland actually had friends. Moreover, they said that the guy who collected various movie materials and uploaded and shared them was his loyal fan. It's quite interesting. After pondering for 2 seconds, Spielberg continued, as for Cole Needham you mentioned. If he comes to Los Angeles and I happen to be there, I can meet him. Perfect. When the affirmative answer appeared, Roland almost clenched his fist and clapped his hands. If learning skills from a famous guide is Roland's main goal, then Cole Needham is an additional bonus. It's just, this bonus is a bit big, right? But it doesn't matter, Roland doesn't mind at all. Not only that, he also hopes that the treasures that appeared because of the Jewish gang can be more. Roland now actually regrets a little. If he had known that it would be so easy to pick up treasures, he would not have struggled in front of the computer for a long time, trying to write down everything in his head. Wouldn't it be nice to be a pick-but-trashman? However, just as Roland was happy that his circle of interpersonal relationships had expanded, Spielberg, who was standing next to him, became very interested in Mohammed. After all, these days, there are not many guys who can take the initiative to help others clean up their messes for the sake of friendship. Although the relationship between the Jewish gang and Roland will be made public sooner or later, Spielberg feels that it is not now. What's more, John only revealed their relationship this time. If he sold the cruise situation to the media one day, they would be the ones who would suffer. If there is someone to help watch, the situation will be much better. Are you Roland's friend? I remember you were his tutor before. Yes, director. I have seen Roland's information before. If I remember correctly, you seem to be from UCLA. Yes, director. I graduated from the Department of Electronic Engineering. Department of Electronic Engineering? Where do you work now? Are you interested in computer visual effects? If you are interested, I can introduce you to Industrial Light and Magic. Of course, if you like to do development, Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, these are all fine. In Spielberg's view, the guy who can personally report the news during working hours probably doesn't have a proper job. Since he has reported the news, it is not a big deal to recommend him. Industrial Light and Magic is now studying digital synthesis and has business dealings with major high-tech companies. Where Mohammed wants to go, he can ask Lucas to make a phone call and solve all the problems. This behavior can be regarded as repaying the favor of the informant. However, just as he was wondering whether Mohammed would agree or refuse, the guy sitting in front of him rubbed his hands excitedly, stood up very embarrassedly, and picked up the box on the sofa. Director, I run my own company. The company's name is Silicon and SYNOPSIS. Our operating project is game development. We just received a development project from Nintendo at the beginning of this year and developed a racing game. I brought the machine and the copy. Roland likes to play games, so this is for him to try. I understand your good intentions, but I may not need a new job now. When Roland heard the phrase start your own company, he didn't think there was anything wrong. Not only that, Spielberg, who wanted to return the favor, smiled and nodded in appreciation of the young man's entrepreneurial spirit. But when Mohammed mentioned game development and Nintendo, Roland, who was sitting aside and didn't think of interrupting, suddenly felt something was wrong. At the same time, the smile on Spielberg's face was also fading. When Mohammed took out the Super Nintendo game console and the copy cassette from the box to prove that what he said was true, Roland, who was slow to realize it, immediately reacted. He first glanced at the game console in front of him and didn't find anything unusual, then looked up at Spielberg, whose face had already fallen. Damn it. Mohammed, you bastard. Are you actually trying to trick your grandfather? When Roland saw the Super Nintendo game console and Spielberg's expressionless face, he just wanted to kick Mohammed to death, to draw a clear line between him and him. Mentioning Nintendo in front of Spielberg is like hanging yourself, looking for death. You can just say you are a game maker. Why do you want to mention Nintendo? Don't you know that the American video game industry was killed by Spielberg? If he hadn't been greedy for money, Nintendo's home game consoles would never have sold well in America. And this can be traced back to 1972. Note, because of racial discrimination, Hollywood stars generally do not say what their ethnicity is, especially Jews, like Harrison Ford mentioned earlier. Even if the whole world knows that Jews like to use Jews, they will not publicly admit it. This kind of group is in the circle, fighting for resources and projects together. If outsiders bully them, they will fight together, just like when they dealt with Mel Gibson. When their identities were not made public, only Lucas said once on his birthday that they were together. Amazon initially acquired them for $55 million, just to sell videotapes online through their information sources. In 1991, Industrial Light and Magic was already desperately researching digital synthesis. In 1999, 40% of the special effects of Star Wars prequel were done by computers. The American home console was killed by Spielberg, at least he thought so. Chapter 85: Spielberg's instinct to save the world and Roland Allen's love of games. For Spielberg, movies are his toys, since he was a child. When other children were still at the stage of occasionally going to the movies, he, who had a senior engineer father, was already a director who was holding an 8mm camera and shooting everywhere. Because of this, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Roland, who was 11 years old, making movies, because he also shot in this way. Of course, after he had a son, the importance of the child rose accordingly. He could give up overtime to accompany his children. He could turn down those night shoots for his children. He could stay away from those projects that required going abroad for his children. But he couldn't give up his hobby, games, for his children. Yes, if movies are Spielberg's dream career, then games are his friends who have grown up with him. As one of the first video game addicts in the world, he was the first guy in the film circle to play Atari's first arcade Pong. In the golden age of American arcades, Spielberg's film studio was actually a game hall. Spielberg was obsessed with classic game consoles such as Breakout, designed by Apple founders Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. As a heavy game lover, he was already a fan of the future Apple godfather in the 1970s. This is why Jobs was able to buy Pixar Animation for $10 million. If there was no Spielberg, let alone a friendly price, Lucas would not have sold his studio to an outsider, even if he didn't like animation. The reason why Pixar Animation was able to invite Tom Hanks to voice Toy Story and hook up with Walt Disney was also because of the Jewish gang behind it. With Spielberg as a fan, Jobs was naturally able to hook up with Jeffrey Katzenberg, the chairman of Walt Disney at the time, Spielberg's friend, and one of the three giants of DreamWorks. Of course, Jobs was only one of the key figures in Spielberg's gaming career. The game that really made him addicted was the famous Japanese Space Invaders. Yada, which was only established in 1972, transplanted this game to its own machine in 1980. After playing this game, Spielberg, who had just achieved great success with Indiana Jones, directly locked himself in the studio, played the entire game, and wrote a guide himself. On the first page of the guide, he even directly marked it. I hope that the reader who sees this book is a game fan. If Nintendo and Disney are the two companies with the best IP operations in the world, then Spielberg is definitely the first guy in the world to madly produce derivative products without the concept of IP. His enthusiasm for games made him contact the game company to create the same pickup machine before Jaws was released. When Atari 2600 was launched, Spielberg also asked them to make his Hollywood debut Fast and Furious into a game. When filming at the Alien, the guy who joined the crew with him was working on the latest game, Donkey Kong. If time had stopped in 1982, the myth of Atari and Spielberg's madness for games would have been the most popular topic in the market. However, it was precisely because of this continuous success and high confidence in the influence of his work that in 1983, Spielberg, who had just established a film production company and was in urgent need of funds to grow and develop, cut his friend Spielberg wanted to develop his Amblin Entertainment into a film production company like Lucasfilm. Although there was no national IP like Star Wars, he came up with an idea. Movies plus games plus various other derivatives. If the movie sells well, you can adapt the game. Adapting the game can make crazy money. Games strengthen the concept of movies. Unlike going to the cinema, it can enter thousands of households by itself. In this case, with their company, the value of derivatives will increase exponentially. So, when Atari came forward to purchase the copyright of the game Met the Alien, Spielberg, who was in the same boat with Universal, asked for a huge amount of $25 million in licensing fees and a high share of the profits. Of course, if it was just these, it would be fine. This kind of extortionate behavior made the entire negotiation last from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. Not only that, when the contract was signed, they also required Atari, a subsidiary of Warner, to release the game that year. The contract was only signed in July, and it had to be officially launched in December. In the era without digital products, the development cycle was only 6 weeks, and what kind of game could be written in 6 weeks? If it were put in today's time, for a company like Rockstar, that couldn't perfectly port Red Dead Redemption 2 from the console to the PC in a year, 6 weeks wouldn't even be able to write a bug. Of course, if it were Ubisoft, perhaps the potatoes would have been planted. So, the failure was obvious. More than 10 million copies of the game were produced, but only 1.5 million were sold in the end. The countless cartridges that couldn't be sold were buried by Atari in the desert of New Mexico. Of course, if it was just a failure, that would be fine. What Spielberg could not accept the most was that his Met the Alien has always been hailed as the last straw to save the market, because at that time, the market was full of all kinds of shoddy and junk games. Because this industry makes money, even food companies want to get a piece of the pie. The quality of the games they developed was so low that it was speechless. While causing a lot of homogeneity, the enthusiasm of users was also fading rapidly. The public's enthusiasm for electronic games disappeared without a trace, and consumers were unwilling to buy games. People hoped that this director who loved games the most could bring a different experience to the market. But Spielberg finally chose money. In the internet age, any video host who has made a history of game development will mention the biggest collapse in the history of games in 1983, the Atari shock. Many people attributed the bankruptcy of all American game development studios, the official demise of the second-generation game consoles, and the transfer of the world's TV game development center from America to the island country, etc. All to Atari's stupidity, and to Atari's use of IP as everything to save the world, while ignoring the quality of the game. But only Spielberg himself knows that he stabbed his friend to death on the road to catching up with Lucas. He, who claims to be the #1 player, completely failed the expectations of all game enthusiasts. $25 million in licensing fees. This can already make hundreds of games. You know, the total R&D cost of Atari's new game console is only $100 million. And it is precisely because of Atari's failure that Nintendo's red and white machine has an opportunity to take advantage of it. Super Mario Bros., which was released in America in 1985, set off a frenzy of gaming. In just 3 years, Nintendo restored the American game market to the heyday of Atari. At that time, there was even a saying on the market that a toilet repairman saved the American game circle. Games with a sense of achievement, rich plots, and a strong sense of substitution are deeply loved by people. And all this should have belonged to Spielberg's glory. But he personally ruined his savior identity. After the complete failure of the game Met the Alien, Spielberg never mentioned his love for video games again, and no longer cared about who his movies would be licensed to by the film company, or what kind of games would be made. He felt that he was sorry for the game fans who placed their hopes on him, so he would rather re-establish DreamWorks than continue to pull Amblin Entertainment. On the road to the development of the company, he did not lose to anyone. He only lost to himself. No matter how good his movies were, he could not accept the act of strangling his friend to death with his own hands. Because of this, when Mohammed brought out the Super Nintendo home game console and the game cartridge they had just made, Spielberg, who wanted to introduce a job to Mohammed, felt that his heart was stabbed by his own hands. At a certain moment, he even had the idea of asking Mohammed and Roland to get out together. But when he lowered his eyes and looked at the familiar game cartridge, this guy who should have been furious unexpectedly picked it up and asked in a low voice, "Game maker? What game?" Only those who have watched Ready Player One know that Spielberg is the culprit. In this era, people only know that he is a film director who licensed the IP to Atari. As for the rest, that is only the legendary identity of a game enthusiast. Therefore, Mohammed took the initiative to bring out the game when Spielberg asked, and after seeing the other party's interested inquiry, his words were like a torrent of water, and he spoke endlessly. The game we developed is called RPM Racing. It's based on the 64-bit destructive racing game produced by Electronic Arts in 1985. Electronic Arts? Trip Hawkins? I know this guy. After learning that the core of the game was still a game made by Americans themselves, Spielberg, who was about to put on a stern face, softened his expression a lot. Didn't Trip work for Steve Jobs before? Jobs switched from games to computers, but this guy left Apple and went to make games. But I remember, isn't he still making computer games now? Why are you making TV games? When Spielberg asked this with a little curiosity, Mohammed, who wanted to use his relationship to sell games to Spielberg, suddenly became excited. Because Nintendo sales reached $2 billion in 1989, the TV game market is recovering. At the same time, Sega also brought their Mega Drive came to America, hoping to compete with Nintendo. Since the TV game industry has a good prospect, we certainly hope to make a name for ourselves through this industry first. Make a name for ourselves first. Spielberg's voice rose. Aren't you going to help Nintendo all the time? No, we want to make computer games. Mohammed shook his head repeatedly, and while speaking, he also cast his eyes on Roland. Roland knows about this matter. We all think that computers are the trend of the future. We are now making Nintendo's TV games, just hoping to accumulate funds. After home computers become popular, we will immediately change our business. Of course, this is just our plan. If we want to get to that point, we have to hope that this game can be successful first. Pragmatic words are the development path that Mohammed and his friends have studied in the past 6 months. But after hearing Spielberg's ears, the situation is not the same. These game people really don't want to care about Nintendo. Does Roland Allen like games too? And he is also very optimistic about home computers? Really? Roland, you also like games and computers? When Spielberg moved his eyes away from the game cartridge and looked at Roland, the little guy who was still thinking about how to sever his relationship with Mohammed was stunned for a second. Spielberg was not angry. In Roland's opinion, after hearing about Nintendo, Spielberg would probably cut off the mentor-disciple relationship and kick him out of the crew without mercy. After all, games are his biggest pain now. But now, he can actually keep his composure and chat. It seems that the rumors in the future are true. Spielberg's relationship with games will naturally not end because of the failure of Ed the Alien. As Liankicheo said, 10 years of drinking ice cannot cool the hot blood. Even though Ed the Alien failed, Spielberg never mentioned that he was a game player, but he had actually been writing scripts for Lucas Games. After directing Saving Private Ryan, whenever he thought of the scene where the Allies were attacked on the Normandy beaches, he insisted on making that scene into a game. However, both DreamWorks and Amblin strongly opposed it. In their view, games with World War II themes are outdated. This kind of realistic FPS game is very boring. Not only that, the failure of Ed the Alien is right in front of us, and there is no need to wade into this muddy water again. But, this time Spielberg did not compromise. Because his son likes to play the classic FPS game 007, GoldenEye on the Nintendo N64 platform very much, isn't playing Nintendo's games against me? So, Medal of Honor, produced by DreamWorks Interactive and exclusive to Sony PS, appeared. Medal of Honor was a huge success once it was released. In the year 2000, DreamWorks, led by Spielberg, also made a sequel, Underground Resistance. Since the most popular platform for FPS at that time was still PC, Spielberg left his ideas and inspiration behind after selling the IP to his friend Electronic Arts. Of course, this was also related to the fact that DreamWorks was besieged by Hollywood giants at that time and could not open up the overseas distribution. However, although Spielberg completed half of the regret and handed the rest to others, the creativity and people he left behind were directly poached by EA. They found the 2015 studio in the way of old and new and asked them to bring Medal of Honor to PC. The veterans from DreamWorks Interactive naturally use the scripted real-time performance left by Spielberg to interpret Saving Private Ryan in the first-person way. In the generation of joint assault when Medal of Honor was brought to PC, the sales of all platforms reached an astonishing 3 million. Later, due to the terrible sales and money, half of the 2015 studio, which was led by the old and the new, was poached by Activision. The veterans led by Spielberg were divided into two groups. One group established Infinity Ward, and the other group joined EA's Los Angeles studio. Both sides worked hard to extend the creativity left by Spielberg, and made two games. One is the hardcore military multiplayer shooting game Battlefield that has survived for nearly 20 years. The other is Call of Duty, which is called the cancer of the industry, but has repeatedly created sales myths. Yes, after betraying the trust of players in 1982 and destroying the American video game market with his own hands, 15 years later, Spielberg relied on his own persistence to add two super ripes belonging to America to the PC game market. Although Nintendo is still popular, no one can compete with them in the field of FPS. It is precisely because these two games wiped out the remaining half of Spielberg's regret that Ready Player One was born. Many people think that this movie is playing with memes, and the last line should be changed to "Thank you for watching my movie," but in fact, what Spielberg really wants to say is that sentence, "Thank you for playing my game." Spielberg, who was supposed to save the world in 1982, finally brought his regret to the screen after 36 years. While cooperating with Atari's parent company Warner, Spielberg also abandoned DreamWorks and chose Amblin Entertainment, the source of the mistake that year, to produce it. When Oasis's father Halliday appeared wearing his favorite Space Invaders, when Oasis's father left the virtual door with his childhood, "Thank you for playing my game," it became Spielberg's most affectionate confession to those players who bought game cartridges because of him and continued to support video games in the future. He knew he was wrong, and he had made up for it. As for whether the former players would forgive him, he didn't know. But he may never be able to forgive himself, because he destroyed the dreams of a generation with his own hands. He likes to watch children play games, and he never thinks that games are electronic heroin. He also thinks it is normal for adults to play games. Everyone likes to dream. Which child doesn't want to be a hero? At the age of 5, he saved the world in Hyrule Fantasy. At the age of 15, he charged into the Azeroth continent. At the age of 25, he returned to the Legend of Zelda to revisit the old place. Although the people who play games have grown up, who doesn't want to be the child who dreams? When these deeds are like spring water, constantly emerging in Roland's alarm clock. Roland, who was still nervous and wanted to break off relations with Mahami, breathed a sigh of relief. What's the use of being rich? Sometimes taking a wrong step will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Many people can't understand why the rich always have some inexplicable pain. Because many times, the pain of these guys can't be eliminated with money. Just like Spielberg, he instinctively saved the world, and as the owner of the E-Type, he asked Atari to make good games. But he took the initiative to give up all this, and the identity of the savior cannot be bought with money at all. Feeling Spielberg's curious eyes, Roland suddenly felt that the guy in front of him was a little different. If before, Spielberg only regarded Roland as Robert Zemeckis' apprentice, if these days, Spielberg just thought that Roland was a very good investable person, then now, he is like looking at himself. At the age of 11, he could already take an 8mm camera and shoot everywhere. Now Roland shoots much better than he did back then. When he was 19 years old, he graduated from high school and wandered around Universal Studios, hoping to get advice from people in the industry. Now Roland seems to have known Robert Zemeckis from Universal Studios. At the age of 26, he was already frantically collecting various arcade machines. Now Roland has advanced his interest in games by 15 years. At the age of 29, He finally tasted the taste of being popular. Now Roland has become a big hit. The similar feeling is getting stronger. Not only that, this 44-year-old guy suddenly felt that compared to Roland, the first 30 years of his life seemed to have been lived like a dog. If Home Alone corresponds to Jaws, then Terminator 2 will correspond to Close Encounters of the Third Kind. No. Terminator 2 may become Indiana Jones. I hope this kid won't make the same mistake I made back then. No. I can't let him make the same mistake I made. Spielberg didn't believe that Mike Mohammed would directly bring the Super Nintendo and the newly developed games over when Roland didn't like games. In his opinion, only if Roland was interested first would he do this. In that case, whether Roland admitted it or not was actually not important. Since this kid's preferences were the same as his own, and since his life trajectory was a microcosm of his own essence, then, Spielberg's biggest idea was not to repeat the same mistakes. As for miracles, isn't it just a dream to overthrow the current Nintendo? It was his biggest wish to hope that these guys who were interested in computer games and had the ability to do it could hold on to this market. As for other things, why do you ask so much of an 11-year-old? If Spielberg felt that Roland's training value had to be re-evaluated after seeing the IP address of the insider, then now, the guy who was extremely similar to his life microcosm could no longer be introduced by someone's students. Robert Zemeckis couldn't remember whether he had taught Roland or not, so now, just pretend that he hadn't taught him. How could an apprentice cheat his master? This guy who has been interested in movies since he was a child, a kid who dared to harass the director on the set, a kid who has the capital to lead the development of a game studio, let him take care of it. It has nothing to do with money. It has nothing to do with fame. It has nothing to do with race. He just wants to make up for the mistakes he made back then. He was short of money back then. Now, what does money mean? Because of this, when Roland nodded in response with a sigh of relief, he finally laughed, after getting a positive answer. After taking a look at the unmarked cassette on the table, the director, who was supposed to go out to find food, take a short nap at noon, and then host the filming, stood up and walked to the door, called his assistant, and told him, "Let's go, it's time to rest in the afternoon, everyone take a half-day break." Not only that, he also said, "Get me a TV that can be plugged into the Super Nintendo, and then bring me 3 lunches." At this point, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the 2 people who had reacted and were delighted, and asked with a smile, "What are you eating?" "I'll ask my assistant to buy it. I haven't played games for a long time. I don't know how your racing game imitating Trip Hawkins is. If it disappoints me, then you shouldn't release it. Just go back to the furnace and rebuild." When Roland saw Spielberg say the word reforge with a smiling face, he suddenly realized that it seemed that when he did nothing, the other party's favorability was suddenly boosted by him. No, Roland didn't do nothing, right? Things like learning on the set must be done by himself. He had to bring up his interest in computers and what he wanted to learn. He had to bring up his interest in Imban games to Mohammed. In the final analysis, everything was still about his initial love. He got into the industry in his previous life because he loved movies, and he is still the same in this life. He was addicted to games in his previous life, and he is still the same in this life. In that case, he could accept Spielberg's changes calmly. What's more, he really loves games. Although he had never played Space Invaders, he could play Red Fortress, Green Army, and Salamandra with 1 coin. Although he had never seen the cassette of it, he knew how to start with Bay. Although he might never make a movie about Ready Player One, he played a COD better than anyone else. Moreover, when he first saw Mike Mohammed, Roland was not thinking about investing in Blizzard, but about breaking the knees of Mohammed, the founder of World of Warcraft. Just like Spielberg, Roland's first reaction was the joy and anger of the game, and the second reaction was to invest. He loved movies. He also loved games. Note, Jobs was the 40th employee of Atari. He knew Spielberg during the Atari period. When acquiring Pixar, Lucas, who wanted to lay off the computer animation department, offered $45 million, but the deal was finally closed at $10 million. At that time, Bill Gates also wanted to acquire Pixar. Even though Pixar suffered losses 4 years later in 1990, Gates still wanted to buy it from Jobs for $90 million, but Jobs still didn't sell it. Just like Spielberg wanted to surpass Lucasfilm, he also wanted to surpass Amblin Entertainment in the film field. Before it was made into a game, Atari had actually fought to save the market. They bought Namco's Pac-Man in the hope of using the big hype to promote the sales of game consoles, but unfortunately, due to operational problems, they produced 12 million copies when there were only 10 million machines in the market, but only sold 7 million copies. It was actually the hope of the whole village, but the shoddy game was rated as a nightmare for American children. So much so that some people still criticize Spielberg, saying, the best director in the world, the best movie, but the worst game. The founder of Electronic Arts knew Spielberg when he was at Apple, so when he was making Medal of Honor, Spielberg sold the IP to EA directly. This is also why Spielberg did not sue the other party when the third generation game copied the plot of Saving Private Ryan, because those were all scripts he had written. Chapter 86, The Treasure House, after becoming a miniature. However, 2 hours later, the game player from the future was going crazy. Oh, shit. When the off-road vehicle driven by Roland was smashed by Spielberg's car for the nth time, he felt so angry that he held his head with both hands and cursed, Steven. This is a racing game. But the problem is that this game does not have any punishment for damaging other people's vehicles. Looking at the little guy with sharp eyes, as if he wanted to dig a piece of meat from his body, Spielberg, who had already won the shameless victory by forcibly scrapping Roland's car, did not have the director's posture of holding the director's baton and directing the country on weekdays. Fuck. The collision should be attributed to normal physical collision, instead of destroying other people's vehicles by collision as the way to win. This way of playing is extremely immoral. Roland was not convinced, but he could only be helpless and furious, because he could not win. Although Roland was foul-mouthed, Spielberg didn't mind at all. Or rather, the pleasure of playing games online with friends was all reflected in the rage of being unable to beat or kill the other party. At this moment, he smiled like a child. Since there is no damage penalty, it proves that my way of playing is fine. It is a special design of the game developer. Am I right, Mike? What? You dare to stand on his side and try it? Although Roland's eyes can kill people, and Mohami wants to apologize for the bad game experience he encountered, but Spielberg is really right. Using your own skills to eliminate others is the core gameplay of their game. Yes, the ability of vehicles to attack each other is the biggest feature of our game. Hearing this, Roland rubbed his fur hard. Get lost. If you look at it from the perspective of 30 years later, the game RPM racing is really terrible. Although Mohami and his team borrowed from the destructive competitive racing game produced by Electronic Arts 6 years ago and adopted the other party's successful experience, they created regular mode, personal mode, and even like the future Warcraft map editor, you can create your own map and set your favorite route parameters, but its main gameplay is actually driving a car in an infinitely repeated scene. After a long time, it feels like it is constantly going in circles. That feeling is just like the lonely desert highway made by Paykan next door. Abnormal sand sculpture. Of course, unlike those games that are purely for losing money, the life and death speed of the game RPM racing is still very fast. Due to the poor operating feel, a little more force will cause the vehicle you control to oversteer. Therefore, the refreshing feeling of completing the race is immediately replaced by a high degree of concentration and patience that ordinary people can hardly imagine. However, after adding the setting of the health bar, concentration and patience make the real selling point of the whole game manifest, because using the control handle to directly crash the opponent's vehicle is also one of the ways to win. Because of this, when Spielberg and Roland sat on the ground and ran 2 laps, the gap between the hardcore gamers and the parent care players suddenly appeared, just like the slogans they often shouted when playing League of Legends in the future. Team battles, games, can be lost, but Timo, Roland, must die. A good racing game was instantly turned into a violent motorcycle game by them. If it was a PS controller or an Xbox controller, Roland would still have the confidence to kill the guy next to him who was showing off. But the problem is, he is not used to using Nintendo's stupid controller. Roland is really not complaining. What radio controllers, round pancake controllers, vibrator controllers, remote control controllers, horseshoe-shaped controllers. These weird peripherals are all made by Nintendo. There is no way, as a toy company, that can make peripherals that lead fashion trends. Roland really can't use these things. If possible, he really wants to shout, keys. He thinks that keyboards are better than these round and straight controllers. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. As a hardcore player who can press enter at 0/9/0 and complain to his teammates, what a broken server. My delay has exceeded 1000. Roland dared to smash the market when he couldn't feel any game experience. When he saw the little guy throwing the handle, he stood up angrily, took a bottle of mineral water, and poured it into his mouth. Spielberg, who had won many games, smiled even more. While putting down the handle, he also leaned back with his hands on his head. Don't want to play anymore? Isn't this game interesting? Mike said you like games, but I didn't expect your interest to last only for a while. Who said that? It's obviously this handle that doesn't work well. At this moment, Roland perfectly explained what it means to shirk responsibility. If possible, he even wanted to give a quality 8-game winning streak. If it was someone else, they would definitely think that Roland was abnormally tasteless now, but for Spielberg and Mohami, this behavior was normal. It's a competitive game. If you don't complain when you lose, can you still say you love games? Just like the square jungler, the gold medal lecturer who always says I'm not at a disadvantage. Treating every game with a normal heart is called work. Faker changed to support after the game like Doin. That's called playing games. Because of this, after seeing Roland's dissatisfaction, Spielberg, who was in a good mood, invited him to his home to fight again. Roland would naturally not refuse Spielberg's proposal. Not only that, he also dragged Mohami to see what kind of fun the game is. However, after he walked around the game hall of Spielberg's house, a cruel reality was placed in front of him. He really couldn't play these antique arcade machines. No matter how much he loved games in his previous life, he had never touched an Atari game console. In this case, wanting to beat Spielberg in the field he excels in. Isn't this a special brain hole? However, after losing countless games in a row, Roland finally found a game that he seemed to be able to win. If you can't beat me in action games, and I'm not familiar with the levels in level-breaking games, then we can play Tetris. As a guy who can easily get hundreds of thousands of points with a Nokia phone, Roland feels that he can't lose. And his idea is obviously correct. As an old-fashioned who is not very used to using computers, Spielberg hasn't gotten familiar with the operation yet, but Roland's score has already exceeded the 5-digit mark. So, after giving up debugging, he and Mohami stared at the computer screen on the left and right. When they found that the various blocks that suddenly fell in Roland's hands were as obedient as Scottish round-faced chicks, the feeling of surprise, like the score, continued to accumulate and soared to the sky. While watching the game, the two also noticed Roland himself. That immersive and focused expression made the hardcore players and game developers smack their lips. The two of them believed that in this field, perhaps only time can defeat Roland. Because of this, when Roland, who had won against Spielberg, was happily chewing on his steak at dinner time, the joy on his face was like winning the first prize, and he almost announced to the world that Spielberg was his defeated opponent. However, although he did not show off in front of Spielberg, Roland, who was already addicted to the game, started to criticize the game at the table. Mike, your game is pretty good. It's just that the feel needs to be improved. It's too hard to get started, too hard to operate. Okay, I think you need to lower the sensitivity by half. A guy like me who can easily control Tetris can't get started quickly. If you hand in this kind of game, I guess everyone who has bought and played it will curse at you. Although Roland in his previous life did not dare to set foot in the stage area of winning means your parents are alive. Losing means your family tree is ascended to heaven. As the king of the first area, he would still find faults. The operating rules that do not meet my wishes are anti-human, and he still understands this. Of course, he is not just talking nonsense now. After all, Muhammad is his own man. It is not in Roland's interest to destroy their company. Even Spielberg can relate to the problem of feel he mentioned. Although this guy has won many games against Roland, he has also used nearly 20 years of experience in electronic games to control it. If you want to make the game RPM racing capture people's hearts, you can't just please those hardcore players. If you want to make a game that everyone likes to play, at least people of all ages and all levels of operation must have a certain gaming experience. Before the company becomes big, it can't exclude those novice players like the Battlefield series and Dota 2 series in the future. No matter how good their revenue is, it can't surpass the Call of Duty series and LoL. Just like when Teobayo was first launched, and the Teobayo app was first launched, Jack Ma had to operate it himself. Let the programmers work on a product, there will definitely be accidents. After all, in their opinion, many operations are actually very simple. Why don't the public understand? Isn't that because they are stupid? If it was someone else, Mohammed would definitely not listen to their opinions. This is the game we made, it's none of your business. But now, the guys who think there is a problem are Roland and Spielberg, and the situation is different. To put it bluntly, if the game is changed according to their requirements, even if it can't be sold, Mohammed doesn't have to worry about the development funds for the next game. As long as these two people like it, they can just give them a small 100,000 yuan, and they can bury their heads in development again. And if it becomes popular, that proves that the experience of hardcore players is very useful. When they make money, they can continue to make games. So, in Mohammed's view, as long as it is changed, it will definitely not be a loss. Of course, there seems to be something wrong with always talking about games at the dinner table. After recording the opinions of the two senior players, Mohammed took the initiative to find a topic and talked to them about his old business. When Mohammed asked Roland whether there would be a sequel to Home Alone, and the newsgroup film community had discussed this issue many times, Spielberg, who had already wanted to straighten out his own life microcosm, swallowed his beef and said, "We have to wait until Terminator 2 is released before we can talk about this. If Terminator 2 is a hit, I will let Catherine Kennedy try to get you 15 million. If it loses money, it depends on the situation, but I will also negotiate you 10 million as a minimum. You don't have to worry about the film company. Although you signed with CAA, I will let Catherine handle various invitations. What's more, you are not short of money now, right? It doesn't really make much difference if it's earlier or later. 15 million. When Roland and Mohammed heard this number, they were immediately shocked. Roland must be the one with the fastest salary increase in Hollywood, right? But, it's normal to think about it. In his previous life, Macaulay Culkin could command a whopping 8 million, just for the movie Home Alone. Now, Roland has two films as a base, plus Spielberg has someone to negotiate the salary. If the money can't go up, then there's something fishy. But, what if Fox refuses? After taking a sip of juice, Roland asked the question in his mind. Although Fox is the most famous sucker in Hollywood, he is not a fool. If Roland is offered 15 million, the production cost will probably soar to 30 million. However, in the face of Roland's question, Spielberg didn't even raise his head. While cutting the steak, he said directly, "If you refuse, then refuse. Are you still afraid that there will be no projects? Just follow us to shoot." Ron Howard's next project is Far and Away, which will start shooting in May. Do you want to go? Learn from him how to go from a child star to a director? Robert Zemeckis is negotiating with Paramount about Forrest Gump. If you get it, you can play the young Forrest Gump in it. If you want to improve your acting skills, I'll let Tom Hanks teach you. Francis Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula has been negotiated. Don't you like his movies? If nothing unexpected happens, it will start shooting in October. You can just go there. This movie is also invested by Sony. There is also Young Indiana Jones co-invested by me and George Lucas, but it is a TV series. You should not be interested in it. Robin Williams is going to dub Disney's Aladdin. Are you interested in animation? If you are interested, I will ask him to take you to Disney to have a look. It's okay. Their group chairman and I are friends. Oh, by the way, Jurassic Park has not started casting yet. Have you seen the storyboards? Are you interested in the little boy in it? He is the grandson of Dr. Hammond. Muhammad, who was working hard, was stunned by the continuous project names. Damn. Roland's status in Spielberg's heart is so high. Can he go to any project? In the eyes of ordinary people, those projects that only A-listers are worthy of tearing up are easier than eating and drinking in Spielberg's mouth. Of course, if it were just these, it would be fine. What does it mean that he asked Roland to go and see it now? You know, many of the techniques that are stolen from others are learned inexplicably just by watching. If Roland knew Mohammed's idea, he would definitely kowtow to him and thank this turtle grandson. If Mohammed hadn't brought out the game console, Roland, who had already cleaned up Spielberg's preferences, would definitely not use games to offend this guy. And once he didn't mention the game, Spielberg would definitely not treat him with the current attitude. Of course, even if Roland was full of gratitude to Mohammed, this emotion would never be relaxed in this life. So while listening to the name of the project, he naturally ignored Mohammed, who had been caught in the buff of the crowd. Because for him, the projects mentioned by Spielberg are too attractive. Far and away is the love story of Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. Forrest Gump is an epic work that can surpass The Silence of the Lambs. Bram Stoker's Dracula truly embodies the saying, even if the mountains are gone, and the sky and the earth are united, I will never part with you. And Aladdin is a turnaround for Disney after years of decline. Compared with the above projects, he is most interested in Jurassic Park. Although he knows that the script will definitely be changed, he will talk about it when it is changed. While answering, Roland did not forget to talk to Spielberg about his company. After learning that Roland's guardian, David, who has brought out the essence of a businessman to the fullest extent, has actually begun to think about tax avoidance for Roland, Spielberg, who put down his knife and fork, immediately laughed. But the problem is that you signed the agency contract in your personal name. Within 2 years, any of your projects must be done in your personal name. What? Then there is no way to avoid taxes? Roland, who was originally happy because he had won Spielberg in the game and could smoothly enter and exit any Jewish gang project, suddenly became angry. If he couldn't avoid taxes and wanted to invest in the name of the company, then he would actually have to pay 2 taxes. First pay income tax, and then pay taxes on the income from the investment. This is simply a blood loss. Looking at Roland's confused look, Spielberg actually had no good solution. Although he could discuss with CAA and let them terminate the contract with Roland peacefully, but things like liquidated damages still cannot be avoided. If liquidated damages are included, the money paid by Roland in double taxes is actually not much different. Even if the economic contract of America is not as bad as what Mr. He revealed in the program later, let alone signing 100 people, slowly spending 10 years, and making a profit by earning liquidated damages, there is no contract for more than 5 years here. But precisely because of the short time, the price of liquidated damages is still quite high. Unless there is a real falling out, no one is willing to pay this money. It is not only troublesome, but also easy to cause quarrels. In this way, whether Roland has an economic contract or not actually has little impact. After listening to Spielberg's explanation, Roland was relieved. Although paying 2 taxes made him very unhappy, he was not short of money. Many people think that singers make money the fastest in the entertainment industry, and singers are often at the top of the artist income rankings. But in fact, the money earned by the real head bosses is not from film contracts. In Roland's memory, Spielberg took away $250 million just with Jurassic Park. You know, this is the money obtained when the global box office has not yet broken $1 billion, and a large part of the investment came from Universal. And like the later fans of The Emperor of the Storm, what Will Smith said is awesome, and no one can match the box office. But he didn't earn more than a fraction of Spielberg. After all, Marvel's Men in Black, which showcases his comedic skills, is just one of the many resources in Spielberg's hands. Compared with a big man like him who owns copyrights, no matter how much money Taylor Swift makes, she can't adapt the movie and have to fight with her former employer. The most frightening thing for those in the entertainment industry is not having resources. Since you have the resources, it doesn't matter whether you pay more or less tax. What's more, the agency contract will expire in June 1992, and in more than a year, he won't be deducted much money. Oh, By the way, at the Golden Globe Awards dinner, Francis and Martin told me that Michael wanted me to shoot a music video. After putting aside the money-related issues, the conversation at the table became more casual. But, after so much time, they don't seem to have replied to me. Spielberg obviously knew about this matter a long time ago. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and shook his head and said, "It was filmed a long time ago. I asked them to record and shoot the MV first. Wait until Captain Hook is finished, and then go and make up a title." Michael's problem is very troublesome. It has little to do with racial discrimination. You just need to know that someone wants to deal with him. Things are complicated. It doesn't matter if you go to shoot an MV. Just don't get involved. Although they won't target you for my sake, the public's mouth is not so easy to bet on. Francis and Martin really think things are too simple. They don't know the inside story, so they told you about it first. Anyway, just don't worry about these things. Make movies when you should make movies, and play games when you should play games. If it were movies and games, Spielberg might talk freely, but he didn't want to talk too much with Roland about racial issues related to Michael Jackson. After all, this is not their business. Although he kept saying that he would resist racial discrimination. But whenever people mention racial discrimination, isn't it racial discrimination? This deep-seated contradiction has nothing to do with them. Spielberg knows who he should speak for. He won't do anything beyond the limit, nor will he let his own people fall into the trap. Since Spielberg has said so, Roland doesn't care. Anyway, he doesn't have much talent for singing. Even if he goes to shoot an MV, he will treat it as a movie. As the business came to an end, the dinner was coming to an end. After meeting and greeting Spielberg's wife and children who had returned home, Roland took the script of Jurassic Park and asked Mohammed to take him home. Note, in reality, RPM Racing has good sales, and the game share supports them to develop 2 games at the same time. However, when it was exhibited at the Retro Arcade booth at the Blizzard Carnival in 2010, people found that this game was really boring. It was comfortable to play with friends who like to fight each other, and it was easy to get bored when playing alone. And the operation feel is really problematic. After the exhibition, some people dug up the media reviews of that year. They felt that the game operation was anti-human, so Blizzard deleted the development process of this game from its official website in order to cover up the black history. Ron Howard is also a child star. He started filming at the age of 1.5. In the first version of the script of Jurassic, it was not a sister and a brother, but a brother and a sister. It is true that Jurassic made Spielberg take away $250 million because it was Universal that begged Spielberg to shoot it. He wanted to shoot Schindler first, but the president of American Music Company, Universal's owner at the time, knew that if Spielberg's father prepared for half his life, he would definitely get a lot of awards. Then he would not be asked to shoot Jurassic at the current price, so they would rather raise the share and let him shoot Jurassic first. Men in Black is an IP acquired by Marvel. It was originally SL Comics, and then SL Comics was acquired by Malibu Comics, and then acquired by Marvel. Spielberg is not against superheroes. He has been wanting to create an IP since the 1970s. Previously, The Hollywood Reporter said that he wanted to shoot DC's Black Hawk, but I don't think it can be filmed. Chapter 87. Who else? Roland is a guy who is willing to share. He believes that a group of like-minded guys can collide with different spiritual sparks when they get together. So when he was tinkering with the script of Spider-Man, he pulled James's humanoid self-propelled computer to help him recall the plot. However, after taking the script of Jurassic Park home, he locked himself in the study for the first time and flipped through the outline of the first draft alone. This is not to say that he thinks he can see through everything by himself, but he doesn't want to leak the project. As a guy who can coax him to sign and then sell it, it is probably more difficult to stop James from bragging than to stop Hammer from drinking beer. However, when he brewed a pot of oolong tea and wanted to slowly read the script, he suddenly found out when he opened the cover that what the hell is this special code? How can the narrative method be the same as a novel? Which idiot wrote this book? Why is the subjective consciousness so strong? As a half-baked screenwriter who just entered the industry after reading the scripts of Indiana Jones 1, 2, 3, Terminator 1, 2, and Home Alone. Even if Roland cannot grasp the essence of narrative, he still has the ability to distinguish whether the script is right or wrong. In his opinion, the script in his hand is simply a narrative story outline and then filled with character dialogues. If it is just that, it would be fine. What he can't stand the most is that the whole script is filled with a sense of preaching. If you have to make an analogy, it is equivalent to Tom Hanks' Castaway and King Deodate's A Good Show. The former, under the revision of Robert Zemeckis, uses more than 4 years of life on a desert island and shucks pain and torture to interpret a story of how much a man has to go through to become a man. When Hanks, who is busy with work, returns to the world after living on a desert island for 4 years, his almost perfect side tells everything the director wants to express, while the latter is filled with nearly 40 minutes of straightforward preaching, as if all the conflicts and dialogues are to make the audience in front of the screen understand the ultimate mystery of life. Of course, this does not mean that metaphorical presentation is better than straightforward preaching. The two methods have their own merits, but these two ways of presentation are not suitable for commercial films. Take Jurassic Park for example. Its selling point is dinosaurs. In this case, let the audience enjoy it first. After the audience enjoys it, insert the changes of technology to humans and the thinking of biotechnology to humans. Isn't it over? Why do you describe the possibility of technological progress destroying the human world from the beginning of the film? Aren't you a lunatic? Exclamation mark. The audience doesn't want to watch this kind of preaching movie. Just like what the truck driver said, art films are actually commercial films made seriously. As long as the public likes you, there will naturally be a lot of people who will come to think about the connotation of the movie. This is the same as the stupid question, why did Jack die? That many people like to ask in the future. A wooden board can carry 2 people, so what? He died because he had to die. If he didn't die, how could he deceive the audience's tears? If he didn't die, how could he earn a lot of box office? If he didn't die, how could there be a lot of imagination emperors to sublimate the film's concept? So, when Roland found that the first page of the script was about the concern about the development of biotechnology, he was confused and wanted to scratch his head. This is not Spielberg's style at all. He told me before that commercial films don't need to be epic. But why is his script leaning towards the epic route? Roland was a little confused. After a rough look at the first page, he quickly turned back. However, as he moved, the ravines on his forehead gradually appeared. If it was at the beginning of the film, it would take 1 minute to introduce the background. Then Roland could still understand. But the continuous research dialogue for several minutes was hard for him to accept. He came to see dinosaurs, not to see dinosaur research reports. So, after turning a few pages, Roland, who couldn't read anymore, closed the script. He wanted to know who on earth could write such a thing. However, when he took a closer look, he found out that this screenwriter was the original author of the novel! Exclamation mark. No wonder. I was wondering why the script was full of educational significance, like approaching science. After all this time, this script is just the self-entertainment story of the original author of the novel. When Roland saw the signature of the script, he rolled his eyes. If he had read this column earlier, he would never have read the whole book with the idea of pilgrimage. Because there is no need. As the original author of the book, it is natural to hope that the movie that is put on the screen can be exactly the same as his novel. It is similar to the situation when Zhao Xiaodao posted a picture of the original adaptation, and Lu Jiang and the original author jumped out to make a solemn statement. No one wants their own works to be adapted beyond recognition. But the problem is that Hollywood is different from other places. If the original author really intervenes, their rights are still very large. The scripts they intervene in are naturally much more complicated. This is just like J.K. Rowling, who was very successful with Harry Potter. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them in Alina's Stomach was directly made into a fan-oriented movie. In this case, even if it can harvest the feelings of fans, the reputation of passers-by will plummet. This situation is what all directors want to avoid, but it is also what most directors cannot fight against. However, Spielberg is obviously not one of them. I guess the change in the script started from the inability to accept the preaching plot. Don't say Spielberg, even if it's me, I want to change it. When Roland found that the first version of the script was really low, he immediately felt that he was mentally ill to read the script now to prepare. Even if he is an outsider, he will not shoot this script. In this case, it is not important whether he thoroughly understands the script before shooting, because it will still need to be overhauled in the end. Of course, this does not mean that Roland's current preparation is meaningless. Although he thinks the entire script is very low, it is still very useful. Didn't he fail to write the Spider-Man script? Didn't he fail to construct a complete story? It doesn't matter. Now he has a complete story in his hand, right? He can try to modify it into a formatted script for commercial films according to the original author's ideas, right? Even if Spielberg may not adopt it in the end, it is still okay to help him see if the rhythm framework is dragging. For a serious screenwriter, this script may be garbage, but for him, it is just an experience baby. Although the script writing business is not like an exam, there are no standard answers, but there are still basic rules. Just like all action movies ignore the laws of physics, James Bond and Ethan Hunt also have to show off their muscles and flirt with girls in critical moments to hit the audience's sweet spot. After mastering these contents, it is not difficult to make a rigid story lively. After all, this is not a realistic novel. Dinosaurs are out, so what specific logic is there? Write about which picture you think is cool. Of course, he can't change the silly and sweet plots in the movies of his previous life. For example, he can't directly apply the scenes where the sister yells, attracts dinosaurs, and forcibly drags the team to himself. Since Spielberg wants to pull him into the group, Roland will definitely insist on the role of brother and sister instead of sister and brother. But if that's the case, then how about we just change it to a scene where a brother protects his sister? Girls are young, and it's normal for them to be afraid, cry, and scream after being frightened. But in order to prevent the actors' performances from being too stupid, the age group of 10 and above can be directly excluded. Hiss. That's not right. Why don't I just write it according to Ashley and Mary's appearance? The movie won't be shot until next year at the earliest, and they will be 6 years old by then. 6 years old is the age when children are most curious. Even if they are afraid and want to cry or are confused, they can weaken the concept of stupidity in the minds of the audience and perhaps even generate pity for them. In the eyes of the public, I have always been smart and flexible. Whether it's Home Alone or the upcoming Terminator 2, or the Spider-Man I want to shoot, I have to at least maintain a great and glorious image until I reach adulthood. In that case, protecting my sister in Jurassic Park would just be a perfect example of my age. Is it connected? In the case of preconceived ideas, even if I act a little too rational, most of the audience will think it is normal. After all, my roles are always like this. As for dinosaurs, it is better to present the battle between Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus Rex. Triceratops protected the two children, dealt with Tyrannosaurus Rex, and was finally defeated. At the moment it fell, a flash of lightning flashed in the dark night, illuminating the surroundings. The boy who had a good relationship with Triceratops looked ahead in shock and loss. He didn't expect that Triceratops would die like this. The sister leaned on his waist, observing the world timidly and confusedly. Although she was afraid of dinosaurs before, the protection and sacrifice of Triceratops made her appreciate the charm of nature. As for the collision between man and nature, these things are developed by excellent audiences. What I want is actually the bravery of the boy and the weakness of the girl in the script. Thinking of this, Roland's eyes became brighter. This growth path is simply perfect. As long as Spielberg can finally accept his character arrangement, it doesn't matter, even if all the plots he has imagined are overturned. Because in this way, all the movies in his growth period can be connected in a line. Home Alone, Terminator 2, Captain Hook cameo, Home Alone 2 not discussed, Jurassic Park, Spider-Man in preparation. Who else? Who else? Who else? Who can fight him? Don't tell him that sticking to one path will easily lead to a narrow range of acting. He has just started on the road. Not to mention the end, he hasn't even reached the halfway point. In this case, the road is narrow. What's more, even after adulthood, when the public is aesthetically fatigued, he has the confidence to change. Why? Because Spielberg said it at dinner. If he wants to continue to learn acting, he can ask Hanks to teach him. As the second consecutive Oscar winner in history, if Roland can learn 50%, he will definitely be able to successfully transform. If he learns 70%, he will definitely get a nomination easily. As for 100%, forget it, isn't that a joke? In the future, when teachers who have won Oscars can form a reinforced company, Roland doesn't think he has anything to fear. He thinks the only thing he needs to pay attention to is not to be too arrogant. He must remember that he loves movies, not money. Don't be like Spielberg 8 years ago, cutting off your own retreat with your own hands, and don't let the people who love you be filled with hatred in their hearts. As for whether it is appropriate to add the images of Ashley and Mary to the movie, oh, come on. This circle is so cruel. If no one helps you, then you can only become a plaything of capital in the end. Since you want to stick together, then stick together tighter. Besides, Ashley and Mary are no less famous than themselves in America. As long as they are properly trained, Spielberg can still accommodate the two of them in his commercial films. After thoroughly planning his next 5 years, Roland washed up, climbed into bed, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. In his previous life, he liked to listen to Old Boy by Chopstick Brothers. Now, he thinks he can forget it. Dreams are always out of reach. Should I give up? But he seems to have already touched the edge. Of course, even if Roland has chosen the movie, he still has to live his life. After 2 months of continuous filming, Roland finally filmed his part, or rather, the part he chose. Spielberg was very generous to let him choose the clips he liked, and Roland made a different choice for this behavior. Before joining the crew, he wanted to play a cameo role with lines, but now, he chose a group shot of Peter Pan being recognized by the children on Neverland, and the children on the scene were surprised. For him, it is enough to show his face in the movie, and there is no need to be fussy about pursuing roles. Since he has been promoted to a resource-rich guy, he should not bully those children who were finally selected into the crew. Now, unless it is a guy like Pepper who has zero emotional intelligence and can call Spielberg dad who will inexplicably annoy him, other times everyone will greet him with a friendly smile. After all, Spielberg chose to take a half-day break and play games with Roland in the crew, which is well known to the world. Not only that, Roland went to Spielberg's house to continue playing and having dinner, which became the topic of conversation afterward. In this case, if Spielberg asked Roland to shoot the adult group's scenes, Robin and Dustin would also cooperate with a smile. Even if Roland had problems shooting, they would not diss, but take the initiative to tell the young director their ideas, and then try to turn the script and storyboard into reality. After all, everyone is a friend. Helping each other is nothing big. Of course, the adult group's scenes will naturally not be given to Roland. However, there is a shot that Roland personally took charge of. That is the scene where George Lucas, who came to the set to guest star and played a pirate in the film, kissed the Star Wars princess on the bridge. The two played a pair of background lovers and would be swept by the long lens. Although the overall difficulty is not great, he is a big shot after all. In addition, given his current relationship with Spielberg, if there is a RNG, wouldn't that just give Lucas another joke to laugh at Spielberg? This, of course, is not what Roland wants to see. Fortunately, he doesn't have to control the camera. He only needs to tell the cameraman what he wants, and the other party can shoot it safely. After filming the cameo scenes of various bigwigs one after another, the filming progress of Captain Hook has come to an end. Because of Roland's problem, the filming cycle was extended by nearly 2 weeks. Since all the scenes were children, the cost did not increase wildly, and only an additional $3 million was added. Although Sony was slightly dissatisfied, they had only entered America for 2 years, and could only watch. Roland burned their $3 million to practice. If this amount was given to James Wan, he could shoot more than 2 Saw movies. If it was given to Spielberg, he could shoot more than 2 Jaws. And if it was given to a truck driver, he could shoot half of Terminator. But what could he do? Not convinced? You have to hold it in. If you are not convinced, which company doesn't want to invite Spielberg to make a movie now? $3 million would be considered his tea and water expenses for more than 3 months. I wish your movie will be a big hit. At the closing party, Spielberg smiled and raised his glass, clinking it with Roland's juice. Unlike last time, Home Alone has the hype of James and Donald, so there is no need to hold any critics screenings, but Terminator 2 must be held because the predecessor of this movie did well at the box office. Yeah, if possible, I don't actually want to attend. Roland glanced at Spielberg and shrugged. It's still more comfortable to stay in the crew. I feel annoyed when I think of those critics using a microscope to analyze your every move. Release anxiety. I understand that, Spielberg said, but don't mind their words are enough. I have criticized the Oscar judges before. Their opinions are not important. As long as the audience likes you, it's fine. Besides, I think the story of Terminator 2 is good. Although Roland knew that what Spielberg said was true, and he was confident in the movie, what he didn't want to face was not the audience, but the annoying reporters. Sometimes, even if you have said everything, they will still ask a question, which is as annoying as a fly. Then will you go? Me. I won't go. Spielberg shook his head. If you make a movie, I will definitely go, but James can't. He and the truck driver are indeed friends, but helping can only be for their own people. The Jewish gang never stands up for outsiders, and this outsider, of course, refers to the project initiator. But I will write a film review for you. Although I haven't seen the finished film, I believe you will perform well, if you can handle James. Okay. Thank you, Steven, Roland said with a smile. Since playing games together that day, Roland changed his name. Call him director? Too strange. He called Spielberg Steven, and Spielberg called him Roland. As for the strange looks from others, just be yourself. Why bother about so many things? Don't be so polite. Spielberg laughed. Then, next you go shoot a MV opening, and then wait for the premiere? MV? Premiere? Roland nodded. I guess so. In the next period of time, I will be very free. However, I have ideas for your script. Jurassic Park and James's script. Spider-Man. Okay. If you have any inspiration, call me anytime. Spielberg naturally knew about Roland's thoughts on the script, and since he was going to make changes anyway, he had no objection. As for not being qualified to write a script because of insufficient education, don't be ridiculous. He wasn't a good student when he was in school. He graduated from high school with C grades. How could a guy who barely passed his own grades discriminate against Roland who didn't attend classes but knew a lot? Note, many people in the United States drink tea. There was the Boston Tea Party before, and now there are more people drinking tea, but more than 80% of them are iced tea, and many are bagged, instant, canned, and mixed. The screenwriting process of the movie Jurassic was really very complicated. The copyright could have been obtained for $1.5 million, but in order to let the original author participate in the adaptation, Spielberg and Universal added an extra $500,000 to hire people when negotiating with him. However, after the script was written, it was too didactic, so Spielberg directly invited Mariah Mamer, the screenwriter of Captain Hook, to take over. After revising part of it, the situation was still not optimistic, so he invited David Koper, the screenwriter of Dawn of the Furious, to work with him to produce the final draft. Spielberg and Robin have a very good relationship. When filming Schindler, the atmosphere on the crew was very dull. At that time, he called Robin and asked the comedy master to tell jokes to cheer up the crew. Since Robin's dubbing of Aladdin had just been released, the jokes he told were all from the movie. Chapter 88. Life is about giving up. Giving up. Only by giving up can you gain, and gaining must be accompanied by giving up. Cheese. When the photographer, who was leaning forward to take the photo, shouted out the long tail tone, Roland and Michael Jackson, who was squatting beside him, smiled at each other. The shutter sounded just right, and the action of the two hugging each other's shoulders was forever preserved in the film. After taking the photo, both of them relaxed. After seeing the OK gesture made by the photographer, Michael Jackson turned his head and smiled at Roland, saying, "Then, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. The MV will be released worldwide in 4 or 5 months. 4 or 5 months. That means September or October?" Roland estimated for half a second, then smiled and said, "Oh, I shouldn't have any projects at that time, so I will definitely be able to watch it on time." "Really? So what you mean is that if there is a project, you won't watch it?" Michael Jackson showed a sad expression, covering his chest, and almost said, "You are really cruel and cruel, like in Kanye's drama." Such an expression also made Roland frown. "Oh, no, Michael, what I mean is, if there is a project, I will drag the crew to watch it together." "Really? Don't lie to me." "Of course. I'm also in this MV, why would I lie to you?" I don't know if it was because of Spielberg, or maybe Francis and Scorsese discovered something belatedly. In short, when Roland went to Michael Jackson's Los Angeles music studio to record the MV of Black and White according to the address they gave, he was treated generously, and the attitude of the MV director and the on-site staff was polite. As for Michael Jackson himself, it was also official. That's right, although Michael Jackson liked children very much, and was friends with the four giants of the Jewish gang, his hobbies and relationships did not make him and Roland closer. Even though the two communicated extremely smoothly, both sides could clearly feel that there was an invisible but tangible barrier in front of them, blocking their steps. Even without Spielberg's reminder, Roland would not take the initiative to get involved in racial disputes, and he didn't want to understand what was hidden behind Michael Jackson and the Capitol game, because all of this had nothing to do with him. Although he understood that the so-called free speech means that you cannot comment, but cannot oppose black people, LGBT, international refugees, environmental protection associations, animal protection associations, vegetarianism, health, feminism, etc. And if you join one of them, the traffic news will rise, just like the Swedish girl who can enter the Nobel Peace Prize selection queue just by arguing with people. But he really doesn't want to label himself. He doesn't want to do something he is not very interested in for traffic and attention. If you really love environmental protection, why don't you register an Instagram account like Leo, only post information related to environmental protection, and don't have any other social media? While you are arguing with the sky, the earth, and the air, others have already made several documentaries. Rather than saying that you are fighting, it is better to say that you are using those sensitive topics to compete for more of your own interests. Just like the Black Mermaid in Disney, who was about to sacrifice her life for the white prince and princess, turned into bubbles, and disappeared between heaven and earth. If it weren't for the time travel, Roland really wanted to know how Disney would change the plot of its classic animation. Because of this, Roland really thought of himself as a helper. He felt that his relationship with Michael Jackson was just a nodding acquaintance. He just needed to follow the director's requirements and follow the script. As for other things, why did he care so much? And Michael Jackson was the same. If Roland was penniless, or if he had a good family background and was relatively rich, in this case, they could all become friends. But with a Jewish gang in the middle, everything could only be discussed in general. This was not a question of whether or not to drag Roland into the water, but a question of whether or not to drag Roland into the water. In this way, when Roland arrived at Michael Jackson's filming site, he just exchanged polite greetings for a while, and then officially got to the point. The script he got was similar to the scenes shot by Macaulay Culkin in his previous life. They all use the super loud volume of the guitar to blow away his father, who didn't let him listen to music. Not only that, the group dance and singing of Macaulay in the MV in his previous life were also directly cut by the director. In other words, except for the opening, the other recordings had nothing to do with Roland. And if the opening is cut out separately, the entire MV still has a complete narrative logic. To put it bluntly, under the modification of the director and music producer, the entire MV has only one thing to do with Roland. That is to balance the skin color in the MV. In this case, Roland has no more obstacles to communicate with them. Everyone is a guy who punches in and out of get off work, so just smile politely, finish the work, and go home as soon as possible. No one wants to care about other things. So, after spending nearly an hour shooting all the materials for the MV, Roland politely took a photo with Michael Jackson on the scene, and then waved his sleeves, leaving without a cloud. Roland did not talk to Michael Jackson about future cooperation as he did with Chris Columbus, James Cameron, and Steven Spielberg, and Michael Jackson did not invite Roland to visit his dream manor as he did with other children in the past. Both sides made certain changes to their behavior because they both knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the two sides might not contact each other again. Roland's behavior also made James, who knew the inside story, feel heartbroken. That's Michael Jackson. You didn't even think of asking him for an autograph? Why ask him for an autograph? He doesn't make movies. Roland, who was leaning on the sofa waiting for dinner, asked back, pretending to be ignorant. Oh, shit. James cursed at Roland's leisurely posture. Don't you have a hobby of collecting celebrity autographs? You can get along with Steven. Why can't you play with Michael? Steven's house has countless video games, and Michael's house is a dream manor. Well, the fox's tail is exposed. After a year and a half of getting along, Roland has thoroughly understood James' temper. As a guy who inherited David's good genes, James is a perfect interpretation of the saying that there is no gain without early rise. What star chasing? What support? What meeting in person? What sending thousands of miles? These are actually just means he uses to satisfy himself. He likes Michael Jackson? Oh, come on. Roland has never seen him buy any albums of Michael Jackson. The reason why James expressed regret for Roland's indifference is that this guy wants to go to the dream manor himself. Although he doesn't know how many times he has been to Disneyland, compared with Disney, the dream manor is different after all. As a children's kingdom built on the basis of the novel Peter Pan, it is incomparable to the attraction for children, especially boys. Not only that, even Elizabeth Taylor, when she married her 8th husband this year, also chose Neverland as a venue for her wedding ceremony. How could Roland not go to such a star-studded place? This really made James scratch his head. Unfortunately, James didn't know what it meant to be innocent but guilty. A black man owns most of the copyrights of modern pop music, which is something that many capitals are jealous of. In this case, taking the copyrights from this black man has become the most wanted thing for capitals. Roland can indeed have more contact with Michael Jackson, but Spielberg, his backer, can't. Among the world's 3 major record companies, Universal Music, Sony Music, and Warner Music, Universal Music and Spielberg are in the same boat. With everything they need and harmonious treatment, Spielberg and Michael Jackson are too close. So what? You really want to join forces? Spielberg didn't think of joining forces with Michael Jackson. In this way, when the whole world, insiders, knew that Roland was his man, if Roland got too close to Michael Jackson, it would inevitably make people suspicious of other things. Spielberg now wants to tinker with a brand new film company. In this case, being targeted in advance would make him appear passive. He didn't want to fall into a passive position without doing anything, so he told Roland that Michael Jackson was in trouble. Although Spielberg didn't tell Roland all this directly, Roland is not an 11-year-old boy. As a time traveler, he naturally understands what it means to be willing to give up. Holding Spielberg's thigh is called giving up, and meeting Michael Jackson by chance is called giving up. This is also the first problem he encountered after the group, but he thinks it has little impact. Not to mention the resources that Spielberg opened to him. Just the smell is the same. He also knows how to choose. If you have the free time to contact Michael Jackson, you might as well go to Spielberg's house and play games with him. But unfortunately, James doesn't understand. However, just when Roland wanted to be vague and fool the whole thing, Ganetti, who had already taken his daughter downstairs and was preparing to have dinner with everyone, helped Roland solve a big problem. James, if you want to go to Neverland, ask your father to make an appointment for you. Neverland is not a closed private estate. As long as you make an appointment and queue up, you can go. However, this touching words made James curl his lips. He wanted Michael Jackson to invite Roland to Neverland. Only with such an opening can he go to school to brag. If he goes in by appointment, just like the public, what's the point? However, since even his mother said so, he put away the intention of continuing to persuade Roland. He climbed onto the table with everyone and buried his head in the food. After seeing that his son had calmed down, Ganetti turned his eyes and looked at Roland. The premiere of Terminator 2 is scheduled to be held in Century City on July 1st. There are still 3 days. Have you thought about how to get there? This question made Roland yawn. He thought that after James calmed down, he could finally be freed from a suicidal problem, but unexpectedly, this guy Ganetti dropped another bombshell on him. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. If it doesn't work, I'll go to James' house first and take a car with him. Who knew they chose Fox's territory? It's really a headache. If it was just a movie premiere, Roland would definitely not be as tired and depressed as he is now. But who made the distributor of Terminator to arrange the premiere in Century City, Los Angeles, which is owned by Fox, as the film company that Roland least wants to contact now? Fox is really annoying him to death. Ever since the filming of Hook was completed, Fox actively transferred the remaining $2 million in box office bonuses. However, unlike before, they did not transfer the money directly, but happened to meet Roland when he and Ganetti took the Olsen sisters and Elizabeth out to see a movie. When the project vice president of Fox Films was communicating with Roland, he directly told him the good news that the box office bonus would be settled soon. Not only that, he also hinted at it, hoping to get more information about the sequel from Roland. As for what sequel, Roland no longer wanted to mention it. It's no use for you to go to James. They won't give up until Steven helps you to formally reject it. Looking at the helpless little guy across the table, while preparing a salad for Elizabeth, Ganetti said to Roland, I really don't know why Fox is so persistent. Many analysts are not optimistic about the movie Terminator 2 now. In this case, they can lower the price by waiting for the work to fail. In this case, why do they always come to talk about this matter recently? It feels like, if you miss it, you will lose a lot of money. Although Ganetti's words were not very pleasant, Roland had to admit that what she said was actually the truth. Just like when James Cameron made Avatar in the future, there was a moment of silence across the board, and Fox was ready to take a knife to cut its own throat. Just like when the box office results of Titanic came out in the first week of its release, Hollywood in North America was gloating and waiting for Fox's senior executives to jump off the building collectively. Now Terminator 2 is actually also viewed with sadness by the media. Of course, this kind of sadness is actually formed in an instant. When Roland was promoting the film with the help of Cameron and Schwarzenegger, most people in the outside world still thought that the film Terminator 2 could be made well. But when the entire project entered the exposure and promotion stage, those media analysts immediately discovered a problem. Damn. 70% of the investment of 100 million yuan was for special effects. It's okay to make special effects, but what are computer special effects? Isn't a computer the kind of thing used to make precise calculations for Wall Street elites? Can this thing be used to make movies? It would be strange if it didn't flop. Many times, people are always very strange. When a strange thing appears in front of everyone, they always judge it with common sense. And when they find that they can't explain everything in front of them with what they have learned, they will think that this thing is fake. In this way, when everyone doesn't know what computer special effects are, Terminator 2, a masterpiece with an investment of 100 million yuan, instantly became a mountain that can crush Cameron, Schwarzenegger and Roland. Of course, if Roland were to think with the thinking of the natives, he would also think that this movie would probably fail. But the problem is, he knows the future. Even though he hasn't seen the finished film so far, in his opinion, Terminator 2 is nothing more than a question of how much it will be a hit. James Cameron can pull the box office, Arnold Schwarzenegger can pull the box office, and he, Roland Allen, can also pull the box office. So, when Ganetti asked the question in his heart, before Roland could speak, James, who wanted to block his mouth with food, quickly looked up and said, Mom, you are wrong. Many of my classmates are going to watch the movie when it is released on the 3rd. Really? Why? James' words surprised Roland and made him ask what he was thinking before Ganetti. Most of his fans are children. Since James said so, many people must have walked into the theater for him. Because many people think your poster looks very handsome. While swallowing the food in his mouth, James also shifted his gaze from his mother. Haven't you seen your movie poster? It's the same look as the one at the Golden Globe Award ceremony that day. They think your side bangs and the guitar on the red carpet look very cool, so it should be cool in the movie too. At least it should be better than Home Alone. Many people are looking forward to you fighting the Terminator. Sure enough, children are always the cutest. The reason James gave made Roland laugh and Gennady shook his head helplessly. Watching Roland fight the Terminator? Aren't you afraid that your favorite little actor will be punched out by Arnold Schwarzenegger? Everyone dreams of saving the world, but you have to do it within your ability. If those children knew what Roland and Gennady thought, they would definitely refute it. Why can only adults do the work of saving the world? You know, no matter DC or Marvel, they all have the young superhero series. And this may be the reason why Fox is chasing Roland. However, Roland doesn't have to worry about all this. After each movie is released, there will be a final summary data. That data is a basis for each company to negotiate the pay with the actor and director, because they can calculate which actor is the real box office harvester. Although Roland himself can't see these things, James, who is in the same boat with the investment and distribution of Terminator 2, can definitely get it. In this case, he is even less anxious. In this way, Roland actually only needs to deal with Fox. However, what he didn't expect was that on the night of July 1st, although the gate of Century City was dotted with stars, he didn't see any of the guys related to Fox. Except for Chris Columbus, Joe Pesci, and Daniel Stern, who came to support Roland. The other guys were all familiar faces that Roland had seen before. If we exclude them, the remaining guys are either professional film critics living all over the country or media reporters who have a good relationship with Carolco Pictures. For them, the focus is on how this movie, which was promoted with a banner of computer special effects, is actually doing. As for the little thoughts of Fox and Roland, they have no right to care. Because of this, after the brief photo session and the director's speech, without any extra greetings, the critics and guests were all led into the screening room of the Century City Cinema. After the familiar premise introduction, when the governor appeared, Terminator 2 officially began its first contact with the world. Note, I don't know whether Leo really loves environmental protection, but most of his social media content is related to environmental protection, and he has shot several documentaries. At the beginning of this year, there was Dark Sea, and in the middle of the year there was Ice and Fire. Among the 4 people in the Jewish gang, only Scorsese and MJ have the best relationship. The reason is simple, that is, the music copyright in MJ's hands is constantly appreciating, especially Spielberg. Under the situation that all movies are distributed by Universal, and the president of MCA would rather increase the share and ask him to make movies, he certainly won't be stupid enough to destroy this relationship, so he and MJ broke off. The subsequent cooperation was also because MJ swallowed Sony's copyright. The Men in Black, in which he guest starred, was invested and distributed by Sony. Century City in Los Angeles is Fox's property. It was converted from a film shooting location and the first building was completed in 1963. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. Catch All and Sell Growth. The opening shot, which is very similar to the first one, made Johnny Olsens, a columnist for the New York Post, raise his eyebrows. In his opinion, James Cameron is a very talented director. The huge sales of Terminator and the popularity of Alien 2 can prove that he has extremely high attainments in the field of commercial films. Although the sharp editing and tense rhythm in the film cannot be called a show of skill, it is really difficult for people to find fault with it. The perfect integration of the whole, details, logic, and rhythm makes many people think that Trucker has the possibility of hitting the annual box office champion and breaking the monopoly of Spielberg and Lucas. Even though the previous movie The Abyss failed, many investors are willing to believe him again. For this reason, before the news of computer special effects, which they did not understand, broke out, many people were still optimistic about this sequel. Even though the sequels of Hollywood movies are basically fleeting, some film critics still expect that Trucker can contribute a movie that surpasses the previous one. But the problem is that a few minutes after the opening, something unexpected happened to them. What the hell is this? I copied myself. In the first 15 minutes of the opening, Johnny Olsens and other film critics were stunned. From the T-800's reappearance across time and space, to the skilled robbery of clothes and guns, to the hidden assassination of the T-1000, and the series of information such as John Connor, male, white biological mother, Sarah Connor, biological father, unknown, address. 19,828 South Almond Road. The film critics, invited guests, and media reporters present were actually stunned, because everything in front of them seemed to be no different from Terminator. Although it has been 7 years since the first film was released, basically everyone who came has watched it again. It was these homeworks before the arrival that made these guys feel uncomfortable, as if they had eaten a fly. They felt that they were not watching a sequel to a movie, but a remake of movie. A remake of movie that did not even change the outline. The shots were very similar, and the intention seemed to be different. In the first part, Arnold robbed the street thugs, and in the second part, he upgraded and robbed the bar. In the first part, Arnold fought with the thugs, and in the second part, he upgraded and used his body to block bullets. In the first part, Michael, who came from the future to protect Sarah, dealt with the police in order to avoid them. In the second part, this new robot from the future directly fought with the police. If it were the general public, they would definitely not be like the audience on the scene, full of questions. Isn't Schwarzenegger handsome? The feeling of hard confrontation is the romance of men. Isn't the liquid metal robot cool? The sudden change without any flaws is the highlight of that scene. But the problem is that the guys who can attend the premiere are all insiders. Of course they can see the highlights, but the flaws that exist at the same time are like an old trough stuck in their throats, making them feel uncomfortable. For them, this high degree of overlap in the plot is no longer plagiarism. Or in other words, if Johnny Olsens knew about the 3 major comics of migrant workers 8 years later, he would even suspect that the truck driver had dug out the eyes of the ninja world and directly copied the script of his previous work. How can this be a new movie? This is simply a money-making rubbish. Heartbroken. Heartbroken. Such a movie can be invested 100 million. Isn't it really money laundering? Even the script has not been changed. This is too disgusting, isn't it? As a film critic who makes a living by writing, Johnny has already thought about how to criticize this movie after returning. Even if Kiralco Pictures Company gives him more money, he will not go against his conscience to praise all this. It's not that he doesn't love money, but this thing really can't be blown. The audience is not blind. After the film is released, they will naturally see whether the plot of the film has been cloned. Although plagiarism is not considered plagiarism in the film industry, it is considered submitting the same manuscript to multiple publications in the academic field, and can be called academic misconduct. I didn't expect James to do such a thing. He is really making a joke of his career. Not only that, the reputation that Arnold has worked so hard to build will be ruined, right? And the most unlucky one may be Roland. The good reputation brought to him by Home Alone will be completely ruined as soon as Terminator 2 is released. Looking at the big screen, John Connor, who was bending over to repair his motorcycle, then raised his head handsomely, shook off his bangs, and ignored the words of his adoptive mother. Johnny sighed with regret. Even though John Connor on the screen has handsome movements and is fundamentally different from Kevin in Home Alone, the chic movements from being cute to being cool are enough to make the little girls who like him burst into countless pink bubbles. But for professionals like Johnny, this visible transformation is not enough to erase the anger caused by plagiarism. What does it have to do with the actors if the director plagiarizes? What? You can shoot whatever you want with the copyright in hand. Yes, that's right, that's the truth. But the public opinion doesn't think so. They only know that they walked into the cinema with expectations, but saw the same plot as the previous work. Play it again in a different way. Do you think you are Avengers 4? Even if Avengers 4 copied a lot of the previous work, the opening of the film still has the plot of several big men are extremely vicious, and the honest fruit farmer died tragically at home, and Terminator 2? Exactly the same. Can the audience tolerate this? Johnny doesn't know if the audience can tolerate it, but he knows that he definitely can't tolerate it. Moreover, in his opinion, if the current rhythm is followed, the plot will be very simple. John Connor and his mother Sarah Connor are being hunted down, and then a black sheriff who is related to the Cheekman appears. Under his interference, the guy who protects the two and the Terminator robot start a fierce battle. I just don't know if Arnold in this movie is still the same as before, and shooting is very funny. Johnny no longer expects the plot of the movie to bring him a bright feeling. He only hopes that there will be some refreshing entertainment scenes when the plagiarism plot is decreasing. If even the action is plagiarized from the previous one, and it is the same as the hippies with guns, then this movie is really boring. There are many guys who have the same idea as him, or in other words, most of the guys don't even understand how such a similar movie can get an investment of 100 million. If you can get investment by copying your own successful works, then Spielberg will make a fortune. However, just when they were puzzled and wanted to figure out the source, a different plot finally appeared. After the three main characters, T-800, T-1000 and John Connor, were introduced one after another like endorsements, the camera on the screen suddenly flashed, and the signs of California State Hospital and the Detention Center for the Mentally Ill appeared in front of the public. In the previous film, Sarah Connor, who was pregnant with John Connor, became a mentally ill criminal. The transformation from a mother to a criminal made the audience frown slightly. What is the drug in the truck driver's gourd? The inexplicable setting is completely inconsistent with the previous work. Yes, it is indeed inconsistent. The reason for the inconsistency is that James Cameron will not plagiarize his own work. In other words, what really makes Terminator 2 shine in the entire series is not the shitty T-800 robot, nor the first liquid metal robot villain made of computer special effects in film history, nor the brisk plot in the real gunfight, but home. If the first Terminator is the beginning of the entire series, a real science fiction action film, and the third part, 2018, Genesis, which is not controlled by the truck driver, is a derivative money-making work, then the second part is not actually about a robot from the future chasing humans, but a typical American family under the cloak of science fiction. The divorce rate of Americans is very high. Both data and film and television works can reflect it. Just like in $1 Million Baby shot by Clint Eastwood, the family of the heroine Mackie is actually a microcosm of the American family. A mother with several children lives on the relief funds issued by the government. They dare not accept those unexpected gains because they are worried that they will lose their minimum living security if they get rich in a short time. Before there is no stable source of life, surviving is the biggest guarantee. Children who grow up in this environment will naturally have various problems. Positive people may work hard to climb up like the heroine Mackie, and decadent and degenerate people may just eat and wait for death and complain about the injustice of God. Of course, Terminator 2, a film under the banner of a science fiction action film, will naturally not explore life like $1 Million Baby, but the core of it is actually very similar. Sarah Connor, who lost her lover in the first film, is actually the embodiment of those single mothers living in America. They may have mental illness, they may be physically healthy, they may have logical confusion, or they may be sober, but no matter what state they are in Cameron's eyes, they always love their children. Like Sarah, who was imprisoned in the detention center for mentally ill criminals in the movie, she could hide her true thoughts when facing the doctor's continuous questioning and examination in order to leave the hospital and protect her son. In the first film, John Connor, who only exists in the text, is the epitome of those children living in single-parent families. Without the discipline of their biological parents, they are rebellious, they are self-centered, and they have learned some social vices. Stealing and robbing are not a psychological pressure for them, because these misconducts can make their lives better. When faced with threats, these guys who seem to be doing evil, but only want to live, will also be afraid. Just like when the T-1000, who turned into a policeman, appeared in front of John. John's first reaction was to run away. What is the Terminator? What does it have to do with him? He is just like those little brats who did bad things and wanted to escape, and he didn't want to be caught by the police. As for the T-800 who came out halfway with a spray gun and sunglasses, this warrior from the future, who was ordered to protect the mother and son, is not the expectation of these children from single-parent families. They want to have a father like those normal families. They want to have an omnipotent father like those happy children. Even if this father is not a human. Even this father has to learn. After introducing the 4 protagonists one after another, the camera turned instantly. T-1000 chased John Connor, and T-800 struggled to protect the fight, which made everyone on the scene feel refreshed. And when the T-800 took John Connor to escape from the pursuit and told the child the whole truth, John Connor, who was rescued by the T-800, sat on the hood of a car with his body slightly bent, elbows on his legs, eyes downward, and eyelids slightly moving. Due to his previous dodging and running, his handsome and fitting side bangs hung down like stray hair. Even though he was not facing the camera directly, the emotion in his eyes was like a bucket full of water, constantly overflowing. Do you know her? We spent a lot of time in places like Nicaragua. For a while, she was like a madman, selling guns. She lived with anyone who could teach her, just to teach me to be a military leader. Later she was arrested, and people told me, "Don't you know your mother is a psychopath?" They overturned everything I believed in before. I hate her for this, but everything she said is true. But no one believes it, including me. When John Connor recalled his past in a tone of pursuit, to fill in the gaps that the film has not yet explained and his unknown childhood life, the guys who were dissing plagiarism before all shut their mouths. They felt that their faces hurt. Plagiarism? What to copy? The identical appearance at the beginning foreshadowed an endless reincarnation. The T-800 in the first film was really a machine that killed people without blinking. And the T-800 in the second film was the truck drivers thinking about artificial intelligence. Now he really only knows how to complete orders. After John Connor vented his emotions, he refused his action of going to the hospital to save his mother. But after John Connor discovered his operating mechanism, the Terminator who obeyed orders officially embarked on the road of transformation. At the same time, after discovering that this robot who would never stop, would never leave him, would never hurt him, would never yell at him, or beat him when drunk, or make the excuse that he was too busy and had no time to accompany him, was the only qualified one among the many father roles he had been looking for over the years. This guy who killed without blinking, and I became John Connor's best choice in this crazy world. Wow. From this point of view, the one who made the most money in the whole movie is Roland. If Home Alone made countless children realize their dreams, let them see the fun and danger of being alone at home, brought joy to everyone, and presented the harmonious family after the quarrel to the public, thus winning countless fans, then the movie Terminator 2 can make all children envious. No father can make his children feel perfect. No father can unconditionally meet all the needs of his children like T-800. No father. How many children wish to have a father who can protect them from the wind and rain, grow up with them, have no bad habits, and obey their orders? When Kenneth Turan, the columnist of the Los Angeles Times, could not contain his surprise and looked at John Connor on the screen with complicated eyes, stopping his mother from destroying the chip of the T-800 robot, an indescribable emotion had already occupied his heart. Did Schwarzenegger, the Terminator who was learning to be a father, play a good role? No. Did Linda Hamilton, who has become a mother, play a great role? No. Is the movie made by James Cameron very powerful, with exciting pictures and excellent stories? No. It is Roland Allen, the John Connor in this movie, who is the drag in the current story. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. As a professional film critic, Kenneth naturally understands how correct it is to choose Roland for the movie Terminator 2, or rather, Roland's participation in this movie is simply a godlike choice of film. This does not mean that the whole movie will definitely be a big hit, but that the role played by Roland has completely made up for his personal shortcomings. If Home Alone makes children from harmonious families fall in love with Roland, who is about the same age as themselves, then Terminator 2 is trying to please children from single-parent families who may not be attracted by Home Alone. John Connor's experience on the screen is the situation of most children born in single-parent families. John Connor stopped his mother from destroying the T-800, which is more like those children who saw their favorite father, but were strongly opposed by their mothers and violently confronted. Adults do not understand the world of children. They think that they can give children everything they want by themselves. Little do they know that most of the time, children just want companionship and listening. And now, Roland has acted out the desires of these children. As expected of a child of the Jewish gang, this is a resource that many child stars dream of. Everyone knows that being cute alone will only lead to failure. Only when children can empathize with you will they truly fall in love with you. Home Alone made happy families fall in love with Roland, and Terminator 2 is harvesting the desires of single parent families. And once these two groups find their own shadows in the characters played by Roland, and see their own growth, who else can shake Roland's position in their hearts? Disney has always wanted to create dreams. It wants to live around children forever. But what about Roland? He may not be able to be like Disney, harvesting wave after wave of children, but he can definitely surpass Disney and catch all children of the same age. As long as his movies are always centered around the theme of growth, when the current batch of children grow up with him, which movie star can surpass him? This generation watched his movies and grew up with him little by little. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, whoever steps on him in the future will be against this generation, right? Roland wants to be the perfect incarnation in the minds of his generation. He is trying hard to create dreams for these children. Once his dreams are violated, what will happen to those children who don't think there is anything wrong on weekdays? Kenneth, I didn't dare to think further, because everything that has been shown now is terrifying enough. Sometimes, film selection is really more important than acting, but more often, actors don't actually know what their selling points are. Yes, just like movies have selling points, actors also have selling points, or in other words, personality settings. What fooders, what funny, what icebergs, what cute, but no one has ever dared to sell growth. No one dares to use works to sell growth. Not only because growth is not a personality setting at all, but also because people don't know how to sell the process of growth. Especially in many cases, it is not easy for an actor to have a play to shoot, and it is simply a fool's dream to try to use 2 movies to catch a generation like Roland is doing now. No matter whether it is Lucas, Spielberg, or other masters, no one has ever dared to say that their target fan group is a generation of the same age as themselves. But now Roland is doing all this. Kenneth doesn't know if he will succeed, but he knows that the only one who can stop Roland now is himself. Under the protection of the Jewish gang, all the scripts related to growth on the market will become his possession. As long as he can act well and have some luck in avoiding bad movies, innocent children will always be captured by him. Kenneth dare not guarantee luck, but he believes that Roland will do better than anyone else in terms of acting. Because Roland on the screen began to compete with the governor. Note, the first 15 minutes of Terminator and Terminator 2 are extremely similar, which has been criticized by film critics. Chapter 90 Perfect Match. Financial Giant. When John Connor persuaded his mother to stop the other party from destroying the T-800, the plot continued to advance. Not knowing what happened in the outside world when he stopped the machine for inspection, the T-800 became the most loyal support of Connor and his mother. After taking care of the two for a night, the three came to a gas station where they needed to rest for a while. Throwing the US dollar to his mother, letting her go out to buy, and wandering around with the T-800, John Connor hoped that he could be more humane, but unfortunately, his teaching plan was not successful. After being frustrated in teaching T-800 to learn to be an adult, the picture on the screen suddenly turned. Sarah Connor, who had already purchased it, was leaning against the car and chewing bread, while John Connor was eating French fries to fill his stomach. John Connor, who was sitting in the driver's seat, leaned sideways, threw the fries into his mouth nonchalantly, and pouted his lips. He seemed to have thought of something, turned his body to the right, and put his shoulders on the seat with an experienced movement. He glanced up, and his eyes kept converging on the figure with his back to him. "Would you like some fries?" Facing his question, Sarah Connor, who was leaning against the back door, with dull eyes and mechanically chewing bread, did not say a word. Such a situation made John Connor helplessly shake his head and sigh. Without dwelling too much on his mother's absent-mindedness, after putting down the box of fries in his hand, John Connor, who was already full, skillfully wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and then held the steering wheel, got out of the car, and leaned towards the front hood of the car with a little boredom. "Do you need help?" Looking at the T-800 bending over to change the brake fluid of the car, John Connor skillfully placed his right hand on the frame, and his eyes kept looking up while cleaning the brake fluid, full of hope. As a child who had reunited with his biological mother after a long absence, John Connor had a lot to say to her, and as a guy without a father, and longing for fatherly love, John Connor wanted to get along well with this machine. Unfortunately, in the face of his inquiry, because his thoughtful mother ignored him, the T-800, who would never leave his machine, and was trying to move closer to the direction of adulthood, rejected him with emotionless words. No. Okay. Okay. John Connor shrugged his shoulders, and did not force it. Because he understood that, if this father had something that could not be solved, then he probably couldn't handle it either. However, just as he was secretly thinking about how to communicate with these two guys with no entry written on their faces, two children holding toy guns suddenly passed by them, shouting loudly, "I killed you, you are dead." No way. The children's game fights, the bravery and fierceness in their mouths, and the fighting and pushing in their behaviors attracted the attention of John Connor and T-800. For T-800, this scene was just a manifestation of human inferiority, but for John Connor, it was his real experience a few hours ago. A day ago, John Connor might be addicted to all kinds of fighting games like these children, but now, he has smelled the cruelty of death, and doesn't want to recall all this. He doesn't want to die. John Connor, who was still on the hood, slowly turned his head. At this moment, his face was full of confusion that didn't match his age. He squinted at the two children with complicated eyes. Where was the excitement of meeting his mother for the first time, and meeting his father by chance? The so-called thinking and trade-offs all disappeared. What replaced them were nightmare-like memories. His eyes blinked lightly, his cheeks twitched slightly, and while staring at the fight, he instinctively asked what he was thinking. "We can't make it, right?" When this sentence came out of his mouth, John Connor immediately felt that something was wrong. Wanting to remedy the situation, he quickly turned his head and looked up at the T-800, trying to cover up his inner uneasiness with additional explanations, but the faint calmness on his face betrayed his true thoughts at the moment. "I mean humans." Oh, good acting. This kid is lying. He wants to hide his uneasiness in his heart. When John Connor on the screen flashed with worry, expecting the T-800 machine to slow down its learning progress, trying to deceive the other party's logical thinking by lying, that luck of wanting to. The panic of concealing something reminded many audience members of their own children. When they do something wrong, or when they want to hide some of their own little secrets, or when they want to cover up some of their true thoughts, they will reveal all kinds of flaws. At this time, some parents will pretend not to know and end the topic according to their children's wishes, while some parents will ask questions and want to know everything about their children and don't care whether their questions will embarrass their children. Is T-800 the former or the latter? The audience members at the scene don't know. However, in the face of John Connor's two inquiries, this emotionless robot blinked several times in a row. Finally, he slowly turned his head and focused his sight on the two children. Oh, very good, very good. This should be the first time that T-800 has developed feelings. Or, he has extended his thinking ability. Although we don't know whether it was because of the program that made him ignore John Connor's instinctive questioning, or the emotional logic that made him choose to face the topic of humans. Everything on the screen is what all children want. Sometimes, children just want to hide something they think is very important. In this case, it is best for parents who protect them not to ask further questions. Although children's secrets are important to adults, for children, it may be a trivial matter, but for children, retaining privacy is the embodiment of a complete self. Even parents have to keep a certain distance from them. The distance is not a natural barrier that separates blood ties, but the construction and shaping of their own world. Terminator 2 is indeed a science fiction action film, but in the eyes of Kenneth and other film critics, it is more like a warm family movie. Compared with the previous film, this one has a fuller emotional line. T-800 self-learning and John Connor's desire and extravagance are like a boy who has just become a father and pretends to be calm and wants to deal with his son. They don't know how to face their new life, but they are trying hard to learn. Roland Allen on the screen changed their views. If he gave a formulaic performance in Home Alone, like a comedian, using his exaggerated movements and expressions to impress the audience and make them laugh. Then in Terminator 2, he was as mature as an adult. Kevin's lively self was gone, replaced by maturity. The personalities of the two characters were extremely extreme, and this was not a skill that a child star could master. Is he really only 11 years old? A reporter who was invited asked strangely. These are simply two people. Another reporter stared at the screen in disbelief. He simply couldn't understand how a child star who acted entirely by instinct could have two movies and two faces. However, some guys thought it was normal for their companions to question their souls. Don't you think about how many people are teaching him? The guy who taught him acting has won an Oscar and is on his way to winning an Oscar. He knows how to understand the role much better than us. Instead of sighing here that he has many faces, it's better to watch the movie carefully. Yes, Roland's unique face hidden under the action movie Boom, Boom, Boom has actually been discovered by everyone a long time ago. But before that, everyone didn't feel it strongly. But after his one-man show was launched, the sense of growth that came was shocking. They found it hard to believe that Roland could make a sudden change in style and take on a role with a completely different personality from Kevin in just a few months after playing Home Alone. This is not a question of whether the teacher teaches or not, but a display of personal talent. Although most child stars are more mature than their peers, it is still difficult to get them to show the thinking and way of doing things of adults. But what about Roland? He is simply a different person. They don't believe that there is a teacher who can teach acting skills by exchanging souls. What they are more willing to believe is that Roland has this talent. Unfortunately, they didn't know that changing actors was easy for Roland. Want to show your loneliness? It's easy. Just think about how you were sued by DHOZ in your previous life and hammered by the fans of the heroine of the heroine's drama. Isn't acting another way to show life experience? Although he has lost his innocence forever, no child star can compare to him in maturity and stability. And it is precisely because of this arbitrary transformation that the guest reporters and film critics on the scene look at Roland differently. If Julia Roberts and Roland Allen are the hottest new stars in the 1990s, then Roland Allen may be able to beat Julia with this movie, right? Heather Lover's only made 30 million in North America, and Sleeping with the Enemy just broke 100 million. Although there is also Hook, Roland Allen is also in Hook. If 3 hours ago, these people still thought that Roland was the most popular child star at the moment, then now, the ambiguous commodity term child star has been easily removed by them. Although Roland's performance is not creepy and spine-chilling, these guys who have been watching the movie for an hour think that he deserves the title of actor. As for predicting the box office of the movie through his performance, it's a bit too early to say this now. Because there is still nearly an hour and a half of the movie, and it hasn't been shown yet. Who knows if there will be some incomprehensible plots later. Of course, if Roland heard what these people thought, he would definitely smile and shake his head. James Cameron is not Zack Snyder. He can't stretch the length of the entire movie indefinitely in order to portray all the characters in the story. He will never spend more time and effort to describe the places that can be mentioned in one stroke. Moreover, like Spielberg, this guy who can call a well-made commercial film an art film knows better than anyone what the selling point of the whole movie is. Is it the metaphorical thinking that these critics like? Bullshit. These things are for those bored guys to analyze and play. What can really make movie fans actively go to the theater is the hot scenes, fierce fighting, and those fights that make people's adrenaline surge. For him, the emotional lines that these critics and reporters talk about are actually appetizers before the main course. The clear portrayal of the relationship between John Connor and T-800 is actually for destruction. When everyone thought that the T-800, who had begun to learn by himself, obeyed John Connor's orders, stopped the other's mother from killing the creator of Skynet, and went to the laboratory together to destroy all the data and equipment created by Skynet. In this case, just like other science fiction action movies, they only needed to kill T-1000 to win the final victory. The self-termination after the final battle made those who thought that this movie would follow the family routine smile bitterly. James Cameron is not Spielberg, and family things are not important to him. Creating a beautiful thing and then destroying it with his own hands is his habit and his hobby. because he understands that in life, regrets are always much more than beauty. Not only that, regrets are also easier to be remembered than beauty. When something that an audience likes disappears completely at the end of the film, the emotion of missing and cherishing because of love will surge in their hearts. The loss caused by regret will make them constantly share their emotions with people around them and want to express their depression. The so-called death is just a means to make business and art more closely combined. As a director who knows more than anyone else, Cameron certainly knows how important the box office is to him. As long as the capital behind him is happy, he will have money to shoot what he wants to shoot more. And all this, how could the public at the scene not understand? When John Connor on the screen screamed hard and didn't want T-800 to leave. When John Connor on the screen cried and hugged each other. When John Connor on the screen silently accepted all this, watched T-800 end itself with his own eyes, and stared at the thumb that slowly fell into the molten steel. An emotion called pain climbed into his heart. Turning into his arms, he cried tremblingly. The pain that was about to overflow from the screen filled the entire theater. Just like the guy who said, "I really didn't say this," said, the most painful thing in life is that when you wake up from a dream, there is no way to go. If an hour ago, everyone still felt that Roland Allen's means of winning over single parent families did not seem to be extremely strong, then now, they have nothing to say. Fuck. What do children from single parent families envy the most? It is the happiness of others, which they do not have. And if Roland gains his own happiness while winning over children from single parent families, then perhaps it will be counterproductive. But now, the dream is over. From knowing T-800 to accepting it, adopting it, teaching it, and being attached to it, the whole process only took a few days. John Connor's short and rich life experience is like a sweet and beautiful dream. Although colorful, there will always be a day to wake up. The self-destruction of T-800 indicates that John Connor's dream is shattered. From nothing to gain, and then to loss. This experience of great joy and great sorrow will make those children from single-parent families sympathize with Roland even more. Not to mention that in reality, both his parents are dead. Oh my god. This is simply a movie tailor-made for Roland. Although John Connor does not have any fighting scenes, his emotional line with T-800 is the most shining point in the whole film. Arnold, who has always been criticized by us for not being able to act, can now handle emotional scenes. And Roland's performance is even more amazing. I really don't know how he switched to adapt. The rhythm is brisk, the characters are vivid, and the emotions are rich. It perfectly fits Roland's personal plot, which is surprising. As the end credits appeared, the lights in the theater also lit up. Looking at the excitement on the faces of their colleagues around them, the film critics and reporters who were invited to come all knew how they should write their own articles. Boast, of course. After all, this is the best science fiction film they have seen since the 1990s. Of course, before they go back to write the article, they want to know what the original intention of the whole movie is. Why does this movie fit Roland's growth path so perfectly? Is it possible that Roland is the illegitimate son of a truck driver? Illegitimate child? How is that possible? He was recommended by Steven. The day he came for the audition, I was discussing a project with Steven. After seeing his performance, I chose him. As for why the script is a perfect match for him, you have to ask God about that. Ah, sir, you may be mistaken. I'm just an actor. On the day of the audition, Home Alone hadn't been released yet. No one knew if this movie would be a big hit. It was just a coincidence that James chose me because we didn't know each other before and his script had been completed long ago. I can prove this. When James was talking to me about the sequel project and invited me to continue to play T-800, the name Roland Allen didn't even appear on our project list. Everything is a coincidence. Isn't the focus of your attention the film itself? Roland performed well. Isn't that a good thing? Could it be that you hope he'll mess it up? If that's the case, your thinking is very dangerous. According to convention, after the film is over, the distributor will prepare a party to entertain the movie stars, reporters, film critics, crew members and company executives who attended the premiere. After the producer truck driver gave a brief speech, the invited guests walked back and forth in the venue, discussing various topics. The content related to Roland was naturally countered by the three main creators. When Schwarzenegger smiled at the desperate reporter and slowly said your thoughts are dangerous, they calmed down and realized what a stupid question they asked. Even if the Jewish gang intended to support Roland, would they admit such a thing? Publicly shining and smearing at the premiere? Isn't this like hanging an old man to seek death? With all major media controlled by entertainment companies, the wrong questions can make them lose their jobs. In this way, the guys who wanted to get creative ideas from the main creative team to add popularity to their news reports and columns all wilted. They dared to offend the truck driver, dared to offend the future governor, but dared not to make a fuss behind Roland's back. As a result, the grand premiere reception became cold. The atmosphere in the venue gradually became normal. No one studied the relationship between Roland and the movie. Everyone shifted the topic to the rhythm of the movie, the fighting in the movie, the story of the movie, and the connotation of the movie. As they stopped, Roland Allen, the only man in the audience who did not worry about the box office results and was not harassed by reporters, was the most leisurely one in the scene. Unlike the self-promotion after the release of Home Alone, when the news that Spielberg asked him to take the camera and the crew came out, it was no longer him who went to greet others. Instead, every time he leaned over the table to eat a bite, there would be a guy who would come over to bother him. The feeling of wanting to get on top might be snobbery. Of course, there are unspoken rules in Hollywood, but in front of a big enough fist, all unspoken rules are shit. Ah, Mr. Zach, nice to meet you. Hey, Miss Janet, thank you for your love. Oh, take a photo? No problem. When Roland sent away the guy who wanted to get close to him, he felt that his energy was almost exhausted. Not only that, he regretted it very much. If he had known this, he would not have come with the truck driver. He would have brought the assistant David hired for him, at least to block some guys who were not related to the entertainment industry. Of course, there were many things that made him excited. Those guys who came to greet him at least gave him good comments. Just when he was thinking about whether he should take the truck driver with him to retreat or follow the director Chris Columbus who came to the scene to show his support, the truck driver who was holding a glass of wine and entertaining people came to his side. Tired? The truck driver had already seen Roland's fatigue. I think you are talking nonsense. Roland rolled his eyes and asked unhappily, I just want to know when we can leave. Leave? At least 1 hour, right? The truck driver didn't like this noisy environment. He hadn't finished his meal yet, so he quickly picked up a piece of meat from Roland's plate and stuffed it directly into his mouth, regardless of whether it was hot or cold. You have to know that I'm more annoyed than you. Why do you ask the same question so many times? What does the sublimation of the film's intention have to do with me? I'm just a filmmaker. Writing articles is their forte. Listening to the other party's unceremonious complaints, Roland, the only one who was eating secretly at the scene, laughed immediately. Although the adult world is full of social events, but most of the time, these are helpless. Unless there is a special fetish, who likes to get drunk, enjoy the flashy rides under the glamorous life. What a joke. Movie box office is their greatest right. However, just when the truck driver wanted to take a break from his work and occupy Roland's plate to fill his stomach first, a figure holding a wine glass suddenly approached. After seeing the other person's face, the truck driver, who was still there and complaining to Roland in a low voice, put down the plate instantly, took out a tissue naturally, wiped his hands, and then greeted him. Ronald, I thought you thought the movie was not good and had left. How is it possible? I watched it from beginning to end. I just chatted with the guy from Fox just now and didn't come in time. The guy affectionately called Ronald by the truck driver was a bald man. After seeing the truck driver's smiling face, he shook hands with him very friendly. And just as they greeted each other cordially, Cameron's transformation, which was like a Sichuan opera face changing, made Roland admire him very much. Although the current truck driver is a first-line director in Hollywood, he also has guys he can't afford to offend. And the bald man in front of him is obviously one of them. However, Roland couldn't recognize the other person. Have you talked to Fox? Could it be Rupert Murdoch? Cameron smiled and directly reported the name of Fox's boss. After hearing his inquiry, the bald man shook his head decisively and said regretfully, "It would be better if it was Rupert. Those people under them can't make the decision. It's really a pity. But it's a pity that Rupert is not here recently, and when he comes back, I guess I have to go back to New York. Damn. Who is this big boss?" When Roland saw the truck driver shaking hands and hugging the bald man, he really didn't take him seriously. In his opinion, even an insider like him who couldn't remember thousands of movies he had watched was probably just a small shareholder of a film company. This identity might have been very attractive to him in the past, but now why should he be a licker? But the problem is, Rupert Murdoch mentioned by the truck driver is a household name. The big boss of News Corporation, the big boss of Fox, what a powerful guy. But in his mouth, how can he be just 2 or 3 kittens? The guy who can judge Murdoch so casually is probably not a small shareholder, right? Maybe, is he from a consortium? Or is he from Wall Street? Just as Roland was secretly guessing in his heart who this fat big-eared bald guy in front of him was, the bald guy who had already hugged the truck driver turned his eyes to Roland. Not only that, he also took the initiative to extend his right hand to Roland. "Roland Allen. Nice to meet you. You acted very well, especially when Arnold ended himself. Your eyes really made me feel sad." Although Roland didn't know him, he had to give him face. Especially when the other party was still so enthusiastic to greet him. If Roland put on a face, wouldn't it embarrass him? He took the initiative to greet them, with his mouth slightly raised. While showing a formal smile, he also politely responded, "Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to get your affirmation on my acting skills. What excites me most is that someone can directly tell me the clip, instead of saying to me, 'Hey, I think you acted really well.' I've heard enough of those empty and boring words." Haha. The bald man laughed loudly, and Roland's straightforward words made him smile and narrow his eyes. Although he knew that Roland was just being polite to the truck driver. But it doesn't matter, right? Everyone is confused when they first meet. After Roland gets to know himself, won't the gap disappear? "I know you don't know me, but it doesn't matter. I can introduce myself. My name is Ronald Perelman, from New York. I'm the chairman of Revlon Group." Oh. Roland suddenly realized. It turns out that this person is the chairman of Revlon Group. No wonder he can narrate the things between himself and Murdoch in a casual tone. However, before he could even smile for 2 seconds, he was stunned. Wait, the chairman of Revlon Group? Ronald Perelman? Oh my god. He remembered this bald guy. What the hell is Revlon? This guy is a financial tycoon. He is a major shareholder of Golden State Bank Group. He is on the Forbes billionaire list. Of course, none of this matters. What matters is, he is now one of the 2 giants of American comics, the boss of Marvel Comics. Chapter 91. Finalize the role. Don't make a choice. How much is Marvel worth? This is a number that all time travelers cannot report, because after Disney acquired Marvel, its value has been rising year after year. The superhero universe opened in 2008 completely changed the pattern of the film industry. For the first time, the value of IP exceeded that of various movie stars and directors. Many people even joke that there will only be 2 types of directors in Hollywood in the future. One is the creator of the IP universe. The other is the adult who can't even help the IP universe. However, don't look at Marvel's extraordinary scenery after 28 years. Now they are actually a younger brother. In 1989, Ronald Perelman, a Wall Street tycoon, bought the company for only $82.5 million. But for capitalists, Marvel Comics are just a tool to make money. He never reads comics, and he doesn't know what's so good about these things, but he understands how to make these popular things create more value. For example, collecting cards. When many people were young, they should have collected water margin cards in Little Raccoon instant noodles, such as Red-Haired Ghost Liu Tang, Dragon in the Clouds Gongsun Sheng, 9-pattern Dragon Shijin, Unrestrained Mu Hang. Every new card that came out could make the children at that time very excited, and a series of various cards such as small cards, medium cards, plastic film cards, broken flash cards, and colored flash cards made the children dazzled. Although many people still don't know how to distinguish them until now, they understood at that time that the price of collecting 108 main cards and 6 villain cards was to save money and forcibly dig out the money for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. At that time, children had already realized a truth. Money did not disappear, it just changed its form to accompany you. If you look deeper, you can find that those cards back then are extremely similar to the card games now. What N, our senior, SSR. Although time has passed, the card collector has grown up. But for businessmen, they just jumped from one pit into another. Of course, compared with the current Marvel, the Raccoon card collection is nothing. One superhero, 5 different cards. If you want to collect them all, you have to buy the same work many times. On the surface, 5 cards for one character are much less than the 114 cards of the Raccoon. Many people only need to collect the superhero cards they like, and there is no need to collect all the cards of everyone. But in fact, other people's cards are printed in batches. If there are 200,000 copies of Spider-Man comics on the market, then before they are sold out and reprinted, even if you buy all 200,000 copies, don't think about collecting them, because at least 3 cards have not been released. This idea was actually thought up by Ronald Perelman. The reason why Roland knew so clearly was not because he had a deep impression of this period of Marvel history, but there was a victim of card collection in his own family, James Olsen. Go. Roland, just leave the plates here, the waiter will come and collect them. Aren't you tired? Let's go to the private room next door for a while. As 2 important creators of Terminator 2, the truck driver is also the soul of the whole movie. It seems a bit unreasonable for them to leave the party after the premiere, but who asked them to entertain Ronald Perelman? As the most famous guest at the scene, he certainly deserves such treatment. Although Roland didn't understand why the truck driver who was hugging Perelman intimately wanted to drag him over, but since the other party said so, if he didn't go, wouldn't it be embarrassing for this guy? So, after greeting the on-site staff, Roland, who didn't want to continue dealing with others, followed the 2 and went into the box next to the party banquet hall. As the 3 of them sat down and snacks appeared, Perelman casually picked up a cigar and stated his purpose. James, how is the script? Last year, Kirolco Pictures bought the copyright of Spider-Man and went to New York many times to communicate with Stanley. Stanley's real name is Stanley Lieber, but you were filming Terminator 2 at the time and had no time to conceive. Now that the movie is finished, the plan will be put on the agenda, right? This was indeed the first time Perelman and Roland met, but he and Cameron had known each other for a long time. When old friends meet, there is naturally no need for so much small talk. Getting straight to the point can save everyone a lot of time. Moreover, Perelman had come from New York after receiving Cameron's invitation. In addition to appreciating Terminator 2, his fundamental purpose was to see what the mysterious visual effects in the movie looked like. After seeing the amazing infiltrating Terminator, he became more confident about the Spider-Man movie that the truck driver was about to make, so it was natural for him to come forward and ask about the film plan. However, in response to his inquiry, Cameron, who had not started anything, smiled and shrugged, shook his head and said, "Ronald, don't worry, there is a little problem." James, who was leaning on the sofa, raised his right hand and gestured to Perelman with his thumb and index finger to form a fingertip universe. According to the plan, after the Terminator 2 project is completed, I will start the adaptation and creation of the Spider-Man movie script, but the problem is that my technician told me that he has no time to help me make the movie visual effects in the next 2 years. As a superhero movie, it can't be filmed without a visual effects team, so the project can only be shelved temporarily. What? Such words made Perelman, who was still full of expectations for Spider-Man, frown. The visual effects team has no time, and the project is temporarily shelved for at least 2 years. What is going on? Can you tell me more specifically? What's the problem? Can I help you solve it? Do you need money to build a team? 3 consecutive questions showed Perelman's full confidence. As a financial tycoon with a net worth of billions, he is confident that he can help Cameron solve all the obstacles in filming. On Wall Street, money never sleeps. For them, as long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. However, after hearing the other party's inquiry, Cameron smiled and shook his head, raised his chin, and pointed directly at Roland. Problem? The problem lies with him. Huh. After entering the box, Roland began to play dumb, like a puppet, sitting aside and listening to their conversation. In his opinion, he was a small person, so it was best not to get involved in the two big guys' discussion of any project. What's more, the Spider-Man project is now in Cameron's hands. With the copyright already sold, as long as Cameron agrees, no one can compete with him. Even if Perelman wants Cameron to put the project on the agenda as soon as possible, he has no right to finalize the candidate. Moreover, for such a financial tycoon, it's enough for the movie to make money. As for who plays the role, what does it have to do with him? In this way, even if Cameron and Perelman were talking about Spider-Man, Roland didn't seem nervous at all. Not only that, after learning that the filming couldn't start within 2 years, he was actually quite happy. Because after 2 years, no one would be able to compete with him. However, before he could secretly rejoice for a few seconds, how come this truck driver put the blame for the filming not being able to start on him? Could it be that this guy also thinks he can act? Damn. If that's really the case, then great minds think alike. Unfortunately, before Roland could feel good about himself and imagine all the processes of Cameron's optimism about him, the truck driver bluntly told the truth. Roland's next project, or possibly the next one, will occupy all the special effects teams of Industrial Light and Magic. George and Steven can't give up their own projects for my movie. What's more, Universal has already approved the project and may inject capital at any time. Well, Roland thought that the truck driver had chosen him and deliberately said that the special effects team didn't have time and wanted to put the project aside, but he didn't expect that the special effects team was actually occupied. That's right, after the filming of Terminator 2 was completed and the editing work was completed, James Cameron decisively turned around and started to tinker with Spider-Man, which he had been thinking about. However, after he communicated with Stan Weston, the visual effects master of Industrial Light and Magic, he found that Industrial Light and Magic might not be able to undertake his project in the next few years. Because the second owner of Industrial Light and Magic, Spielberg's Jurassic Park, has been put on the agenda. All the teams are tinkering with the dinosaur models he needs, and the dinosaur visual effects in the distance. In this case, wanting them to customize the visual effects in the Spider-Man movie according to the truck driver's wishes? Isn't that a dream? As a company, it is natural not to not undertake the project, but facing the schedule given by Industrial Light and Magic, the truck driver immediately lost the desire to shoot the movie. The earliest is 1993. Are you shooting a movie, or are you just making a satellite? Is that so? Then this problem may be a bit troublesome. After listening to Cameron's complaints, Perelman shrugged with some disappointment, looking at Roland, who was sitting opposite him and was pulled over by the truck driver to act as a sandbag with an innocent face. He was a little discouraged. According to common sense, after the film and television adaptation rights of any work are sold, the previous creators will not care about the process of film and television adaptation, because they have already received the buyout money, and the box office share generated by the adaptation filming is naturally happy if there is a share, and there is no desire if there is no share. Moreover, the copyrights sold by Marvel are all time limited. If the filming is not approved within the specified time, they can take back the copyright again. Therefore, as the boss of Marvel, he is naturally not in a hurry. But, this was the situation when the copyright was sold a year ago. Now, Perelman is the person in the world who most hopes that Cameron can approve the filming of Spider-Man. Is it because Tim Burton's Batman series made him see the value of comic adaptation? No, it's because Marvel is about to go public. As the #1 Spider-Man of Marvel, if a Hollywood director can be selected and decide to make a movie before going public, it will definitely be good news for their company's stock. Therefore, Perelman flew directly from New York to attend the premiere after receiving the invitation from the truck driver. The purpose is to urge the truck driver to put the project on the agenda. And now, before the project is established, we still have to deal with Industrial Light and Magic. Although Perelman is a jackal that can scare many listed companies, it seems a bit foolish to use money to deal with Spielberg and Lucas. As a box office guarantee, they are capital. Once he makes a malicious acquisition, let alone whether he can swallow it, troublemakers will emerge one after another like mushrooms after rain. Not to mention that the project of Jurassic Park was shot by Universal with Spielberg tied to it. It is absolutely stupid to oppose these guys in order to raise Marvel's stock price. What's more, Roland Allen is still on the scene. He only needs to go back and say a few words in front of Spielberg and those guys can prepare early. So, Perelman put away the idea of filming immediately and smiled and said, "Then, you mean, there is no script at all? Although it can't be filmed for a while, for Perelman, a businessman, there is still a way. It doesn't matter if it can't be filmed immediately, let Cameron publicly announce his filming plan. Anyway, the filming plan is just a statement, not a commercial contract, and it is not counted. It has no binding force on Cameron, but for those shareholders, it is definitely good news, although it is much weaker than the news of direct filming. But Perelman, who has watched Terminator 2, thinks that he can make a lot of money by taking advantage of the popularity of this movie. Marvel's stock price will definitely explode. However, just as Perelman was organizing his arguments in his mind and wanted to persuade Cameron to cooperate with him in non-physical hype, Cameron raised his chin again, pointed at Roland and said, "You still have to ask him about this matter." "Ask Roland?" Perelman's train of thought was interrupted, and he looked over with some confusion. "Yes." The truck driver nodded normally and said, "He is writing the script. Roland is very interested in the Spider-Man project, so I asked him to write the script first. Anyway, it can't be filmed within 2 years, so he can write slowly. If it doesn't work, we can change it when the time comes." Before Christmas last year, I asked someone to go to New York to ask Stan Lee for an autograph and a Spider-Man figure. It was actually made for him. He said he wanted to give it to someone, so my assistant went there. If Perelman still couldn't figure out what his friend was up to when Cameron dragged Roland into the house, then now he knows it clearly. Although Roland's backer Spielberg has occupied all the resources of Industrial Light and Magic, making it impossible to start the Spider-Man project immediately, this kid likes Spider-Man. And if that's the case, wouldn't things be simpler? Pulling Cameron alone to hype it up, and pulling Cameron and Roland together to hype it up, that's two different concepts. You know, Spider-Man, the superhero, was created to capture children. In this case, if they announced that Terminator 2 director James Cameron and lead actor Roland Allen would create a movie related to Spider-Man in the future, for investors, this effect would be much better than Cameron's hype alone. Home Alone has earned 500 million yuan in box office worldwide. In this case, how much influence does Roland have on those families? It is impossible to calculate. But Perelman knows one thing. As long as Roland agrees to let them announce the news, then he can make more money. As a result, Perelman, who had wanted to persuade Cameron to join him in the non-material hype, suddenly showed a friendly smile and asked Roland, "Roland, I didn't expect you to be interested in Spider-Man. This is really good news. I think you should just play Peter Parker. Anyway, we have to wait for Steven to shoot Jurassic Park first. Since we can wait for 2 years, we might as well wait a little longer. We don't even need to find a 15-year-old Peter." Damn. When Roland saw Perelman's smiling eyes, he cursed in his heart. He hadn't spoken since he entered the house. Just like the emoticons of later generations, he just quietly watched the two big guys pretending. However, how did he pretend to be pretending? Marvel is going to go public. As the boss, Perelman hopes to inject good news into the company by starting the filming of the movie, so he wanted Cameron to announce that he would take over the filming of Spider-Man. Since Spielberg's Jurassic Park took up too many resources of Industrial Light and Magic, Cameron was unable to start filming smoothly, so Perelman wanted to use the project establishment hype to release good news to shareholders. In this case, Cameron put the blame on Roland for not being able to shoot immediately and said that Roland liked Spider-Man, so Perelman wanted to use this to hype. Marvel boss Perelman wanted Cameron to announce first that the role had belonged to him. Roland, this is simply stepping on dog shit. Roland understood that in this world, where capital is respected, without a contract, everything is in vain. Even if there is a contract, various accidents may occur. Hype is just hype, helping Perelman work for nothing. At most, it is to gain the favor of this financial crocodile. But, after the hype is over, everything will eventually calm down, which is impossible for him. As long as this news is released, unless he gives up himself, no one will be able to snatch this role from him in the future. After the official announcement, which actor would dare to risk his life to get involved in the project in the pocket of the Jewish gang? Even if Cameron doesn't care, the investors will think it does matter. He just came to help Cameron take the blame, and then he got the role he had always wanted. Roland was still thinking about how to tell Cameron that he wanted this project. Now, bullshit. Your good friend, the boss of Marvel, has already recommended it. In this case, you still want to push me away. Now all you need to do is make an official announcement, and everything will be stable. And at this time, if Roland shook his head and said no, he could commit suicide first. So, of course, Mr. Arnold, I like Spider-Man very much. If I didn't like it, then why did I ask James for the script? He didn't have time to write, so I started working first. If you are willing to wait until I grow up, then of course I will accept it. As for announcing it in advance, no problem. I like Marvel very much, and it's my honor to work with you. However, if you directly announce that I'm Peter Parker, I'm afraid it won't be of much help to Marvel's listing. After all, the movie can't start shooting immediately, and things that happen a few years later are not considered major benefits. Roland's ability to instantly get into his own role made Perelman laugh. He didn't care whether Roland was sincere or not, and shook his head and said, "Wrong age. It doesn't matter, as long as you agree Steven and George are working on young Indiana Jones. DC and Marvel also have the concept of young superheroes. As long as the reporters ask, we can say that it is no problem to film the growth history of Spider-Man. As long as you are willing to play this role, all problems are not problems. After all, things like company listing are my expertise. You just need to nod, and you don't have to worry about anything else. You just need to know that, after leaving this room, Peter Parker is you, and you are Peter Parker. That's enough. And I believe that James will not refuse, right?" When Roland and Perelman set their sights on Cameron, who would have any objections to this bridge between the two? At first he wanted to make Jurassic Park, but Spielberg got in first. Now he wants to make Spider-Man, but Spielberg got in again. If that was all, that would be fine. For Terminator 2, Spielberg stuffed someone in, and for Spider-Man, the person Spielberg stuffed in took a fancy to. He felt that he was just unlucky, and he had to fight with the Jewish gang wherever he went. Since he couldn't avoid it this time, he might as well forget about it. They can take it if they want. It's just a role. There's no need to get angry with them. What's more, Cameron has figured it out. Since he can't get someone to do the special effects, let your own people do it. Doesn't Industrial Light and Magic dislike me as an outsider? Then when Roland wants to make Spider-Man, you tell me that no one does the special effects. I don't believe it. You dare to lose face for your own people. As for waiting for Spider-Man, he has waited for so many years. Even if he waits for a few more years, it doesn't matter. In this way, with Cameron's nod, Roland suddenly felt that these things were so simple. A year and a half ago, when he first came, he was still worried about a Home Alone project. And now, there are all kinds of scripts. Connections are really useful. After finalizing the whole thing simply and clearly, Roland, who was still dizzy from the noise of the party, also regained his previous spirit. After all, the premiere started at 6 o'clock, and the movie was only 8:30, and it was not even 10 o'clock now. As a guy who had to go to bed around 12 o'clock every day, Roland felt that he could still chat for a while. In the process of chatting, Perelman, who was in a good mood because of the positive response, also discovered the difference in Roland. "Roland, is it because your family has the famous president of the Olsen sisters? So I feel you don't seem very surprised about becoming famous. I've talked to many child stars, and they all have one thing in common, which is to express their opinions to others. And you seem to be more willing to listen." Feeling Perelman's curious eyes, Roland, who was a listener most of the time, laughed. Maybe it's because I feel safe. Even if my movie fails, I can live a good life. So, there is no need for me to express my opinions before others, because I don't need to attract attention. Maybe this is a reason why people from good families are successful. Even if we fail, even if we don't get some things, it doesn't matter. At most, we can start over again. Start over? Perelman smiled and nodded. Well said. It seems that the Olsens treat you very well. Similar to Roland's situation, Perelman did not start from scratch. Born into a wealthy family, he had millions of startup funds to buy and play when he was in college. Even if he lost everything, his father could still give him money. Because of this, when conducting business operations, he didn't think that being fast, accurate, and ruthless was the way of the acquirer. Don't want to sell? Then just spend it slowly. I have plenty of capital. Who is afraid of whom? As for the loss of time and money, the wool comes from the sheep, understand? If you don't sell it now, you can't hold on by then, and then the price will not be the current price. So, for him, Roland's Buddhist listening is actually more to his liking. Because of this, when Cameron asked him what business he had been discussing with Fox before, this guy who had been rolling in a pile of money since he was a child and got satisfactory answers from Roland and Cameron had no intention of hiding it at all. What else can it be? Of course, it's to sell Marvel's film and television copyrights. Didn't Universal buy Iron Man, Hulk, and Namor last year? Others can be sold too. Captain America, Black Panther, Black Widow, Deadpool, Iron Fist, Ant-Man, Punisher, Humanoid Vampire Morbius, Blade, Ghost Rider. These things are all it can be sold, but unfortunately no one wants these things. I came here to talk to Fox about X-Men, but unfortunately those guys are not willing to give even $2 million. I originally said that I would offer $2,600,000 and give them a Daredevil, but they asked me to talk to Rupert Murdoch. They don't even dare to make a decision on a $2 million order. What can they do? If they don't want to hype up the stock value through trading, why should I care about such a small matter? Ahem. When Roland heard Perelman's complaint, he almost choked to death while drinking juice. When he covered his throat and looked at the other party with red eyes like a man who fell into the water, the fierceness scared Cameron and Perelman. Roland, what's wrong with you? Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Seeing that Roland's face was not right, the truck driver quickly stood up and wanted to go out. But just as he stood up, Roland waved his hand and motioned the other party to sit down. But the sight was always focused on Perelman. James, I just choked. It's okay. Ronald, you want to sell Marvel's film and television copyright? Roland's words calmed them both down. Looking at the troubled kid, Perelman nodded naturally and said, yes. Do you know who wants it? The transaction should be completed on July 16th, before Marvel goes public, and I have only one condition. The other party must agree to make the transaction public, and allow the media to spread the report. Compared with stocks, copyright is nothing. In fact, the copyright of the novel Jurassic Park is only $2 million, and those comic characters are even less valuable. After hearing Perelman's generous remarks, Roland stretched out his left index finger and tapped his cheek a few times. Ronald, do you think I can buy it? You? Perelman, who thought Roland would introduce him to Spielberg, frowned. If Spielberg is willing to take the copyright, he can even lower the price of the copyright. If Spielberg is willing to say in front of the media that he is confident that he can challenge Star Wars with Marvel movies, then he can sell these characters at half price. If Lucas is willing to come forward to support Spielberg and say that he accepts the challenge, then he can even sell them at a 30% to 40% discount. If Roland wants to buy it now, the situation will be a little different. If he sells it to Spielberg, his Amblin Entertainment will have the ability to pull these movies out, and the media and shareholders will have more confidence in their ability. But if he sells it to Roland, although Roland agreed to his hype plan, it does not mean that he is optimistic that Roland can set up his own company like Spielberg and others. And even if he can set up a company, it will be difficult to put the movie on the screen. So, in Perelman's view, Roland is not a suitable buyer. But, what if he does not represent himself? Thinking of this, Perelman regained his previous smile. As a businessman, although he wanted to know why Roland wanted to buy the copyright, at this moment, he didn't want to ask directly, but changed his way to test. You? Of course you can buy it. I just didn't know how to thank you for cooperating with me. I'll sell you the copyright at a 50% discount. What do you think? Who do you want? Just say it directly. The term I gave Universal last year was 20 years, and I will give you this number too. It is a necessary skill for a successful businessman to infer the original intention of the customer through the customer's goals. Copyrights are different for different purposes. The choice at this time can let people see your thoughts. However, Perelman, who thought he was sure of success, miscalculated because Roland was not a child. Children would do multiple choice questions, but adults want everything. After hearing Perelman's heroic words, Roland took a deep breath, smiled, and asked very seriously, then, can I ask, if you package all the existing copyrights, how much will you bid? Note, I don't mean to discredit Marvel, but after Perelman took over, before he was kicked out of the board, the reason why Marvel sales were able to crush all major comic companies was because of the card collection. Between Terminator 2 and True Lies, Cameron took a 2-year break. In addition to the fact that all the people in Industrial Light and Magic were working on Jurassic, one of the reasons was to accompany his son. Stan Weston also joined the digital field after Jurassic was completed. Perelman and Cameron really worked together to hype stocks. After the official release of Terminator 2, as the box office figures rose, Cameron announced that he would shoot Spider-Man, which directly caused a sensation in North America and was regarded as a major positive. On July 16th, after the announcement, Perelman made a move and enjoyed a dividend of $10 million on the same day. This incident was recorded in the documentary Marvel 75th Anniversary produced by Disney. Cameron did not dare to ask Fox for money with a knife. In Hollywood, those who dared to challenge capital were either capital themselves or had capital backers. Moreover, Perelman was also the beginning of Marvel selling copyrights at a low price because he pocketed all the money himself. And because of this behavior, when Marvel went bankrupt, it was investigated, but his backer was the Clintons, and he was their campaign fundraiser, so everything was fine. X-Men is really only worth $2 million. In 1993, Fox spent $2.6 million to buy X-Men and got Daredevil. Chapter 92 Prodigal Son. Pack all? When Roland's serious words came out, Perelman, who wanted to trick the person behind the copyright transaction, was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, this guy who was always on the Forbes Global Rich list with a cigar in his mouth, leaned back and chuckled. If half a minute ago, he thought Roland really knew that someone wanted to buy the copyright, or that the guys behind him seemed to be interested in Marvel, then now, all suspicions have disappeared. Perelman can say with certainty that the one who is interested in the copyright is Roland himself, because Roland's question is really cute. So cute that he doesn't want to beat around the bush. Putting the cigar next to his mouth, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. As the light blue smoke ring continued to spread, Perelman, who was sitting with his legs crossed, felt that he could teach the young Roland a lesson. Roland, do you know why I want James and you to use the movie project method to increase the stock value? Because I want those investors to know that I have great confidence in Marvel's film and television adaptation. Now, the entire American comic book market is saturated. No matter what means I use, unless I swallow up DC from Warner, the value of Marvel will never continue to rise. Its stock price will only stay at the estimated 20 yuan and cannot go up, and this is actually the limitation of the market. In this case, letting investors focus on the cake of film and television adaptation is the best way to increase the stock price. James has box office appeal, and you have box office appeal. Investors will have great confidence in the entire project. They will feel that the 2% to 5% box office return agreed upon when I sold the copyright can be recovered. For example, if the global box office is 500 million, then selling the copyright and promising 2% of Marvel can get 10 million. Although this 10 million is very small compared to the 500 million box office, there is no production cost, no publicity cost, and it is not affected by the proportion of box office share. It is just lying there and getting money for free. You who make movies know much more about box office share and operating costs than I do. Can this kind of special effects film cost less than 100 million? With a global box office of 500 million, minus the share of each country, it would be great to get 250 million. After deducting the production and publicity, I'll just say the net profit is 100 million. The film company works hard for a year and can only make 100 million from the box office. Other derivative products such as videotapes are the bulk of the profit. We, on the other hand, do nothing and can take 10% of your film profits by sitting there. Most importantly, we don't have the authorization for these toys and peripherals. If the film company wants to sell them, they have to pay us. So here in this case, how can I sell you all the copyrights? For James' sake, and for your willingness to cooperate with me, I will sell you 2 sets at most. These 2 sets of copyrights are actually equivalent to injecting a dose of adrenaline into investors, making them feel that our Spider-Man plan is just around the corner. As for the others, I don't think you can make a movie now. I've made it so clear. Do you understand? As James Cameron's big backer, the guy who will make the truck driver have the courage to hold a knife and force Fox's senior management to make additional investments in the future, Perelman does not think that there will be any problems with his straightforward words. Since Roland agreed to his hype plan very happily, they are grasshoppers on the same rope. He wants the horse to run fast, but he also wants the horse to not eat grass. He can't do such a thing. Although he is a jackal on Wall Street, who of the guys who work with him doesn't make a lot of money? Money is just a number for them. Constantly acquiring companies and increasing the value of mergers and acquisitions is their source of fun. Just like many movie stars and directors hope that their films can be a big hit, the box office number is their greatest pleasure. Even if it is invisible and intangible, it is the greatest embodiment of their value. And all of this, Roland understands. The reason why Marvel in later generations can surpass DC in valuation is because it has opened up the entire industry chain. From comic creation, to the film and television process, to the sale of various derivatives, and then there is the Marvel Park that Disney is tinkering with. All of this is to squeeze out all the value of the entire IP as much as possible. He also notes that the reason why Perelman personally wants to take action is to let those Hollywood giants eat up their own copyrights, because selling at a low price is not his purpose at all. His real purpose is to paint a pie in the sky for those investors through selling at a low price again and again, so that they can change their initial impression of Marvel and evolve from a comic company to a copyright licensing and trading company. From a copyright licensing and trading company to an upstream production enterprise in the IP industry chain. After all, the entire American comic market has actually been saturated for a long time. If you want to make a fuss about comics, you will only die miserably. In this way, Roland's serious inquiry was just to see how good the relationship between Perelman and Cameron was, and whether this financial giant would really sell him something. As for swallowing it all, don't be ridiculous. Even if he could come up with the money to acquire Marvel, let alone whether Perelman would sell it to him, other film companies would not watch him take it for nothing. Even if Marvel was worthless, it would not take too much effort for film companies such as Sony, Universal, Fox, and MGM to swallow it. Not only that, with the Jewish gang around, Roland would be even less likely to swallow it all. This kind of transaction that broke through 8 figures made it hard not to imagine that the one who really wanted the Marvel IP was the Jewish gang. In front of the Jewish gang that owned Star Wars, the first IP in America, swallowing up all of Marvel's IP would really provoke the nerves of the Hollywood giants, and this was actually the disadvantage of being close to the Jewish gang. The Jewish gang could help Roland clear all enemies on all projects and get the best resources in the circle, but they were restless and had their own industries, so they had long been a thorn in the eyes of the 7 big companies. The world's most powerful special effects company, the world's largest film and television IP. If these things are not owned by capital, then that's a joke. Of course, even if Roland knew it well, he would not show it. After Perelman's careful explanation, he pretended to be stupid and finally showed a look of sudden enlightenment. So that's how it is. Ronald, with you here, Marvel stock will definitely soar. Unfortunately, if I wasn't afraid of being investigated by the secretary, I would have wanted to buy Marvel stock after it went public. Before, for safety reasons, I used my more than 1.5 million salary to buy Berkshire Hathaway. Now I see, it feels like a loss. Ha ha ha. Hearing Roland layman's investment method, Cameron, who had not spoken since Roland talked about buying Marvel's copyright, laughed immediately. You bought Warren Buffett's company stock? Then you have to wait. Buffett has always been a steady guy. I guess by the time you come of age, your 1.5 million won't have turned into 6 million. Buffett's company is already very legendary. From $7 per share in 1964 to the current level of about 10,000, it has risen more than 1,000 times, but it is obviously not a good time to get in now. 10,000 per share and still want it to soar directly? Isn't that dreaming? Of course, this is a view of many financial investors. Compared with them, Roland knows that when the internet bubble bursts, the unit price of this company's stock will be at least 90,000. When he traveled through time, there was no company in the world that was as stable as it. Okay, James, if I knew your relationship with Ronald, I would definitely buy it with you. Don't laugh at me anymore. Let's get back to the topic of Marvel characters. After showing his unfamiliarity with investment in front of Perelman and Cameron, Roland took the initiative to bring the topic back to the film and television copyrights that Perelman wanted to sell. No problem, who do you want? This time, Perelman answered happily. For him, the two copyrights were just toys thrown to Roland. If Roland wants it, then give it to him. As long as he takes it, the hype will be stable. But, for Roland, these two copyrights are of extraordinary significance. Perelman agreed to authorize him for 20 years, so he can buy the copyrights with peace of mind and sleep at home. Can't film? If you can't film, just leave it there. 20 years. That's until 2011. Such a long time is enough for him. So, after thinking for a while, Roland changed direction and asked the first goal in his mind. Will X-Men sell? Before Kevin Feige started to make movies, the most profitable Marvel IP, besides Spider-Man, was X-Men. Of course, even if it was making money, it made less money and lost more. The first movie invested $75 million and the global box office was $296 million. The second movie invested $110 million and the global box office was $407 million. It seems to be going up, but what is the reality? The third movie directly lost all the money earned from the first two movies. $210 million investment, $459 million global box office. This is simply working hard for half a lifetime and returning to the pre-liberation era overnight. And the next three movies, First Class lost money, Days of Future Past finally made over $100 million, and Apocalypse went back to the way it was. As for personal movies, let alone Wolverine lost money, Logan 2 made a small profit, and Logan 3 made money from nostalgia. As for Dark Phoenix, can we not mention that shampoo commercial? So, although X-Men really has the bonus of 20 years of nostalgia, but this thing is really a flop. Only 5 of the 10 movies made money. There were only 2 movies that made hundreds of millions in profit. To put it bluntly, after Fox tinkered with it for 20 years, the entire X-Men only made them less than $300 million. If it is considered an investment, this deal is simply a loss. However, even so, when Roland mentioned X-Men, Perelman, who was originally very cheerful, shook his head. Roland, I'm sorry, I can't sell this combination to you. You can look through the annual comic sales list. Apart from Spider-Man, there is X-Men. The rest are either individual publications such as Wolverine and Gambit, or guys like Fantastic Four. I can't sell these famous characters on the sales list to you personally. If Marvel's most valuable superheroes are sold to you, then isn't the hype we talked about before all empty? The leading characters are sold to individuals, so what can I show to investors? With Cameron around, Perelman was already very sincere. He almost told Roland directly that, if you choose 2 guys you like, but are not very popular, I will give them to you for free. Although this behavior is inconsistent with his previous generosity, capitalists, before signing a contract, their promises are like farts. However, Roland knew it in his heart. Perelman had said before that, if X-Men wanted to be sold to Fox, a big company, then he would definitely not consider himself. He asked this question because he wanted to know if the other party was willing to sell the combination to him. If he was not willing to sell it, then he would choose something else. And if he was willing to sell it, he would not be polite. Then, Avengers for sale? After being rejected by Perelman twice, Roland, who was sitting there, seemed to have a headache. He racked his brains for a long time before he reported this combination that appeared at the same time as X-Men, but was not very popular. After decisively rejecting Roland many times, when Perelman heard the name of this second-tier combination, he was finally not as decisive as before. After pondering for a few seconds, he slowly shook his head and said, "This is not easy to sell. Not easy to sell. Then there is a chance." Roland was happy in his heart, but he still looked at the other party with a "why is it so troublesome" look. Under his gaze, Perelman quickly organized his words and said, "I sold Iron Man and the Hulk to Universal last year, so there are 2 less characters. Thor and Captain America are the popular characters I mentioned before, so there are 2 less characters. In this way, the 6 founders of the 616 universe can only be sold to you and Man and the Wasp. If you don't mind, I can sell them. If you think it's too little, the 3rd and 4th tier characters, such as Hawkeye, Swordsman, Fantasy World, Black Knight, Black Widow, including Shield Hydra, can all be counted in. As for the Guardians of the Galaxy, count them in too." Yes. What Perelman said about it being difficult to sell is that this combination has been disassembled almost completely and there is nothing in it at all. Although he planned to sell some junk to Roland from the beginning, when Roland really selected the junk, he felt that it was always a bit wrong to deceive a child who was willing to cooperate with him. The Avengers, it's popular, right? But, what's the point of selling it after removing 4 of the 6 founders? The valuable things were either picked up by Universal or authorized to be made into movies. In this case, what Roland picked up were all scraps that no one wanted. In this case, it would be better to sell the entire worldview to him. Anyway, this kind of dissected thing, no one would buy it if sold to others. It's just a waste. However, when Roland heard Perelman dumping those guys who couldn't even get a place like garbage as compensation, and packed up the Avengers worldview that lacked a backbone, and handed it to him, he almost laughed like a pig. Yes, these characters are indeed garbage now, and after the loss of the 4 giants, the entire hype of Avengers has lost most of its luster, and has no investment value at all. But for Roland, this is not important at all. He can make a fortune just from Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay. With them around, what's the point of a bicycle? Although they relied on the Avengers to get the filming schedule, it is an indisputable fact that the 2 movies made nearly $600 million. Although the comics cannot compare with others, the movies are much more popular than the hype of X-Men. And now, Perelman is going to throw this garbage to himself? If he doesn't accept it with a smile, it would be a shame for this bold man. Okay. Although I haven't bought the comics of Guardians of the Galaxy, this is at least the copyright I can buy. When Roland responded in a relaxed tone, Cameron, who had been watching on the side, smiled, but shook his head silently in his heart. In his opinion, if Roland buys things like this, he will probably be cheated to death by others when he goes out. The soul of a group has been dismantled, and you are still buying a fart worldview? What's the use of you wanting Shield and Hydra? This is a setting. Even if you buy it, when others want to shoot, they can also create a villain organization name, which is not a problem. And what about Hawkeye, Fantasy World, Black Widow? What do you want them for? If you can't even make a single person movie, it's a waste of money to get it. There are actually only 2 people who can make a movie. One isn't Man and the other is the Wasp. But these 2 unpopular guys, making a movie is just a waste of money, right? And if Roland knew what the truck driver was thinking, he would just laugh at most. He had to buy the Avengers, no matter how broken they were. And the reason is actually very simple. When Spider-Man was held by the truck driver, the Fantastic Four had been sold, and the X-Men were about to be sold by Perelman. If he bought the Avengers, that were cut into pieces and no one wanted them, the Shield and Hydra, that couldn't be sold at a price, and picked up the Guardians of the Galaxy, that no one watched at all, what cards did Marvel have left to play? No. Was the reason why Marvel in the previous life was able to turn things around with the Avengers because Kevin Feige had a great idea? No. It's because they don't have any combination that can be played. Kevin Feige would not use the Avengers if there were Spider-Man and X-Men. Otherwise, why did he have to go to Fox first and propose a series of movies in the mutant universe instead of communicating with Marvel executives first and organizing his own Avengers? Kevin Feige is indeed awesome, but a good cook cannot cook without rice, and this sentence is not said in vain. I, Roland, emptied your Marvel's last trump card in 1991. Do you want to turn over? Come and beg me. After all, compared with asking other film companies to redeem IP, asking Roland to give up garbage seems to be the easiest way. Of course, when Perelman nodded in agreement, Roland also thought of an idea to collect IP. Iron Man and the Hulk have been sold, but Thor and Captain America are not for sale. It doesn't matter. I, Roland, can still buy them. Isn't Fox thinking about making a sequel to Home Alone? Sure, use IP in exchange. Now, the total of these 4 IPs is less than 1 million. As long as Fox can get them, he can immediately communicate with Spielberg, who regards him as a shadow. What 15 million? Just give up. The two parties signed a sequel contract for 10 million, of which 1 million was used to pay off the debt with IP. Trash IP in exchange for a hot sequel. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. As long as the other party agrees, it will be a win-win situation. Fox got the sequel guarantee, and Roland got all the trash. Perfect. After deciding to buy the broken Avengers and the trash of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra and Guardians of the Galaxy, Roland and Perelman did not bother about the specific number of people and characters, because there would be special people to discuss those things. As for the second goal, while eating all the garbage, Roland had nothing to buy. Although he really wanted to buy Deadpool, the R-rated box office champion, but considering that the character of Deadpool was only released in February this year, it would be better for him not to mention it. Moreover, even if he asked, he couldn't buy it, because this thing has no storyline at all. In this way, after finalizing the intention to buy the plan, Roland felt relieved. In sharp contrast to him, Perelman, who was even more relieved after cleaning up the garbage, and the truck driver who felt that Roland had lost money. Because, when Roland heard Perelman say that X-Men was priced at 2 million, he still agreed to Perelman's proposal of a total price of 1 million for the garbage packaging. 1 million. The copyright of half of Jurassic Park. What a waste. However, even if Roland saw what Cameron was thinking, he had no intention of explaining. After raising the juice and gently clinking it with Perelman's glass, the two parties who became temporary allies chatted even more happily. When Roland was curious about what the truck driver who had been silent and witnessed the transaction between the two parties would gain after he got the broken Avengers as a reward for his hype, Perelman, who was in a good mood, shook his head and said, "You will know about this tomorrow morning." Note, in 1990, Marvel's annual sales exceeded 70 million. Plus 11 million in copyright income, and the net profit was only 5.4 million. The 2% to 15% pure box office share was just a pie in the sky. For example, X-Men allowed Marvel to receive a pure dividend of 5.92 million. This money allowed Marvel, which had just gone through bankruptcy and reorganization, to recover. Although the money was little, they were a business with no capital. This is why Marvel's stock price soared when Cameron announced that he was going to make Spider-Man, because as long as they could have the box office of Terminator 2, 1 year of dividends was equivalent to Marvel working hard for 2.5 years. The most important thing is the box office dividend, not the profit dividend. Don't look at that time with today's eyes. At that time, Perelman's way of hype was to hit the market directly, and not everyone was a time traveler. The first thing Marvel did after bankruptcy reorganization was to sell Spider-Man to Sony. They also wanted to sell all IPs for 25 million. Sony didn't want it at the time because they thought the broken Avengers had no value at all. It is unrealistic to acquire all copyrights in the name of the Jewish gang. After Marvel went bankrupt, Michael Jackson wanted to acquire it, but as soon as the news came out, Universal, Fox, and Sony directly bid and squeezed him out. Then after squeezing out MJ, they didn't buy it again. Just like DreamWorks overseas distribution was pitted by the 7 major companies. The giants don't want it, and they won't let you buy it. In 1990, the movie of the Hulk and Captain America was released, but it ended up being a big hit. Compared with The Batman Next Door, the value of Marvel's movie copyright plummeted. Chapter 93. No one can succeed easily. Terminator 2 will definitely be the best movie this summer. I can't wait to see its feedback in the market. In the limited 2.5 hours, James Cameron told us a rich science fiction story. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Terminator is definitely the most distinctive character in this year's film market. If last year, Arnold used Rescue and Kindergarten Cop to prove to us that his best role was expressionless amnesia, then this year, his performance has changed dramatically. I can't find any similarities between him and the robots in other science fiction films. His performance can reflect the sense of transformation in every aspect. Of course, it is also worth noting that Roland Allen contributed a completely opposite image to Kevin in Home Alone and the movie, showing the public a high degree of plasticity. The plot is concise and the rhythm is just right. There is no lengthy preaching in art films. The fighting conflicts are linked together, and it is impossible to find fault with it. I firmly believe that it will be the biggest winner of this summer. Arnold's T-800 and Roland's John Connor are full of sparks, and Sarah Connor in the previous film is also full of personality. Whether it is Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves which has been released for half a month, or The Smell of Terror which met with everyone last week, these movies cannot be compared with Terminator 2. I firmly believe that Terminator 2 will become the box office champion this year. Whether it is in America or the world, no movie can compete with it. Yes, when Roland got up in the early morning of July 2nd, went to the mailbox at the door, took out the newspaper inside, and looked at the front page headlines with similar content, he immediately understood what the truck driver who was willing to cooperate with Perelman to hype Marvel's stock price got from the other financial crocodile. Hush money like money? Come on. Regardless of whether it is cash, securities, or physical assets, they are all things that are extremely easy to be targeted and investigated. And copyrights like what Roland got? That's even more impossible. The biggest Spider-Man IP has fallen into the hands of the truck driver, and he is not interested in other projects now. Since he doesn't take money or projects, the only thing that is beneficial to the truck driver is media opinion. And when consistent praise appears in the newspaper columns of major authoritative film critics, everything is clear. Regardless of newspapers such as the New York Post and the Los Angeles Times, or magazines such as Empire and Variety, regardless of contracted film critics or resident entertainment editors, everyone believes that this is a movie that can sweep the summer, and in the fiercely competitive summer season, it will crush all enemies who want to share the cake with the crushing momentum. Of course, if these reviews that tell the truth are not considered to be unscrupulous flattery because the quality of the film is not bad, these reviews are just to publicize the excellent content and play a role in sharing, then the earnest persuasion to lure children into the theater after the flattering reviews made Roland dumbfounded. Among them, what he found most unbelievable was the strong and passionate words of the top film critic in North America, Roger Ebert. Everyone knows that I'm an open opponent of the MPAA rating system. I hate movie ratings, especially those guys' judgments on movie ratings, which makes me sick. Terminator 2 is a movie about thinking about advanced AI, questioning electronic life, and recasting the dreams of children from single-parent families in America. Director James not only thinks about the impact of the rapid development of technology on humans, but also tells the importance of a complete family to the healthy growth of children throughout the film. As a film that collides reason and emotion, the MPAA actually gave it an R rating. This result makes me wonder if the film reviewers and graders watch movies in the toilet. It's really hard for me to imagine that they would pull up the horizontal bar to prevent children from entering the theater to watch this heartwarming movie. When I was in the cinema and saw John Connor, played by Roland Allen, and T-800, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, high-fiving each other happily, my brain kept telling me that this was a better family movie than Home Alone, because it could teach children how to be strong in the face of current difficulties, and how to muster up the courage to face an unknown future. As a movie with a harmonious tone, it was actually rated R by the MPAA. I know some people made out my words, but I can guarantee that it is definitely not a bad thing to take your children to the cinema. If you don't believe me, you can buy a movie ticket to verify my words. I believe that, after you finish watching it, you will understand why I hate the MPAA so much. I also believe that after you finish watching it, you will buy a few more tickets, so that your children can be as strong as John Connor. Yes, even if the outside media has exaggerated the movie Terminator 2 and described the plot of Terminator 2 as full of warmth, this cannot change the fact that it is an R-rated movie. As a restricted movie, the law requires that audiences under the age of 17 must be accompanied by parents or adults to watch it, because there are more scenes of violence, blood, swearing, etc., and some content is not suitable for children. In this way, even if those children who have seen the news and watched the movie trailer want to go to the theater and want to observe the changes of the troublemaker Kevin up close after seeing the rating, parents who mindlessly satisfied their children during last Christmas are actually very hesitant. Taking children to the theater to watch a PG-rated movie and taking them to watch an R-rated movie are two different concepts. The former does not have those bad pictures, while the latter is a bit bloody. Although many parents understand that there are many more temptations in reality than in movies, it is not the same thing for parents to contact without their knowledge and for parents to take the initiative to lead them to watch. So, in the face of this situation, Perelman, who hopes that the movie will be a big hit, took action directly. If the distribution company can get the same favorable comments, then only Perelman and other people who can change the situation can make Roger Ebert, the top film critic in America, who did not attend the premiere, write a review criticizing the MPAA film rating system. As a player in the game, how could Perelman be willing to see a box office hit in the film Inoop Hidden? Roland Allen's fans may not be able to go to the theater to watch the movie because of the R-rated film. He absolutely cannot tolerate this situation. He has given up enough interests and can only see the box office of the film soaring. In the absence of being able to kill the MPAA, what he can do is to let someone with enough weight come out to guarantee that this movie, which has been damaged by the rating, is suitable for children to watch. This is the biggest reward James Cameron has received. For a director, there is no reward that can be better than the exaggerated box office of the film. For a director, what they most hope to see is that the distributor can make every point in the film play the greatest money-making efficiency. Since the distributor of Terminator 2 couldn't deal with MPAA, he asked Perelman to deal with Roger Ebert. Anyway, the effect was pretty much the same. This is simply too fucking horrible. After Roland read all the reviews, he sat in David's study, his face full of emotion and surprise. Having lived 2 lives, he certainly knew that in the entire film industry, the most important thing is publicity and promotion. There is a saying that good acting is not as good as good filming. Good filming is not as good as a good script. A good script is not as good as good editing, and none of these are as good as publicity and promotion. In this situation, where publicity and promotion are the most important and everything else is secondary, a good publicity and promotion can increase the box office of a movie a lot. The Blair Witch Project is such a typical example, but he really didn't expect that when MPAA classified Terminator 2 as an R-rated movie, James Cameron still had a way to save the situation and let those children who might be isolated at the door of the theater enter smoothly, and this was to ask Perelman to ask Roger Ebert to write a review? This is simply too fucking awesome. Money can indeed solve a lot of problems. Roland's surprise was noticed by David, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with this film review. If you have investigated Ronald Perelman, you will understand that Carl Icahn, the Wall Street Wolf who was one of the directors of Revlon and acquired Marvel with him, is a director of Viacom. It is too easy for him to influence the Chicago Sun-Times, which has a long-term cooperation with Roger Ebert. If they don't publish normal film reviews, let alone the Chicago Sun-Times, even PBS, Public Television Network, which has a long-term cooperation with Roger Ebert, can be directly acquired. This is why I don't want Ashley and Mary to stay in Hollywood for a long time. Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, who you are connected with, have touched the ceiling of the entire circle, and no matter what they do, they can't easily influence Roger Ebert. But even if Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn don't speak up, there will be a bunch of people to help them do these things. Although David's wording was a little helpless, his tone was very calm. although Roland told him about the deal he and Perelman had just negotiated this morning and hoped that he could take over in the name of his own company and use the last 2 million dividends that Fox had previously supplemented to purchase it. He did not think that there was anything wrong with Roland's choice. If it were him, he would also buy a bunch of garbage from Perelman at a high price. This was not a question of stupidity or not, but a question of taking the initiative to get on board. Cooperating with Perelman to hype stocks was something that he, as a businessman, agreed to. Since everyone was already in the same room, if they didn't get on board, then if the news leaked out, after they got out, the first person to be liquidated would definitely be the guy who was the most ignorant at the beginning. People have big fists, so you take what they give you. Selling at a premium? Don't be ridiculous, okay? It's something that we both agreed to, so how can there be a premium? What's more, you didn't get nothing. Although they helped Cameron find public opinion to blow water, you can also benefit from the high box office. You know, there is also a box office bonus in the Terminator 2 project. However, what David didn't know was that the surprise and emotion on Roland's face was not because he had eaten a bunch of Marvel garbage. He was actually sighing that Roger Ebert, an upright film critic, was also affected. Although Roland had heard in his previous life that after Tom Cruise bought good reviews for Valkyrie, Roger Ebert went against the public opinion and took the initiative to support Tom Cruise, which made people wonder whether he also received money. But at that time, he was in the late stage of his life, and it would not be strange for him to do anything while fighting cancer. But now, Roland was sure that he didn't see him last night, so he could only say, "It smells good." Well, it seems that he really overestimated everyone's integrity. He also underestimated the influence of those financial tycoons on this land. Money can make you a god. This phrase is very applicable everywhere. Of course, although the appearance of Perelman calmed Roland, who had been brainlessly praising Terminator 2 in his previous life, and everything hidden behind the success made the film a sudden hit, and the touching deeds of reaching the peak of life were all natural. Roland did not think that there was anything wrong with all this. Once a good movie is made, it is only certain to be successful. There are too many movies that are well received but not popular. Blade Runner and The Shawshank Redemption are indeed overturned, but what about those guys who were buried? There are more. Since James Cameron has connections and can let more people see his movies, then why not? There are so many things that are always urgent. The world is turning and time is pressing. 10,000 years is too long, so we must seize the day. It is obvious that it can harvest box office and win awards like Forrest Gump. So why learn from The Shawshank Redemption and hang at the top of the IMDb top 250? Compared with the first in film history in people's minds, isn't it good to have a box office of nearly 700 million? Just like Roland would only thank the Jewish gang for helping him write a film review, Roland would not expose these things about the truck driver at all. This has nothing to do with whether he is a beneficiary or not, but he thinks that this kind of publicity method that does not steal, rob, cheat or deceive is fine. It is not like showing a bad movie like The Blair Witch Project to movie fans. Good things should be shared by everyone. For this reason, when Roland knew the reason why the movie Terminator 2 was a big hit, he no longer worried about word of mouth and film reviews. Instead, he took David's assistant's car and went around the major theaters around Los Angeles in the early morning of the 3rd. When he found that many office workers in suits and leather shoes were patiently waiting in the long queue, he felt a little excited about the feeling that fans were about to be realized. Midnight shows have never been the world of child stars. R-rated movies cannot reflect the appeal of child stars at all. But with Perelman's intervention and the emergence of film reviews, Roland believes that tomorrow will be better. Because those who are willing to watch the midnight show for their children will definitely bring their children to watch the movie. And at that time, the one who makes the most money will be him. Note, as early as the 1990s, some people suspected that Ebert helped hype Terminator 2. Ebert has a habit of announcing his 10 favorite movies every year, but in 1991, although he wrote a praising review of Terminator 2, he did not select it into the top 10, and one of the top 10 was The Rapture. Many media suspected that he had received money because after he criticized the MPAA, the box office of Terminator 2 exceeded 30 million in 3 days. You know, in that era, many PG level movies with a wide audience only had a box office of 20 million in 3 days, and the popular R-rated movie Pretty Woman only had a box office of 10 million in the first week. Icon, the Wolf King of Wall Street, was a shareholder of Marvel at the time, but no one knew how much money he made from Marvel's listing. However, this was normal, because he was tricked by Perelman. When Marvel went bankrupt in 1996, Perelman did it without Icon's knowledge and directly took the last 80 million profits of Marvel. After the bankruptcy application, Icon angrily criticized Perelman in an interview with reporters. It was Icon who proposed to investigate Perelman's manipulation of Marvel's stock price, but it was finally suppressed by Clinton. However, Marvel was not taken back by the two. What happened later was more interesting. Marvel filed for bankruptcy in 1996, and the two were out of Marvel for restructuring in 1997. In 1998, the Zippergate incident broke out. What toy tycoon saved Marvel? That's all funny. Wall Street tycoons have gone to the president. Tom Cruise did buy good reviews for Destination Hitler, and it was directly exposed by the TV station. Chapter 94, The Cold Summer Season, The Table Flipping Gamma Play. As the long road continued to recede, and Sarah Connor's inner monologue slowly came out from the speakers, a list of employees scrolled out on the dim screen. Normally at this time, most of the audience would get up and leave, but the audience at tonight's midnight show had no intention of moving. Unlike those chick flicks, these men stayed here not to track down the sponsors at the end of the film. For them, what brand of motorcycle Arnold Schwarzenegger rode, whether the children's clothes on Roland Allen were available for purchase, these one-sided things are not important at all, because no matter whether it is the joy and happiness that fills the heart, or the sadness and thought that lingers in the heart, these different emotions caused by watching the movie have nothing to do with the appearance of the movie characters. It's so satisfying. This is even better than the first one. Arnold in the first one couldn't make peace, had no emotions, didn't know fear, and his purpose of existence was to kill Sarah Connor. But in this one, without humans, they had more fun fighting. These robots can do things that no one can do, especially the shot of Arnold taking out a shotgun from a rose box and stepping on the roses. It's so cool. Yes, and there's also the shot of the T-1000 chasing Roland. Arnold controlled the accelerator with one hand, blocked Roland in front of him, then raised his shotgun and blew up the vehicle directly. It's so handsome wearing sunglasses. For these big boys, the biggest experience of going to the cinema to watch a movie is the passionate scene. As long as you fight well, as long as you hit the ground running, as long as your shots are powerful, their first impression score can be directly blown up. Terminator 2 obviously did this. Unlike other sci-fi action movies, the two protagonists T-800 and T-1000 are not human. They have no sense of pain, they don't get tired, and they can fight without sleep until the end of their lives. In this case, the hardcore fighting is very exciting for the audience. The scene where the head turns into a hammer and knocks you away after both hands are captured makes their adrenaline surge, especially when the governor's fist turns into a pile driver and hits the recoverable T-1000 fiercely. The feeling of playing the arcade as a child is even more vivid. Like those female audiences who like to watch romance movies, this kind of real action movie is what many male audiences like, and as long as they enjoy it, it becomes a matter of course to praise it directly. Of course, many audiences have not forgotten that they can abandon their families and children to watch movies in the middle of the night. What is the basis for it? Is it love and responsibility? Don't be ridiculous. Many fathers actually come to help their children test minds to fulfill their dream of watching the sequel of Terminator 7 years ago. Many people have even thought about it. After they have a good time, when they go home, they will tell their children that this movie is bloody and not suitable for them to watch. T-1000 directly pierced John Connor's adoptive father's head with a knife. How can you let your precious children watch such a bloody scene? Want them to pay for more viewings? Are you kidding? However, after they finished watching it, the older children who thought they could satisfy their cravings by watching it once felt that it seemed a little insufficient. Such a wonderful movie is totally worth buying a videotape to collect. As a result, those who stayed at the scene, after exchanging eye contact, immediately expressed their opinions in unison. Roland Allen performed well. You think so too? It seems that this is not just my idea. When he was teaching T800 how to celebrate and communicate in a human way, the scene of high-fiving was so heartwarming. Yes, especially in the final factory battle, when he tried hard to find T800, hoping that the other party could protect himself. That kind of longing for his father might be able to touch the two naughty little guys in my family. And the scene of hugging T800 and saying goodbye to him. My daughter hasn't hugged me for a long time. When I took her to see Home Alone last year, she hugged her mother as soon as she came out of the theater. Now, it's my turn. Although many audiences did not know each other, and although they did not know each other's living habits or company addresses, when that feeling of being a social animal appeared together, the tacit understanding of making up stories made everyone at the scene laugh. The boring life on weekdays is already annoying enough. Now, there is a movie that can make you feel relaxed and refreshed. Wouldn't it be unfair to yourself if you don't watch it twice? However, when they thought of an excuse, on the day of July 3rd, they took Roland Allen and the children as a shield and took them to the theater to watch the movie. Facing the screen, the children who were curious and looking around could not understand those things. The fighting was really cool. The movie was really violent. The fighting scenes could really make many children get into it. But, when they walked out of the theater holding their father's hand, their faces were filled with curiosity about everything. They asked their father about their doubts, but those had nothing to do with warmth. Oh, Dad, Roland with bangs is so handsome. Can you take me to the barber shop? I also want to cut a side bang. Dad, can I eat at the table like Roland? Dad, how much money is in the ATM? No, I'm asking if you can buy me a computer. I'm very interested in computers. Dad, do you know where to buy the motorcycle that Roland rides? I think it should be suitable for me. What is the essence of innocence? It is to carry forward the spirit of breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of it on the basis of ignorance and fearlessness. The core of the film that experts focus on is never the first point that ordinary audiences understand, and the rhetoric that ordinary audiences understand through divergent thinking is even more distant for children. What is the self-termination of T800 that reflects Cameron's soul searching after the rapid development of technology? What is the plot of T800 starting the backup power supply in a desperate situation, dragging its broken body, and also protecting John Connor, is an alternative portrayal of the perseverance that humans lack the most. What is Sarah Connor's monologue at the end of the movie? A strong criticism of the educational methods of single-parent families. Don't be funny, okay? How can children understand these things? Although many adults have confirmed that this movie is not bloody and violent after watching The Midnight Show first, and are moved by John Connor's gains and losses in the movie, just want to watch it again and think that their children can grow up after watching this movie. But the idea is beautiful and the reality is very skinny. For most children, or for those who have watched Home Alone, at the beginning of the movie, John Connor, played by Roland Allen, used Jay's cool look to fight against the coolness of his adoptive parents, which is what makes them excited, and the rebellious riding of his own motorcycle, and using his own cleverness to crack the ATM machine to get a lot of cash makes them yearn for it physically and mentally. Especially Roland's cool smile with his eyebrows raised, the corners of his mouth slightly tilted, and the picture of blowing his bangs with a faint sound that is even more handsome. What is the desire of children from single-parent families? What strong backing can help children grow better? What complete family can provide children with the most comprehensive age-appropriate education? Do you expect those 8, 9, and 10-year-old children to understand this? Do you expect those rebellious teenagers and adolescents to see the preaching in the film? Do you expect those guys who aim for the stars and the sea to grow and change because of this? This is simply a dream, okay? Why is Home Alone so attractive? Isn't it because the protagonist in the film did what countless children wanted to do but couldn't do? And Terminator 2? The same is true. No matter who you are, in the process of growing up, you will be unwilling to listen to your parents preaching. No matter who you are, when you are in adolescence, you hope that you are the most handsome boy in the class, whether it is a cool look or a handsome motorcycle. These are all weapons to attract girls. No matter who you are, you hope that you can have endless money, so that you can buy what you want and play the games you want. And now, Roland Allen in the movie has helped them do it again. Parents are annoying, always nagging me to do housework. Oh, then you better be careful of T-1000. John Connor's adoptive father was killed by it. The law does not allow children under the age of 15 to ride motorcycles alone. This is unscientific. The motorcycle that John Connor rides in the movie is for us to ride. No money on you? Your pockets are cleaner than your face? John Connor's amazing computer technology can make ATMs spit out unlimited money. If Roland Allen in Home Alone satisfies the children's absurd dream of abandoning their parents, staying at home alone and living quietly and enjoying everything, then Terminator 2 is a disguised upgraded version for children. What family? What parents? That's all bullshit. After watching the movie, what the children want most is to have a T-800 to protect themselves like Roland. Have you been bullied? Then let T-800 beat the bully to death. Have your things been stolen? Then let the T-800 put the shotgun into the guy's mouth. He wants to see the watermelon explode. Do you really not want to do your homework? Report to the teacher. My T-800 lit my homework as if it were a cigarette. It's a waste of youth. If you don't act recklessly, expect these guys who have not experienced the beatings of society to understand the meaning. Isn't that a joke? After watching the movie, when these kids went home and talked to their neighbors, they didn't have any profound thoughts. They only know, oh, the movie Terminator 2 is so cool. The liquid robot in it is so powerful. It can get through any gap and can be transformed at will. Roland Allen is really cool. I have already told my dad that when the green jacket is on the market, I will ask him to buy me one. What? You haven't seen the movie yet? Then I won't tell you. If I tell you that Roland in Home Alone is racing on the road with the devil robot in Terminator 2, isn't that a spoiler? I can only tell you that as John Connor is really different from Kevin McCallister. If Kevin is more timid, then John is a guy who can fight against robots. What's more, he is very smart. He got all the money in the whole movie. Moreover, although he didn't shoot, he and T-800 saved his mother together and prevented his mother from destroying T-800. He is a key figure in the whole movie. It doesn't matter if the children don't understand. One-sidedness and connotation are just 2 points on the same thing. If you have some insights, that is your invincible imagination, and if you feel refreshed, that is the release of your true feelings. No matter what the adults and children see, as long as they feel comfortable physically and mentally, that is enough. As long as they think that this movie is worth the few dollars of movie tickets, that's enough. Therefore, when adults bring their children into the theater full of yearning, 2 hours later, when they walk out of the hall happily with questions, the different degrees of satisfaction are the most successful part of the whole movie. A good work cannot move everyone. Everyone has different knowledge, experience, and social level. It is simply a fool's dream to want them to be satisfied with something. A truly good work allows everyone who watches it to see what they want from it. Social animals want to vent, they want to fight heartily, men want to be strong, and T-800 is the direction they strive for. Guys with superhero dreams can imagine themselves as immortal T-1000, and women who worry about their families can also see their own shadows in Sarah Connor. As for children, no matter whether they are guys who have experienced cruelty or children full of naive fantasies, they can find their own points and faces in John Connor. Because of this, with the release of the film, those colleagues who went to the theater to watch the film secretly had very complicated feelings. Every year, Hollywood will produce hundreds of movies, but those classic characters can be counted on one hand. If the most successful character last year was Kevin, who was able to capture all the children in America, then this year, John, who showed rebellion on the screen and grew up with the children, gave Roland another point. Kevin is the soul of Home Alone, there is no doubt about it, but what about John? Everyone believes that the soul of the entire Terminator movie is T-800, but John is actually its companion Lotus. The whole story started with John, and may end with John. No one knows whether the truck driver will shoot the third movie, but they understand that Roland has 2 series. Not only that, as a family movie, there are actually no classic shots in Home Alone. Many people dare to guarantee that they will forget the content of Home Alone soon after watching it. Only the protagonist Kevin's mischievous smile will remain in their brains. But John Connor is different. The scene of him and T-800 high-fiving will inevitably become a classic segment that the audience will talk about and will not forget for more than 10 years. Just because the children nowadays can't understand it doesn't mean that they won't understand it in the future. When they really grow up and start to recall it, this scene will become a kind of iconic classic like it and the little boy touching fingers back then, becoming a representative of the actor himself, and will always remain in the hearts of the audience. For actors, the ability to win box office alone is very important, and award nominations are also very important, but compared with them, classic scenes are more important, just like Tom Cruise's sideways smile in Top Gun, like Leo and Rousey facing the sea in Titanic, like the last little girl in red in Schindler's List. These classic shots can make people eat for a lifetime, and the power of feelings is not just as simple as cashing in. Many people spend their entire lives waiting for a classic, let alone keeping their own figures in it forever, and how lucky is Roland Allen? The first movie broke the Christmas record, and the second movie can be framed and hung on the wall. Such good luck makes many colleagues jealous, but no one can do such a thing as helping him. Colleagues are enemies. This sentence is true everywhere. Seeing others soaring all the way, but you are standing still. The emotions of envy, jealousy, and hatred can easily destroy a person's mind and make them do something irrational. Those means of pulling you down, even if I don't succeed, are only for ordinary people. Just like Shirley Cosmo, who wanted to film, he would enter the circle and fly all the way with the big boss and quit the circle if he didn't want to film and push the contract casually. No one would be angry with people like Leslie Matthews because they couldn't be angry with them. Roger Ebert didn't attend the premiere, but wrote a review criticizing the film ratings, which could not be hidden from people in the circle. Although the whole thing can be explained as James Cameron or the film distributor sending a copy to the other party separately, who would believe such a thing? Compared with those official news that follow the crowd, they are more willing to believe that this is the first voice of the financial backer behind Cameron. Although it is not known whether Roland, who disappeared with them at the premiere party, was involved, but no one would gamble with their own future. Because of jealousy, they are fighting against those Wall Street tycoons. Isn't this like an old man hanging himself, looking for death? And, didn't you notice? The movies released at the same time as Terminator 2 seemed to be all garbage? In the entire summer season of 1991, there was no blockbuster except Terminator 2. In other words, the audience could only choose Terminator 2. With Cameron's previous work flopped, could he scare off a group of people? What a joke. He is still the card god who made Titanic and Avatar in the future. Can he and Schwarzenegger take over the entire summer season? Even if Roland and the entire Jewish gang are added, they don't have such a big face. In this way, in the face of such an unusual situation, silence is the best choice. And with the silence of those colleagues, the actions of various film companies are also different from usual. Normally, they would urge the North American Theatre Alliance to calculate the box office data for the midnight show early in the morning, but this time, they were not in a hurry because everyone understood that the midnight show was not the best reflection of the movie Terminator 2. Only when the data on the day of the release was fully accumulated could it be proved whether James Cameron's painstaking approach was successful. The box office driven by him and Schwarzenegger was not his fundamental purpose. Only when the highlights of attracting money were fully utilized could the investment of more than 100 million yuan in the film be justified. As a result, on the night of the 3rd, a very strange situation appeared in the whole of Hollywood. Party? No. Cocktail party? Cancelled. Socializing? What is this? Unlike the usual situation of feasting, revelry, and revelry, although it was already past the time to get off work, the senior executives of the business project departments of the 7 major companies were still staying in their offices, turning their pens around in boredom. They did dare to cheat Wall Street's money and did not take these guys seriously, but when these jackals personally intervened in everything, they actually wanted to know what these guys who treated money as numbers could actually do. They were familiar with buying film reviews, buying criticism, buying pages, and buying headlines, but if they could make the most of all these and directly fire at the MPAA to force their peers to not release their films, it would not be easy. Use this kind of trick to cash in on Roland Allen's popularity? You are worthy of being a financial guy. You have a dirty heart. Let Roger Rabbit write a review directly. That would ruin his goodwill. Only such a cold-blooded animal would spare no effort to push something to the extreme, right? How dare we do that? Hey. I hope the box office of Terminator 2 is not too high. It looks good. Otherwise, I really can't afford it. When the manager of Fox's business unit held his chin with one hand, turned the pen boredly, and talked to himself in distress, his eyes were always fixed on the project list in front of him. The project of Home Alone 2 had actually been almost negotiated. Although John Hughes had left them alone for a long time, he was a producer who could get dividends after all. Only a madman would refuse to get 100% of the money. Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern also agreed to the invitation of a 20% increase in salary. As for Chris Columbus, the director's salary also doubled. So, the real reason for the whole project to stagnate was Roland, who had Spielberg's backing and had no worries about food and drink. If they could indeed delay things before the announcement of Terminator 2, they could not remain calm when Perelman appeared at the door of Fox and wanted to sell the X-Men series to them. They could still withstand a Jewish gang. After all, we are all in the industry, and we all have to play the game according to the rules. But Perelman won't care about you so much. What game rules? What industry rules? What does it have to do with them? If they had known earlier that Perelman and the truck driver were going to make a big move, and these guys could just flip the table and let the child star fans cash in directly without going through the R-rated film barrier, then they would have already accepted the 10 million yuan salary that the Jewish gang had called for Roland. If even child stars can make money in R-rated films, the salary will go up. By that time, it's not about making a movie, but about burning money. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Instead of secretly regretting not agreeing to the Jewish gang's conditions earlier, it's better to pray to God now that the first day box office of Terminator 2 can be a little bleak. However, before he could tap his forehead and shoulders with his fingers and shout amen, the shrill ring of the phone suddenly broke the quiet air at night. He glanced at the landline display and answered it without thinking. Tell me, it's good news. How could the people of the North American Theater Alliance not understand Fox's mood at the moment? Unfortunately, facing the prayer-like inquiry, they could only shake their heads silently on the other end of the phone. Sorry, the box office is something that can't be kept secret. Note: Terminator 2 is equivalent to one person occupying the entire summer season of 1991, because except for Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and Glengarry Glen Ross, Smell of Terror, none of the other movies can compete. The Condor Heroes, Boys on the Hood and Doc Hollywood are considered to be the better movies of the summer season that year, but the North American box office of these three movies combined is only 160 million. And Disney, which originally wanted to put Beauty and the Beast in the summer schedule, also withdrew it and replaced it with 101 Dalmatians. This alone can show how much advantage Terminator 2 took. That was the most unimaginable summer schedule. No film company promoted a movie. For example, in 1992, Hank's A League of Their Own, Eastwood's Unforgiven, Harrison Ford's Patriot Games, Goldie Hawn's 1.5 Wives, Meryl Streep's Up. Compared with this kind of fight between the gods, Terminator 2 is equivalent to swallowing up the entire summer market by one person. This is also the reason why Paramount and Fox did not want to make additional investments when filming Titanic later. Terminator 2 is a good movie, but the market feedback cannot make people understand Cameron's appeal. In addition, the investment of 115 million in True Lies only made the investors earn less than 30 million, so they dared not to make additional investments. Chapter 95 Demiurge. The first day closed at 11 million. The next day closed at 13 million. The next day closed at 16 million. Net revenue of 40 million in 3 days. Is this how Wall Street works? When Frank, the project manager of Fox Film, saw the report submitted by his subordinates, his twisted facial features revealed his helplessness at the moment. It is different from other movies. The traditional way of promoting movies on weekends has long been abandoned by truck drivers. The premiere on Monday and the midnight show on Wednesday are anyway in the summer vacation, so there is no need to worry about no one going to the theater. Boss, the climbing increase on weekdays is the norm for summer movies. Although their increase is larger than the usual rate, the distribution of the audience is what gives us a headache. When Frank stared at the numbers on the first page of the report, as if he wanted to completely ignite the amount in his hand with a fierce look, the subordinate who had already seen the advanced data sighed and pushed another document in his hand in front of him. Except for the day of the release, when the audience was relatively evenly distributed throughout the day, the dense audience on Thursday and Friday was all concentrated in the evening. According to the statistics sent by the North American Theatre Alliance, the morning box office accounted for 7% of the total for the day. From noon to 6 p.m., the box office accounted for 31% of the day's total. The remaining 62% were all from the night. According to the theater statistics on the age of moviegoers, the guys who can go to the theater during the day are basically college students who are already on vacation. There are also guys dressed as employees, but they are very few. As for children, they are even rarer. However, about 60% of the audience who walk into the theater at night are families. At this point, the business manager who hoped that Terminator 2 would not be a big hit at the box office from the first day gritted his teeth, pondered for a few seconds, and when Frank looked up and stared at him, he slowly reported the estimated data, that is to say, of the 40 million box office. 14.88 million is related to Roland Allen. Or, under Arnold Perelman's operation, Roland Allen's fans can easily see this movie. Fuck. When Frank heard the number of 14.88 million, he clasped his fists to cover his mouth and nose, and opened his mouth. Although he cursed silently, his lip shape was clearly seen by his subordinates. 37% of the box office was driven by Roland. This number is too shocking, isn't it? Although he understands that this kind of statistics must be full of water, because no matter whether it is the North American Theatre Alliance or those professional companies that specialize in data analysis, it is impossible to send people to every theater in America to count with their own eyes how many children have entered the theater. Moreover, this estimated number definitely includes the votes of parents who bring their children to the theater. As for whether those parents like Roland or Terminator, this question will never be clear. But even if they dehydrated the data and deducted it according to the population average rate of a father with 2 children, the box office revenue affected by Roland reached 9.92 million. Adding the number of people who entered the theater during the day, but were directly ignored by the theater chain and data companies, his box office influence can still reach 7 figures. 3 days, 10 million. This ability to bring goods is still far behind those movie stars who easily make tens of millions. Harrison Ford, 10 million a day is easier than eating and drinking. Clint Eastwood, even if his golden age has gradually faded away with the end of the era of the dollar, he can still sell 15 million tickets in 3 days. Not to mention the cream boy Tom Cruise. In the rubbish book, he is guaranteed to have a minimum. But, compared with them, Roland Allen's situation is different. They are all adults. Their fan base is all a mature group with a certain self-purchasing power. After seeing their favorite movie stars' movies released, fans of these guys can take out coins from their wallets and go to the theater to support each other without discussing with others, just based on their own preferences. Most of Roland Allen's fans are children. Before they are financially independent, without a stable source of income, and in the face of the obstruction of R-rated movie viewing rules, these children can still contribute a strong purchasing power of 10 million in 3 days. Although it is said that children's money is the easiest to cheat, Harry Potter can be unstoppable on the box office list in film history by capturing a generation of children, so that when Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is released, there will still be a bunch of grown-up children paying for their childhood feelings. But, compared with those PG-rated movies, Roland's harvesting ability in the field of R-rated movies is really too much. Simply converting 10 million divided by the ticket price of $4.90, that means that within 3 days, 2 million children asked their parents to watch R-rated movies, and at least 1.2 million parents agreed to their children's unreasonable request. 2 million children. 1.2 million families? What a terrifying set of numbers. Indeed, Ronald Perelman asked Roger Ebert to write a film review criticizing the unscientific MPAA rating method in order to allow the parents of those children to walk into the theater with their children at ease. Although the merger and acquisition gods of Wall Street and the Wolf King who upholds the concept of violent acquisition made Sony, which had just purchased Columbia, Panasonic, which had acquired MCA, but had not fully digested it. Murdoch, an outsider who was tinkering with Fox TV network, and Warner and Paramount, whose shares they held, all silent this summer, fearing that their head-on confrontation would attract a bunch of private equity funds to besiege, thus clearing a barrier-free road for adults and children to choose to watch movies, making the movie Terminator to the most dazzling blockbuster in this summer. But these can only be called customer acquisition methods. Even if all the channels are cleaned up by these Wall Street tycoons, if the children don't like Roland Allen, their parents can't force them to watch an R-rated movie. Regardless of whether it is the fan economy or the movie star effect, it is only after liking that there is consumption. This is why movie stars are naturally superior. Because it is different from endorsements. If people don't like you, they will never go to see your movie. This is different from buying endorsed products. That is spending money to buy another need of yourself, while watching movies is to satisfy yourself in a down-to-earth way. In this way, this 7-digit box office gain is very troublesome. More than 2 million children are willing to pay for Roland in the first 3 days of the film's release. This is not the fan value of the internet era, but the guys who have already spent money. With this data, how can they, Fox, lower the price? If Roland is just himself, even if there are the Olsen sisters, Fox dares to lower the price, but in front of the Jewish gang and the group of Wall Street wolves who don't know the depth of the relationship, they, Fox, are nothing. Cut off most of the real box office appeal of 10 million, just to save money for signing their own sequel. People are so easy to deceive. In Hollywood, the distance from the ground to the clouds is just a movie. A hit movie can make you the brightest star in the night sky. From the clouds to the ground, it is just a failure. But, in the face of the means of smashing the market, these common senses lose all their meaning. The pig farm violently laid off employees and kicked out employees with cancer. But who knew all this before the parties came forward? Not to mention that Terminator 2 enjoyed supreme treatment. How could those fans who may never know the inside story go deep into these? Whatever the number announced by the North American Theatre Alliances, that's it. These achievements will only become a highlight on Roland Allen's glamorous resume. As for the others, even if these things are exposed many years later, it will no longer have any impact on the parties involved. Many people even doubt whether the so-called truth is jealous and embarrassing. Is it necessary for Cameron, who made Titanic and Avatar, to be crazy about it in 1991? Is it necessary for Schwarzenegger, who has been working hard for his career, to conceal all this? Sony, Panasonic, and News Corporation are all outsiders. It's not like Warner and Paramount didn't release new movies in the past. Disney, United Artists, and MGM are younger brothers, so isn't it normal for the summer season to be empty? Because they can't fight at all. When a person is mythical, as long as they put their butts in the right place, the old accounts can't pose a threat to them at all. And now, these guys have already given way to those financial jackals, who will expose these things. T-800 is invincible. John Connor is handsome and charming. James Cameron has created the best science fiction action movie for people. These arguments are the basis of current public opinion. Not only that, the appeal of the box office of tens of millions is also a gap in front of Fox. The gap that made Fox regret not signing a contract with Roland as soon as possible. Never mind these. Frank, who was distressed, closed the report in his hand. These things were just a piece of waste paper to him. What will the box office of Terminator 2 be like? How bad can a movie that can dominate the entire summer season be? As for how much money can be earned in the end, it has nothing to do with them. After all, that is a 100 million investment. If the global box office does not exceed 300 million, it will be a net loss. Tell me, what is Roland Allen's target price? Don't tell me about a package contract. At his age, he can only shoot one more Home Alone at most, and he can't continue. This is a pure commercial film. Don't even think about the 10/10ths price. We won't share the box office. 10/10ths, of course, refers to the 10 million box office plus 10% of the North American box office share. If there is no special agreement, the global box office will generally only be the basis for the issuance of box office bonuses, because each country has different dividend policies, and some places even use the method of buying out copyrights for distribution operations. If the North American theaters are used to calculate the share for the actors, then all film companies should simply not open them and directly give the boss position to the actors. But even so, 10/10, it was a long time ago. Now the big names either take the film salary or take the share of the low salary directly. The former is not confident in their popularity, hoping to get more guaranteed income, and the latter is the real big name, because this approach can not only help the film company reduce costs and make the filming smoother, but also the greatest confidence in their own popularity. If even the actors themselves feel that their ability to attract money is not very good, how many film companies dare to pull them to make a movie together? Not to mention that they will live and die together. They don't even have the confidence to increase the box office. So what kind of movie can they make? However, just when Frank thought that the heartless Jewish gang would help Roland to ask for a sky-high salary in the name of the skyrocketing box office, the subordinate who came to report brought him a good news. Ever since Roland Allen went to Steven's house and played games with him, Catherine officially took over his film contract economic business. I thought they would ask for a sky-high price, or even take a share of the profits without paying him anything, but they didn't do that. After the box office data came out yesterday, Catherine sent us an email. The salary for Home Alone 2 is still the 10 million mentioned before, but they hope that we can purchase the film and television rights of Marvel's Hulk and Iron Man from Universal, and then buy Thor and Captain America from Ronald. The copyright transaction amount will be directly taken from the salary, and the transaction tax generated will also be deducted from the salary. They have only one requirement, that the 4 copyrights must be delivered before the filming of the movie, and the remaining salary amount can be paid after the filming is completed. What kind of a deal is this? When Frank heard that Roland was determined to hold on to the 10 million yuan salary, he was stunned. But when he heard that the so-called determination was to exchange it for the film and television copyright, countless black lines suddenly appeared on his head. Film and television shooting copyrights are the lifeblood of all film companies. The film library is being coveted? This is too much. However, after thinking about it for a while, he immediately discovered the strangeness of the whole thing. Perelman wanted to sell the copyright of X-Men to them, Fox. This matter has long been spread among their senior management. Everyone knows that this guy wants to raise the stock price through hype. In this case, Roland, who benefited from him, actually wants to get the Marvel copyright through them, Fox. Isn't this a disguised hint that they should play a role in the calculations of those financial giants? At this time, if they, Fox, made a purchase invitation to Universal and Marvel, they would definitely be hyped by Perelman. After the scene is warmed up, Cameron and Roland will announce the news of the Spider-Man project. Then, the effect may be better than directly hyping the news of the project. After all, compared with Perelman's active promotion, they actively buy, which is more attractive to investors. Roland and Perelman are so close. Frank, who was overthinking, felt that he had discovered an incredible new world. But a second later, he directly denied his idea. No, Perelman and I are Jews. This may be the conspiracy of the Jewish group. Wasn't there news before that Spielberg recommended Roland to Terminator 2? In this case, perhaps the entire listing hype was planned as early as last year. The Jewish gang helped Roland get Terminator 2. At the same time, Cameron also got Spider-Man through the picture company. When it was released this year, they cooperated with Marvel to raise the price. When the film companies were not interested in Marvel hype, they took advantage of our eagerness to sign Home Alone 2 and finalized a deal first. This is simply Frank, who felt that he saw through everything, almost cursed. It is no wonder that Frank would think so. After all, the fact that Jews stick together is known to the world. And now, Roland, who is so close to the Jewish gang, has been mixed up in Terminator 2. The tricks in it are even more suspicious. If everything is fine, then how do you explain that when John Hughes boycotted the Jewish gang, he chose Roland Allen to be the male lead of Home Alone? Then how do you explain that Spielberg recommended Roland to star in Terminator 2, and at the same time, Cameron took Spider-Man. And now, a year later, Catherine, who is in charge of Roland's contract, hopes that Fox will acquire the Marvel copyright first. If all this is a coincidence, then it is too much of a coincidence, right? If it weren't for the Jews, Frank would dare to eat shit upside down. After knowing that everything was a calculated conspiracy, Frank felt that he should not think about other things. Reject? Reject your balls. Not only will he not refuse, but he will also report the whole thing immediately. 10 million yuan in salary? Give it. Roland wants the copyright. Buy it. Not only that, he also thinks that, since others have done this, then X-Men should also be bought. Our Fox is just an honest film company. We really can't afford these things in finance. More than a year of planning, just to make a few more small goals? You are awesome. Can't we buy the copyright? Uncle Roland, please come over and sign the contract, okay? Let those guys behind you take back their magic power. We can't afford to play this game. Note, the situation of no one in the summer of 1991 was as follows. Although Terminator 2 was distributed in North America by Pictures, it was distributed overseas by Columbia. Sony would rather be cheated by Spielberg for the sake of financial statements, and did not promote any movies if it could. Panasonic acquired American Music Corporation that year, and MCA controlled Universal. During the integration process, Universal did not promote any movies. Murdoch, the news tycoon, wanted TV networks, and he did not want to fight with Wall Street people as he had just entered the United States and did not get a green card. Non-Americans could not hold too many shares in TV networks. Warner and Paramount were left, and Wolfgang Icahn and Perelman were both directors. Their films Robin Hood and Grailed were not stuck in July. As for MGM United Artists and Disney, the former had only 5% of the market share in 1991, and the latter Disney was just a younger brother at the time, without ABC and Miramax. Their market value was all inflated by Touchstone Pictures selling adult movies and selling home videotapes at a discount. With their inflated stock prices, it would be a death wish to fight with Wall Street people. So, with the right time, right place and right people, the already high quality movie made Cameron a star overnight. Marvel's stock price soared, Perelman and Icahn pocketed cash, and their stocks skyrocketed. The Hollywood giants made money by being harmonious. Perelman and Icahn are indeed Jewish. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. Hi, Roland. Can I take a photo with you? Of course. Oh, Lillian, this is Minolta? Yes, X700. It's a birthday present my father gave me when I was 1 year old, and I've been using it to shoot things over the years. Roland, congratulations on your second movie being a big hit. I hope it can also make over 500 million. This is for you. Oh, this is a blessing I most want to hear. Thank you very much for your gift, Claudia. You're welcome. I'll be happy if you can open the gift in front of me. Okay, I'll open it. This is Moore. Hello, Roland. Do you remember me? Yeah. Marina, nice to meet you. Hey, sisters, I told you that Roland wouldn't forget me, right? Now each of you owes me a movie ticket. Marina, what are you doing? Let's make a bet. They said you dropped out of school for more than a year and had forgotten all your classmates. I don't agree. I think you still remember us, so we made a bet. If they lose, we will go to the cinema every day in the next summer vacation to watch your movies. Are you happy? Of course I'm happy that the box office has increased. But what makes me happiest is that you can support me. Then in return, can you sign for us? No problem. This is too simple. Where do you want to sign? Can you sign our clothes? You can choose the front or the back. I think I'll just give you an autograph. When Roland escaped from the crowd, took the freshly squeezed juice handed by James, and drank it without any image, his already flushed cheeks could not show his true heart at the moment. Was it the heat after being surrounded by the crowd? Or the shyness after being attacked? or both. Only Roland himself knew. However, when he put down the cup and leaned against the corner to catch his breath, James, who had witnessed the situation, came over with a smirk on his face. TSK. Did you feel good when Claudia kissed you on the cheek? She's the most beautiful girl in our school. Before, George wanted to date her, but Claudia didn't agree. And Marina, the girls in their group are pretty too. What do you think? Do you have any ideas? At this moment, Roland really wanted to put a small hat on James, who was winking at him. What's the difference between his treacherous face and the turtle man in Evangelion? This is all pimping, okay? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Isn't this your fault? Roland raised his elbow in annoyance and pushed the fat boy away. Not only that, he also pretended to be fierce and said, "Go out and help me deal with those guys. Let them be quiet. I'm not interested in those things, okay? I'm only 11 years old. I'm not looking for a girlfriend now, you know." A sour pickle rushed towards James. Although Roland's words were full of disgust, James didn't care. Instead, he winked at Roland happily. Okay, I know. You are not interested in them. You are only interested in my sister Elizabeth. You are also interested in the little actor in Home Alone 3 who I don't know if there is any, right? I know everything. Then, I'll help you deal with them. I promise I won't let you worry. Before he finished speaking, James picked up the cup that Roland had just drunk from. At the same time, he also stood up and kept approaching the crowd, looking at the ball lightning that was gradually moving away. Roland, who was still fierce, smiled and shook his head. Looking around, the backyard full of laughter made him feel a little emotional, because these guys were all coming for him. After earning 40 million in 3 days and 72 million in the first 7 days, surpassing The Detective 2 to win the box office championship of the week, Terminator 2 had a big drop in the box office in the second week, but it maintained a relatively stable million data on weekdays from Monday to Thursday. The 2 weeks of unrivaled success successfully pulled the box office to the same level as the book cost. Although it may not be the fastest movie in film history to break 100 million, the data of 72 million in a week will be ruthlessly trampled by the exaggerated performance of Jurassic Park in the same week of 81.7 million in 2 years, and the unrivaled summer season will also make industry insiders quite dissatisfied with Terminator 2. But, for Roland, none of this is important. Because when the box office exceeded 100 million, the fat boy who would give me 5 with him every day brought him a big business. Although it is summer vacation, James, who has various social activities, still meets with his classmates in school. During the communication, Roland Allen, who used to study with them, became the target of their discussion. The box office of the debut work exceeded 500 million. The performance of the second work, which is currently in theaters, is also soaring, rushing towards the original goal. Let's not talk about what kind of thoughts these exaggerated results will make those children of the same age as Roland. The cool image on the screen alone can capture the hearts of a lot of little girls. In the statistics of the picture company, while the box office exceeded 100 million, the North American Theater Alliance also gave the sales data of the posters and peripherals. The movie posters related to Roland have been bought up by the children. In David's words, many manufacturers have called to inquire about the price, wanting to know whether Roland will accept the image endorsement advertisement. If possible, they hope to use Roland's image to produce dolls and other derivatives to meet the needs of children. Just from the piles of invitation posters, it can be seen how popular Roland is now. Unlike those guys who want to meet but have no chance, these guys who came today have a foundation of meeting. After surrounding James and begging him, the party held in the backyard has naturally started. Since these guys came for Roland, it would be unreasonable for Roland, the host, not to come out to receive them. But when Roland, who thought it was no problem to hold a party, met this group of enthusiastic former classmates, he realized how popular he was among the children. Similar to the airport blockade when he went to Hawaii for vacation at the beginning of the year. What a joke. If the little guy who came today was half as restrained as those older sister fans, Roland would be happy to fly. Okay. It would be easy to suddenly kiss him on the face in the name of giving a gift. Like, I want an autograph, but I only want you to sign on my clothes. Like, let's take a photo together, and an octopus appears. Like, in a few days, our family will hold a party. I hope you can come to participate. Like, my father likes the Terminator very much. Come to my house, if there is a chance. These strange requests and suggestive words made Roland have a headache. Signing is fine, but it is a problem if you stick out your chest, pull in your stomach and lift your hips while wearing a white t-shirt. Taking a photo is fine, but please don't hug me, okay? As for attending the party, that's a problem. Have you heard that the vassal of my vassal is not my vassal? Your friend's friend is not my friend. Since we don't know each other, why should I go? And your father likes the Terminator. This matter has nothing to do with me. I play a human. If your father likes the Terminator, he should invite Schwarzenegger. Why do you want me to go to your house to meet your father? How can a good thing be made, like meeting your father-in-law? As fans continued to come, Roland had more and more complaints in his heart. He had never had this experience in his previous life, and after those young girls full of youthfulness took pictures with him by his arms, he finally understood that being handsome can really make a living. Before, he thought that Jeremy Meeks was just hyped up, but from the current situation, America is really a magical country, because appearance is everything. Not only that, he also knew why the big bowl of Y noodles happened. It's not that our army is not strong, but the enemy has Gundam. Some male fans of female stars can drink a bucket of bath water, but what about male stars and beautiful female fans? Some things that are consensual, don't they unfold naturally? Besides, it is normal for stars and fans to get together. Didn't the Milk Tea King get together with his own Yalemi? Didn't Duanu also have a son named Zio with his own fan? The most ruthless one is Wargurge, who was born in 1976. When he was 20 years old, he met his fan's wife who was only 10 years old. He watched her grow up and finally brought the cabbage home without being robbed. It is really a cause for celebration. Of course, although there are precedents, it does not mean that Roland has to follow suit. What's more, his current fans are immature. They want to be friends with a handsome guy. If a guy who is more handsome than him appears one day, won't he have to be friends with Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? So, don't even think about getting along with fans. Roland, what's wrong? Are you annoyed by those old classmates? Just as Roland was wondering whether James could complete the difficult task he gave him and make those former classmates restrain themselves, a familiar voice came from behind him. Seeing that you were missing, Lizzie wanted to look for you. It was only after I asked James that I knew you were hiding here. When Elizabeth staggered to Roland and grabbed the corner of Roland's clothes with her chubby little hands, Roland, who was thinking about something, directly threw the enthusiastic fans to Java, stretched out his hands skillfully, grabbed the little guy under the armpits, and directly hugged him to sit on his thighs. As he moved, Elizabeth also giggled. Glancing at the cute chubby face, Roland looked up at Ganetti. Yes, they are so enthusiastic. It's too troublesome. Don't you like it? Does it make you tired to interact with people of the same age? After seeing her little daughter skillfully picking at Roland's buttons, Ganetti also sat down. Although she was asking Roland's opinion, she had no intention of inquiring. Instead, she looked into the distance and complained with a smile. Oh, don't talk about you. I'm annoyed too. Those parents are as enthusiastic as their children. They kept asking me how I educated my children, but I obviously didn't educate you. I just satisfied your preferences. Your grades have nothing to do with me. But when I said that, none of them believed it. Ganetti's real words made Roland laugh. Yes, just like those children who thought Roland was so handsome and wanted to be friends with him. After watching Terminator 2, the parents who accompanied their children to the appointment also wanted to learn some parenting tips from Ganetti. It's okay that the twin daughters have become the favorites of Americans, but can a child picked up at random become the hottest child star at the moment? The unique charm brought by Home Alone and Terminator 2 made those parents jealous. With the box office of Terminator 2 exceeding 100 million, Fox, which has fully imagined the whole process of Roland's growth, also announced that it had acquired the IP of Iron Man and Hulk from Universal. Not only that, they also took the initiative to swallow up X-Men in Perelman's hands. Although this action made Perelman look confused, it was good news after all. In this way, the Spider-Man project brought about by Roland and Cameron was also fully announced. When these explosive news came out one after another, the parents who came to the party today were a little uneasy. Roland only took a year and a half to complete a path that others could never reach in their lifetime, and he was getting more and more entangled with those guys at the top of the pyramid. The desire to climb up together was like mushrooms after rain, and it emerged after receiving the party invitation. In Los Angeles, perhaps not everyone wants to make a movie, but how many of the guys who can go to school with Roland and James have simple families? To put it bluntly, when these parents found out that their children liked Roland, everything before was actually tacit approval. In later generations, many people said that the mysterious country in the ancient East was a country of giant babies, and young people mostly relied on their parents, while American children were independent, but the so-called independent spirit was just a lie to deceive the common people. For the family, it was too easy for the elders to use nepotism to place their children in famous schools and big companies. Buying a car and a house was nothing, and the awesome ones could even escape military service. The independent spirit they instilled in the people, telling those guys that they should live independently at the age of 18, that their children should move out and live on their own, that they have to pay their own rent, that they have to earn their own college tuition, and that sleeping at home is a loser. Isn't it just to cut off these guys' upward channels? There are too many guys who drop out of school due to financial distress. Without a diploma, how can they be competitive? While these families are instilling all these ideas of independent spirit, their children don't have to pay attention to independence. If they really let it go like those ordinary people, they will be laughed to death by the whole circle. 6 wallets to buy a house is actually the truth. No matter whether it sounds good or not, at least it's not a lie. Because of this, when James persuaded his parents and Roland to organize today's party, who of the guys who could come didn't have ulterior motives? Before, Roland's parents were killed, and David's strength was comparable to Thiz's. They were not in the same circle. Even if they had feelings, they were just nodding acquaintances. But now, the youngest male protagonist with 600 million in film history. A child who has already entered the top social circle of Hollywood. Just these 2 items have already thrown their business far away. And if they knew that the news released by Fox, Marvel, and the truck driver were all the result of Roland's obedient cooperation and hype, and after a sudden inspiration, these guys who came today might be even crazier. No matter if it is a merger and acquisition god or a hedge fund boss, as long as you can get close to them, the money is like picking up for free. What kind of entity are they still doing? Isn't it nice to pick up money from their buttocks? No matter whether Roland is smooth or good at getting along with everyone, these things are what they have never had and want to have. In this case, at the party at Roland's house, if they are not enthusiastic, who else will be enthusiastic? The children's love may be true, but the adult's pursuit, this is hard to say. Moreover, with foresight, all kinds of box office data are actually not attractive to him, because all the excitement has been exhausted as soon as he got the project. After learning the inside story of the operation, the pursuit of these guys in front of him made him even more bored. Why? Because they don't like the movie itself. But the people who can make a movie more valuable. Since you don't like me, why should I be open-hearted with you? Just like Roland can play games with Spielberg crazily, only this kind of communication method can be regarded as friends. Auntie Ganetti, if you feel tired, then we can end it early. Looking at the parents of the children who are eager to communicate in the distance, Roland, who was holding Elizabeth, patted the little guy's paw lightly, indicating that the girl should not chew her clothes buttons with her mouth. For him, what pursuit and what celebration are all troublesome. If it weren't for James's love of this kind of occasion, and he seemed to be pursuing the girls in the class, Roland would not agree to the little fat man to organize this celebration party. Wouldn't it be nice to take the 3 little lalas out to play with this free time? Moreover, when Fox agreed to his request, the contract for Home Alone 2 was officially finalized. Although it has not been signed yet, no one would change their minds at the last minute. Roland wants the copyright, and Fox doesn't want to provoke Wall Street people. Since both parties get what they want, what's the point of signing the contract? Everyone is smart, and no one will slam the table at the last minute. End early? Sure. But you have to announce this. After all, you are the host of today's party. Gannetti glanced at Roland. She could deeply feel that Roland's interest in Elizabeth even exceeded the entire party itself, but she could also understand that no matter the box office figures or people's pursuit, all of this is just a quantifiable number. In addition to being a great help to Roland's career, it will not actually cause much change to his life. He still has to eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep. Everything has been arranged. However, compared to those guys who are watched by PR every day, Roland is much luckier. With a strong backing, no one will ask him to run around for announcements all the time. What about publicity, dinners, parties, endorsements? You can go if you want to, don't go if you don't want to. Take the job if you want to, don't take the job if you don't want to. As a product on the industrial assembly line, Roland doesn't have to worry about being exploited by the agency, let alone recording a show in the middle of the night and dying suddenly without anyone to care about. Compared with other artists, he is lucky. But it is this kind of luck that makes him gain a lot of attention that should not belong to him. However, no matter how annoyed he is, those people with ulterior motives will still exist. Isn't it the same as the saying that there are all kinds of birds in a big forest? In this way, when Roland heard that Aunt Gannetti wanted him to end everything in front of him, he patted Elizabeth on his thigh and said, "Hey, hey, hey. It's time for you to work hard. Every time I hug you, you will tear my clothes. I have never bothered with you because of your young age. But today, you have to do me a favor." Note, Jeremy Meeks, the most handsome criminal in the United States, was arrested for illegal possession of weapons and terrorist acts on the streets, but because he was too handsome, he signed an agency as a model while serving his sentence. Now he is even involved with Chloe Green, the daughter of Philip Green, the owner of the BHS department store chain, No. 617 on the Forbes Rich list in 2019. From 1940 to 1972, the United States implemented a draft system. At that time, it was mandatory to go unless there was an accident, but many people had accidents. As for how many people had accidents, except Comrade Guan Hay, the previous few had problems. Chapter 97, James was rejected, the meaning of spending money recklessly. When Roland took Elizabeth and Aunt Gannetti to the party again, the old, young, classmates, fans, who had surrounded him before did not rush over. Looking at the green spot among the flowers, Roland couldn't help but sigh that this was the biggest difference between the natives and outsiders. For James, dating someone if you like them is the most normal way of thinking in America, but for Roland, these guys are really too enthusiastic. This kind of conflicting concept cannot be changed in a short time, and Roland didn't think about changing it. He felt that his current life was pretty good. With Elizabeth as a shield, the frustrating thing of announcing the end of the party became a matter of course. Although many old classmates wanted to communicate with Roland for a while, their parents were extremely rational. Even if they wanted to get close to the hostess, Gannetti, they still understood the rules of the social circle. The behavior of pestering would only make people hate them. In addition, Roland was 11 years old, so these guys didn't have to worry. Even if Roland dropped out of school, he might never enter the same school as his children in his life, but his good buddy James was still studying hard. Although it was impossible to give up the near and seek the far, they still knew how to play the long line to catch the big fish. Just like today, letting the children instigate James to have a party is also a way to create opportunities. In this way, after Roland pointed at Elizabeth and apologized to the guests that the child was noisy and wanted to go home to listen to stories, the parents of the students who had already had lunch at noon expressed their understanding. "My little one also babbles for stories every day. I asked the nanny to tell him, but he still doesn't want to. He cries and makes a fuss, asking me to read to him from a picture book. So now I don't dare to go home late, for fear that he will make trouble at home. Yes, it's really tiring to take care of a child. I have to pick up her sister at 4 o'clock. I didn't know how to tell you, but I didn't expect you to go back too. It's really a coincidence." Roland, what stories do you usually tell Elizabeth? Lillian, as a big sister, never helps me take care of her brother, and she often says something like, "It's better to beat your brother as soon as possible." Is it Peter Pan? There were reports that you performed very well in Spielberg's Crew. When will the movie be released? I think Marina and the others can't wait to watch this fairy tale movie. The conversation and inquiry at parting are just to lay a good foundation for cooperation for the next meeting. To put it bluntly, many times, it is just for nothing to say. Would they not know about Roland's cameo in Hook? How is that possible? But the casual question was just to have a good reason to let their children have more contact with James before and after the movie was released. Moreover, Roland did not think that there was anything wrong with this desire to climb up. If a person lives a life of drifting with the tide and has no thoughts when opportunities come, then he will become a walking corpse. Even Officer Terry, who is no longer considered a human in Undead Police, has his own desires. If these parents can be as free of desires as saints, then perhaps many years later, others will believe in them. Therefore, even though Roland was not interested in this kind of socializing, he still said goodbye to the ladies with a smile. However, as everyone left, Roland, who had been pretending to smile for a long time, saw a girl shaking hands with James, and the next second after the action ended, the little fat boy put the hand he had shaken into his trouser pocket. Such behavior naturally attracted Roland's attention. When all the adults left, he also pulled James into his room and asked with a snicker, "That guy is called Wendy. So, you like her?" Roland really hated this kind of pure get-together party, but he didn't hate James, this rascal. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for the fact that James is sweetheart like the movie he acted in, this little fat guy would beg him to organize a party. Roland, this guy, wouldn't bother to do such a thing. For him, spending half a day to find out who the girl James likes is a very meaningful thing. This kind of self-spying satisfaction is much more interesting than the flattery at a social party. What's more, wasn't it James who broke the casserole and wanted to find out what type of girl Roland likes last time? Now it's just an information exchange, no big deal. At least Roland thinks so. After hearing Roland's quiet question and his smirking eyes, James, who usually liked to compete with Roland, was surprisingly proud this time. He patted his pocket and squinted his eyes with excitement. At the same time, he asked in a tempting tone, "Do you want to see what she wrote to me? Aren't you talking nonsense? Hurry up, take it out." Looking at the little guy who was blindly showing off, Roland almost raised his hand to cut him. "I agreed to hold the party, I paid for it, and I created the opportunity for you. If you don't let me know how far you have progressed, then don't even think about asking me to do things for you in the future." The fierce words made James laugh even more. He knew that Roland was joking with him, but he was willing to cooperate. "Okay, I'll show you. But let me make it clear first, if you see anything that makes you uncomfortable, don't be envious. Stop talking, open it quickly." Roland's eyebrows suddenly raised. He felt that he couldn't be envious. It's just a love letter written by children. He didn't know how many times he had passed this stuff around in class in his previous life. Although he could relive his past life and leave a bunch of black history of middle school students like writing penguin sayings, but this was completely meaningless to him. Instead of forcing himself to regain the feeling of the past, it would be better to record James' black history. Now he would write down the love letter he received and recite it word for word at his wedding more than 10 years later. It would be very interesting to relive the interesting things of others during their middle school years. Okay. However, when Roland lay on James' shoulder and watched with interest as the 5-carat-like fingers carefully opened the folded square love letter, the clear words that came into view stunned the two of them instantly. James, who was still full of excitement and smile, gradually became silent as his eyes swept over him. There were also ravines on his flat forehead, and his blinking eyes were full of confusion about reality. Roland, who wanted to record James's dark history, kept squinting his eyes, carefully analyzing the meaning of the sentences on the paper, while the corners of his mouth kept rising. About half a minute later, Roland, who had finished reading the entire article, patted the chubby boy's arm with his hand, and from his throat, which was moving up and down, he uttered a questioning voice that was almost corrupted by holding back his laughter. "Oh, James, Are you sure Wendy likes you? Or, I think she may have given her to the wrong person. The appearance of Roland's voice made James, who was already frozen, slowly turn his head and look at the damn face closely. He asked in a tone of "I really want to kill you. What do you think?" As their eyes met, a spontaneous excitement instantly surged into Roland's heart. Even if he was trying to hold back his laughter, James could still clearly sense his trembling body. Who made him lie on James? Can you stop shaking? I try my best. Can you calm down a little? It's not my fault. It's mainly because of this letter. Say it again. Hehehe. I won't say anything anymore. Ha 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 ha. Wendy really dares to say anything. When Roland leaned back, curled up into a ball, and looked at James with a crazy look, the panting little fat man had already clenched the love letter in his hand into a ball. At this moment, he just wanted to take out a knife and stab Roland, who was covering his mouth and shivering constantly. What love letter? What don't envy? All of it is bullshit. If he could choose again, James would never open this letter in front of Roland. Oh, no. He wouldn't even let Roland hold a party. It was so hurtful. It's true that he likes Wendy, and this party was also because Wendy told him that she was a fan of Roland, so he came back to let Roland watch. But, after the party, after meeting Roland, this little girl actually told him bluntly that she liked skinny guys like Roland and didn't like honest people like him. What's the difference between what you said and an employee being fired for walking in with his left foot first at work? It doesn't make any sense. If you don't like me, why did you date me before? If you don't like me, why did you accept the invitation and attend the party? Isn't everything just to meet Roland? And this, isn't it messing with him? Fuck. 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 After crumpling the letter into a ball, James kicked the sofa next to him and cursed. As for why he didn't kick the coffee table, it's simple. Because kicking the coffee table will hurt. Looking at James, who was clasping his arms and breathing heavily, and who looked like he was cosplaying as the Bull Demon King, Roland, who was leaning on the side, waved his hands and said, okay, don't they just think you're fat? Wouldn't it be fine if you lose weight? James, who had already realized that he was being fooled, instantly gained the upper hand in terms of IQ. Lose weight? Do you think I'm a fool? Didn't she tell me clearly that she likes you? I like guys with a body like Roland, not strong athletes. In the entire article, besides me, there's only your name. Okay, Roland, who had already read the entire article, naturally wouldn't think that James was maliciously making up a story and extending the topic. In fact, when Roland saw the first sorry at the beginning, he knew that something was wrong. Because the entire letter was actually written around "you're a good person." Every word in the letter could reflect Wendy's rejection of James. Not only that, Roland could also see that this guy was actually coming for him. This is not Roland's initiative to flatter himself, but in the whole letter, the frequency of Roland appearing is even higher than James. He is mentioned in almost every line, and James, one mention in every paragraph is good. Okay, isn't it? Just that people don't like you? Can't you be like me and not care about these things? What's the point of talking about love? Studying hard is a real thing. Roland is taking advantage of others and still acting cute. On the surface, it seems that he is persuading James, but his arrogant look makes James want to hit him. Although Roland will not fall in love with fans, it does not mean that he hates fans liking him. Not only that, he also hopes that the more people who like him, the better. Alright. Study. Why are you like my dad? Although James wanted to punch Roland's smug face when he thought that he might need Roland to buy comic books for him in the future, he felt that he could let him go. Of course, letting Roland off the hook does not mean that he will argue with Roland about studying. He, who hates comparing his studies with Roland the most, changed the subject directly. By the way, I'm serious. I really feel that you are the same as my dad. Of course, I'm not saying you are my dad, but you give me a very strange feeling, you know? Others get very excited after becoming famous, shopping everywhere, spending money everywhere. But what about you? You are as stingy as my dad, and apart from buying things for us, you don't seem to have spent much money. You know, when my sister just became famous, my mom often told me that when she took my sister to the studio to film, she often heard others buying luxury goods, fashion, cars, yachts and so on. And she also told my dad that when my sisters grow up, they must be guided and not let them get into bad habits. And when you became famous last Christmas, when my dad congratulated you on becoming a millionaire, I was actually thinking at the time, how would you spend the money? But it wasn't until this year that I found out that you bought stocks, bought the copyright, and then that's it. You know, when I went to help you deal with those old classmates just now, they actually asked me, can stars be as simple as you? You have nothing on you except a t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and a pair of sneakers. Don't blame me for telling the truth. When your uncle and aunt were here, you spent more than you do now. At least, that's the case for daily necessities. And now? The comics you bought for me, the gifts you bought for Ashley and Mary, and the money you spent on Elizabeth every time you went out to play, are dozens of times more than what you spend yourself. Or hundreds of times. Do you know? I always thought that only guys like my dad would spend all their money on us. Although James wanted to change the subject at the beginning, he didn't want to discuss learning with Roland, who always said I love learning, but when he talked about how Roland was like his father, the words were like a flood that could not be stopped. After hearing his words, Roland lowered his head and glanced at himself. Black t-shirt, blue jeans, shoes produced by the director who would later shoot Bumblebee. The total cost of his entire outfit seemed to be less than 500 yuan. That's right, although his outfit was ordinary, it was all bought when he went shopping in a specialty store with David last time. Although the combination was simple, the price was actually not cheap. Of course, compared with those men's clothes that cost 5 or 6 figures, his outfit could be considered a beggar's outfit. Even a guy like James who had no source of income, or the boys in his former class, would not wear the same clothes as Roland. However, Roland didn't think there was any problem. Clothes, pants, and shoes, shouldn't you wear them however you want? Especially when he is still growing up, buying a bunch of big brands, and throwing them away after wearing them for a year. Isn't that a waste? Why does everyone have to wear the same clothes as Angela? Although the clothes of Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg and other guys are actually all big brands, there is still a certain gap compared to real luxury fashion. They don't show off their wealth all over the world, so what can he, a half-baked man, show off? It is true that clothes make the man. Many businessmen need these things to fill the door. The same is true for celebrities, but he doesn't need these things. Is the quality of clothes related to the actor himself, or the director himself? No. In this case, is there a difference between him wearing expensive and cheap clothes? Will people look down on him because his clothes are cheap? No. As for the luxury cars and yachts, it's even more funny. Roland's travel needs can be met with David's inventory alone. In this case, why should I spend that money? It's meaningless. But don't you think, if you dress well, your identity will be different? James' words made Roland shake his head like a rattle. James, let me tell you, identity, or social status, is not something you can gain through clothes. When you become famous to a certain degree, it doesn't matter what you wear. If you dress well, the media will comment on you and say you are fashionable. If you dress ordinary, the media will also comment on you and say you are low-key. You don't need to care about what others say because their mouths are on their bodies and you can't control them. What about investment? James could understand Roland's casual thoughts on clothing consumption, but he couldn't understand investment. I'm serious, you actually broke my fantasy about those stars. My sister is young and doesn't understand. They can't spend money, I can understand that. And you use all the money you earn to invest. This is simply, it doesn't match the report. James said this, and Roland understood. In his eyes, the guys in Hollywood all live a luxurious life. Living a life of drunkenness and dreams, surrounded by smoke and clouds. If you don't indulge yourself when you have money, isn't it a waste of life? But, is it meaningful? There are many ways to relax. Why do you have to spend money and hurt your body? After becoming famous, do you have to spend money like water and women? This idea is actually very strange. James, I actually don't understand your idea. Why do you have to buy a house, a car, a watch, and play with women after becoming famous? For me, it's enough to live on. Of course, I will buy the things you like. Happiness is actually contagious, do you know? It's not that I will be happy if I turn money into luxury goods. It's that I meet your requirements, and if you are happy, I will be happy too. Just like Elizabeth, if I buy her a piece of candy, she will laugh for half a day. And when I see her laugh, I can laugh for half a day too. Well, James felt that he was going to lose to Roland. Celebrity, rich, where are the labels on you? Why are the things that those top people pursue not exciting in Roland's eyes? Moreover, every time you give an example, you always mention my sister. What does that mean? Damn. Could it be that you are a lolly control? No. Do you really like my sister? Roland naturally didn't know what James was thinking. But his inquiry made Roland discover his own abnormality. When he first came last year, his first goal was to make money. But now, after he really made money, he didn't have the heart to spend it. Does he like the process of accumulating wealth? Or does he like the exhilaration after the wealth jump? I'm afraid not, because apart from not wanting to pay tax on his film salary, he didn't think much about other aspects of spending. If James wanted something, he would buy it, and at most he would just procrastinate for a few words and see the other party's pretentious begging. If Ashley and Mary wanted something, he would also buy it, and the two little Lalas would always smile sweetly and say thank you. As for Elizabeth, this guy is easier to deal with. She likes everything and wants everything, and every time he teases her, she will giggle. Does Roland look like he likes money? Maybe. But he knows better that what he likes is this place and this group of people. It's no big deal to spend money on his own people, and in the process, these little guys are happy, and he is happy too. So, the accumulation of wealth and climbing up by time travelers are all empty. Okay. He has never understood why time travelers should focus on upgrading, and in addition to upgrading, they are just picking up girls. Wouldn't it be better to stop and play with the guys around you when you have nothing to do? Throw a party, watch James being rejected, push Elizabeth's stroller, and take her out for a walk. Isn't this a good life? What? This is like the life of an old carder after retirement. Come on, relaxing in a gentle way is considered retirement? Is it only when you have luxury cars and beautiful women to accompany you that you can be considered on vacation? Money is something you can never make enough of, so what's the point of rolling around with something that has no life? No matter how much money you make, if you don't have someone you like, it's all in vain. Chapter 98 Box Office Impact. Damn Fox. Unfortunately, James, that little bastard, could not understand the thinking of middle-aged and elderly people like Roland. To him, only people like his father, who were in middle age and could not help themselves, would focus on their family. You, Roland, are obviously the same age as me. Why do you speak so old-fashionedly? Wait, people in middle age cannot help themselves. Could it be you can't do it? Thinking of this, James immediately lowered his sight a few points. In his opinion, if Roland has a problem, he should see a doctor as soon as possible. Don't use my sister as a shield. Delaying treatment will affect happiness. However, when James reminded his brother in a tactful tone, hoping that he could pay more attention, Roland, who wanted to continue preaching, was immediately full of black lines on his head. If James just felt embarrassed when he saw the rejection letter, then Roland really swung the pillow to hit him at this moment. Shit. Can you say something nice? What do you mean by believing in science, and that all difficult and complicated diseases can be cured? What do you mean by we have money, so don't be afraid of the high cost? See how you dare to talk. Then do you dare to go to the bathroom with me? I dare to throw the soap. Do you dare to pick it up? Roland picked up the pillow and threw James out of the house with anger. Not only that, when he found that James had left a stinky shoe at home, when he ran away, he kicked it out like a bull. I worked hard to enlighten you, but you just smeared honey on your mouth. What do you mean by treating the disease early? I think you are the one who is sick. Okay. Mencius was right. The taboo of people is to be a teacher. Roland swore that if he continued to nag about these things in front of James in the future, he would be stupid. Of course, Roland's rage and James' melancholy were just a small episode after the celebration party ended. Even though the two of them didn't like each other, the Olsens didn't hear about it. James, who had lost his love, didn't work hard to lose weight, and Roland, who had regular physical examinations every year, didn't take James's guess to heart, because the sense of fulfillment when he woke up every morning could prove everything. While Roland was meeting James's requirements and bickering with him, the feedback from the outside world didn't stop. On July 15th, the box office data of the Maple Leaf Country and the Pickle Country for the first week of the release was transmitted back. Although it was not as exaggerated as America, with the guarantee of the previous film and the big hit Home Alone last year, the total data still reached 5 million. But unfortunately, Sony, an imported company, although it acquired Columbia and Samsung, and became one of the 8 major Hollywood studios, its overseas distribution is also very low these days. Can you imagine that Europe will not be able to release movies until August at the earliest? As for India and Russia, it is estimated that they will have to postpone it until next year. Although global distribution is the main means for Hollywood giants to control the market, but, in this day and age, even they have to spend time to do it. Want to release it simultaneously around the world? That's just a dream. Not to mention Sony, Panasonic, News Corporation and other outsiders. Even Warner and Paramount will have to spend nearly 3 months to fully expand the global market. In this case, Roland no longer expects to see overseas box office in the short term, and as for the box office bonus, with Cameron, he is not afraid that the picture company will delay it for a few years. Of course, although there is no overseas data as a detailed reference, the high curve in the local area has already explained everything. With no one to beat plus Schwarzenegger plus the top child star in North America plus the summer season, the North American box office market has been squeezed out after more than half a month of the movie's release. Although the Theatre Alliance still maintains the plan and schedules Terminator 2 in the absence of movies to schedule, it is obviously impossible to achieve the same explosive growth as before. Even if there are fans constantly brushing the box office, the estimated figure of $200 million to $220 million is already the ceiling of the entire movie. It is simply a foolish dream to imagine that it will break through $300 million like Home Alone. But, this is an R-rated movie. R-rated movies have always been good at selling discs, because there are too many tricks that can be used when selling discs. Many guys who are not yet old, but have money in their pockets, can watch movies to their heart's content through videotapes, which is something that theaters do not have. But what about now? R-rated movies may take away $150 million in 1 month, and this number may rise to $220 million in the remaining month. Although this result is only estimated to be $20 million more than Roland's previous life, but the income from extending the screening time is different from the income from a short-term burst. To put it bluntly, the picture company in this life can at least make more than $20 million because of him. And the North American Theatre Alliance suffered a net loss of $20 million due to the short-term box office explosion. Although this loss is simply an unbearable existence for the North American Theatre Alliance, for major film companies, this is real extra money. Because the money from the first 4 weeks of the film's release has the highest dividend. Not only that, the theater must also start the first dividend after 28 days. Only a fool would refuse to get cash in his hands in a short time. When this horrible dividend rate was exposed, the news that the truck driver and Roland wanted to make a Spider-Man movie was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. On July 16th, Marvel went public. Compared with Perelman in a suit, a special actor dressed as Spider-Man was extremely conspicuous. He was jumping around in the New York Stock Exchange, as if foreshadowing the upward trend of the stock K-line. At the close of the day, Marvel's stock price also rose from 16.5 yuan to 18.6 yuan. Even if Roland will not make Spider-Man now, investors are very optimistic about him and Cameron, a violent money-making combination. Although this increase cannot help those Wall Street tycoons realize their dreams. But, according to the truck driver, Perelman and others, after seeing the stimulating curve of the day, positioned the company, that is $3 billion. If the operation is good, it is a simple matter to earn $1.8 billion in 2 years. This is just cash. By letting Marvel bear the debt, the other attached values will only be higher. And this result also made Roland smack his mouth. The guys on Wall Street are all devils who eat people without leaving any bones. Oh, if Ronald heard this, he would be very happy. 4 weeks after the release of Terminator 2, Marvel officially went public, and after the stock price stabilized, Roland called the truck driver to go diving. When Cameron heard Roland's emotional words, he put his hands on his head, leaned on the canvas chair, wore sunglasses, and enjoyed the summer sun. He immediately laughed. Those who are engaged in finance are different from others. The more others scold them, the happier they are, because this can show how fierce their methods are. Only when others fall into fear, when they hear their names, can they be successful in acquisitions again and again. But for those retail investors, their behavior can only cause pain. Roland, who was sitting on the edge of the deck, staring at the sea rod, and fishing with peace of mind, turned his head, and glanced at him. Money can't appear out of thin air. No, 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 you are not right. If they enter the market without being mentally prepared, then they don't deserve to play this game at all. Cameron did not agree with Roland's statement. Everything has risks, including Ronald and his group. If the original shareholders of the company had been tough, or in other words, their original boss New World had not sold the company to Ronald, then none of this would have happened today, because New World is not a listed company. What's more, although their actions may harm the company's development in the long run, if you only look at the short term, they can bring huge returns to current shareholders, and isn't that what those shareholders want? What the truck driver said was not without reason. Although these financial jackals are difficult to deal with, there are still ways to fight back. The simplest way is to spend money to buy your life, just like when Icahn acquired Netflix. Before he began to intervene in the company's affairs, Netflix immediately announced the poison pill plan. If an individual acquires more than 10% of the shares and an institution acquires more than 20%, the company will issue additional shares at a low price. Netflix would rather commit suicide than hand over the sovereignty of the company, and their behavior left Icahn helpless. After making a net profit of $1.9 billion in 3 years, Netflix spent money to buy out the company. Although many people say that Icahn's behavior caused him to lose $9.6 billion, because if he had continued to hold those stocks, they would have swelled to $12 billion. But, as long as these giants exist, the company cannot develop steadily. Do you expect Icahn to spend money to tinker with streaming media? Don't be ridiculous. They only have money in their eyes, and their goal is to make money quickly. Of course, these things are still a bit too far for the truck driver and Roland. Although they cooperated with each other to make a fortune, it does not mean that they have entered the market. In Perelman's eyes, Roland and Cameron are just tools who are willing to cooperate with him. They can help when they are free, but take them to play? Can you pay the $1 billion admission fee? However, although Perelman will not take them to play with money, his name can already make Cameron and Roland worry-free. The simplest manifestation is that after the great success of Terminator 2, the whole team did not intend to hold a celebration banquet, because blindly showing off is really very annoying. Don't do things like taking advantage of others. Can't you just keep a record? Why do you have to provoke others? Like Leo, he is arrogant. After winning the box office championship, criticize the Oscar judges, refuse to attend the awards ceremony. Isn't this a fool's behavior? Compared with him, Spielberg is much smarter. You know, Spielberg dared to criticize all the Oscar judges at the Oscars, but he still attended the ceremony. For a guy like him who is eager to win the award and scolds the judges, no one can control him. If he is deliberately targeted, it will make those guys look petty. Oh, by the way, have you never attended a celebration party? When talking about the celebration party, the truck driver put his sunglasses on his head. I remember that when Home Alone was a big hit at the box office, Fox didn't seem to hold any celebration party. When Roland, who was facing the sea, heard Cameron mention this, he rolled his eyes and said, "Yes, I have been in the circle for 1.5 years, but from beginning to end, I seem to have only attended the Golden Globe Awards and recorded a few programs for the post-promotion of Home Alone. As for other projects, I have never been there once." That's right. Not only did James think that Roland was not an insider at all, but even Roland himself felt that he was not an insider. What kind of bright and colorful parties? What kind of glamorous venues? What kind of proud scenes of looking at mountains from the side and peaks from the side? He had never been exposed to them at all. Of course, this is also normal. He entered the circle in January last year, and the movie was released in November. During this process, he had no popularity, so of course he would not be invited. After the movie became a big hit, he was filming in the crew of Terminator 2. In addition, Joe Pesci was going for an Oscar, and John Hughes was too lazy to meet the Jewish gang. Therefore, all the celebration banquets and party invitations disappeared. After the filming of Terminator 2 was completed, the whole of Hollywood was busy with the award ceremony. Before the award ceremony ended, Roland joined the crew of Captain Hook and went directly to the director's house. In this way, no one would be stupid enough to send an invitation to Roland to invite him to participate in some more interesting adult activities. In front of Spielberg, who likes children, he tricked a child he likes. Isn't that crazy? Now, the financial vultures have just arrived. Facing those guys who are clearly trying to make money, they don't know how to face Roland and Cameron at all, let alone invite Roland to any circle party. So, Roland's entertainment methods have become extremely scarce. So scarce that he can only go diving with Cameron and go fishing out of boredom. As for why there were only two of them, because they were the only two guys who had met with Perelman. Wow. Then you are unlucky enough. Although you are famous in the circle, you can't see anything. After Cameron finished listening to Roland's narration, the truck driver immediately picked up the bottle and blew it directly. After gulping down a few mouthfuls, he felt relaxed and continued, "But this is also good. At your age, you shouldn't participate in those activities. Just film well, don't get involved with those guys. After all, you don't know if anyone will hurt you. Yeah. If you don't want to go, then don't go." Roland nodded, deeply agreeing with Cameron's statement. The truck driver said this from the bottom of his heart, because there are too many guys who have been ruined by the intoxicated life. If there were many invitations, Roland would not go, which would be a disrespect anyway. But now, since no one called him, wouldn't he be happy and comfortable? A natural barrier, don't use it for nothing. What's more, unlike advertising artists and variety show hosts, actors are not suitable for being in the limelight. Yan Wang is overexposed, and he looks like a bull terrier in any drama. Cheo and Zioli Bao are even more so. When they were paired in shadow, everyone thought that King Pei was going to fight with Jing Sao for his name brand. If you want to make acting your life, don't expose yourself if you can. Of course, this exposure means not appearing on shows very often and not having face-to-face contact, not no news. Even in the later internet era, many big names in Hollywood don't have social accounts, and the only way for outsiders to contact them, apart from their agent's social account, is through the email and their personal information on the professional version of IMDb. But many people also leave that thing to their public relations. I have nothing to do recently, so what are your plans for the future? Spider-Man is not urgent. Jurassic Park will not start until next year at the earliest. These two projects can be put aside for now, and Home Alone 2 is your top priority right now, right? Cameron got to the point this time. Since he had reached a consensus with Perelman, Roland threw the 20-page book aside. Why rush for something that is almost certain to happen? The first thing to do is to get the draft of Jurassic Park out. Unfortunately, with the official finalization of the Home Alone 2 project, the writing of the Jurassic Park book was delayed again. The reason was that Fox was crazy about money. Terminator 2 has proved to the world how much Roland is loved by his peers. In this case, he doesn't want to take children's clothing advertisements, so those children's clothing manufacturers set their sights on Fox. Don't you, Roland, want to be the spokesperson? Then we will insert advertisements into the movie. We will give Fox money to let them control the clothing styles in the movie. In this way, even if you don't want to pay attention to us, the children's clothing sellers, we can still make money through you. The same clothes worn by Roland Allen in Home Alone 2. Isn't this ad a special one? As a result, Fox received a large number of invitations. In addition to children's clothing, family-oriented car manufacturers, children's favorite toy manufacturers, and snack and beverage manufacturers also heard the news and moved. There is no way. Who made the result of 10 million in 3 days to special? And facing those green Franklins, if Fox refused, it would be stupid. To put it bluntly, the income from the implantation, added together, can already offset Roland's salary. This is an expense of tens of millions. If they refuse, Murdoch will definitely kill them. But, even if Fox accepted the implantation invitations very happily, and accepted their advance funds, it does not mean that they will hide it from Roland and directly let John Hughes, the screenwriter and producer, finish the script. After all, Roland has too many backers, and he has to tell them. If Roland was just an ordinary actor, Fox could have treated him the same way as other child stars, turning him into a walking billboard to make more money for themselves, because even if the actors knew all this, they couldn't resist. But Roland was different. This kind of behavior seriously infringed on the actor's personal image. The guys behind him had countless ways to help Roland tear up the contract. At that time, it would be considered a breach of contract by Fox. So when John Hughes was writing the script, they, Fox, kindly informed Roland. Not only that, they also welcomed Roland, who could hold the camera in Spielberg's crew, to participate in the script creation. This is the script. You participated in the creation of the whole process, and we have told you the idea of product placement. Since you have agreed, we can shoot it boldly. Although Fox's approach is above board, for Roland, this kind of thing is really a big trouble. And the reason why he was looking for trouble and asked Cameron out for fishing was to let this guy who had dealt with Fox many times teach him how to do this product placement. James, do you know? After hearing Cameron asking about Home Alone 2, Roland, who had no hook to fish, directly retracted the empty line, dropped the fishing rod, walked to the table, and picked up a cup of tea. When I saw the list of sponsors given by Fox, I was completely stunned. The hat has a sponsor. The jacket has a sponsor. The pants have a sponsor. The shoes have a sponsor. If I only need to put these wearable items on my body, all the problems can be solved. Then I want to ask, what about the car stuff? If you tell me that the car shot only needs a few seconds of me getting in and out of the car, then where are the drinks? I really don't understand which brainless drinks seller would advertise in a family movie. When Roland waved his right hand and told the truck driver about his helplessness, the guy leaning on the side suddenly laughed. He was not laughing at Fox's ugly eating habits, because advertising in movies is really too common, but he was laughing at Roland, the guy who once annoyed him to death, and now he is in trouble. Of course, laughing is laughing, but you still have to help. When Roland found that the truck driver seemed to be secretly happy, he decisively glared over, and when Roland's death eye was about to work, Cameron did not delay any more time and spoke directly. Roland, this is a simple matter. Does Coca-Cola know about this? In order to promote themselves and discredit Pepsi, they directly bought Columbia Pictures. They let the good characters in the movie drink Coke and the bad characters drink Pepsi, leaving the audience with a bad impression that people who drink Pepsi are bad guys. Although they have sold Columbia Pictures, the publicity effect was still good back then. But it's normal for children to drink Coke. Roland was not satisfied with the truck driver's statement. If it was a Coca-Cola advertisement, wouldn't I just drink it in front of the camera? But now it's wine. If I drink, and the picture gets out, then Fox will be the one in trouble. Because it's illegal. Cameron certainly couldn't instigate Roland to drink, and the reason why he mentioned Pepsi was actually to tell Roland that there are actually many ways to solve the problem. But you can use other means to show the picture of wine. For example, just like Coca-Cola, let others drink Pepsi. I don't know if you have seen Superman 2 in 1980. In order to open up the female market and get more people to buy their cigarettes, Marlboro paid Superman's girlfriend Lois to start smoking. Marlboro's logo and smoking scenes appeared in large numbers. This loss-making movie was repeatedly broadcast in prime time on major TV stations because of Marlboro's existence. So, the problem of alcohol is actually very easy to solve. Of course, even if the sponsor wants you to appear with alcohol, this problem can also be solved. For example, using alcohol to light a fire. Although this action is very dangerous, it is at least the use of alcohol in an emergency, right? After all, Home Alone is an absurd comedy movie. If it were based on reality, Joe and Daniel would have died countless times in the first part. Since they can't be killed, no one would think there is anything wrong with the plot. Do you understand? Note, the dividend ratio of the first week box office and the second week box office has been specially written in a separate chapter before, so I won't go into details here. Wolf King Icon did acquire Netflix. On the day of the acquisition, Netflix's stock price soared 14 points, but Netflix was afraid of death and directly announced a suicide plan. They would rather die than be controlled by Icon, so Icon cashed out $1.9 billion and left without wasting time. When Spielberg missed the nomination for Best Director for Jaws, he confronted the judges at the Oscars that year. He publicly stated that the judges envied his success in business, so they chose art, and he believed that Federico Fellini, one of the greatest art film directors of the 20th century, who was nominated for I Remember That Year, was just an Oscar judge who inserted himself to disgust him. Young Spielberg, or in other words, before the Ed game died violently, he was tougher than Leo. He didn't go to the scene. People scolded him directly in front of others. In addition to the idea of making movies, Coca-Cola acquired Columbia Pictures to disgust Pepsi. Superman 2 in 1980 was indeed sponsored by Marlboro. Marlboro wanted to open up the female cigarette market at the time, so they sponsored this movie. Even though the movie flopped, they still kept it on TV for many years, in order to get women to buy cigarettes. Chapter 99. Cut off a mouse arm and pull away a hairy bear. After helping Fox act as a shield and rejecting Seagram's advertising invitation and getting 4 comic characters for free, Roland actually already had the copyright of the Avengers. After seeing the 20-year authorization period and the 2% box office dividend, he felt relieved and directly threw the authorization text into the safe left by his deceased father. If nothing unexpected happens, these things will not be used within 10 years, and once the filming starts, the copyright will have nothing to do with Marvel. Just like Fantastic Four, spending $1 million to make a shoddy movie that will not be released can also reset and extend the copyright countdown. If calculated based on 20 years, the average annual cost is only $50,000, and using $50,000 per year to completely kill Marvel? Is there a more cost-effective deal in the world? Why should we learn from Disney and spend more than $4 billion to acquire Marvel? If you don't save money, that can be saved. Aren't you crazy? In the past, Marvel relied on movies to turn things around, but once the movies failed to be made, they only relied on comics, and their market value was only $1.5 billion. Spending $3 million in 1991 can reduce the market value of Marvel by nearly $2.5 billion 18 years later. Although the annualized rate of return of 45 points is not as exaggerated as the investment that has doubled several times, Roland will feel much better if he can get rid of the arm of Disney that sued him with $3 million. It is true that he was the first to infringe on the copyright of the pirated video clips in his previous life. He never denied his mistakes and accepted the punishment. However, since there is another chance, it is okay to get these things in a fair way. After seeing the true face of Capital in Terminator 2 and Home Alone 2, Roland no longer has much good feelings for these guys. If you have money, you are the master, and if you don't have money, you are the grandson. If you are in power, you will be glorious, and if you lose power, you will be attacked by a dimensionality reduction. Since they have already exposed their cards so nakedly, why should Roland be polite to them? After sorting out the copyright contract, Roland also found David and told him that Fox wanted to rent the villa used last year as the filming location for the sequel. After listening to Roland's detailed description, David, who had expected this day, smiled and said, "Finally, I've waited for this day. I'll rent it to Fox for $1 million. Do you want it or not?" What? This number surprised Roland. In his opinion, the rental fee for the villa should be at least $3 or $4 million. Don't you want to get back last year's money? Looking at Fox's current situation, it should have received a lot of sponsorship. Since they have decided to shoot at the Plaza Hotel, they can't possibly not pay, right? It's different from before. It's not Hollywood that wants to shoot at the Plaza Hotel, but they want us to shoot there. Roland's words made David laugh. What does last year's money have to do with the sponsorship Fox received this year? Why don't you say that there is a huge gap between you last year and you this year? You were not famous last year. The reason they signed the box office bonus contract was to return the rental fee they should have paid to me in disguise. Since the money has been paid, it doesn't matter. David could indeed blackmail Fox, but he felt that this approach was meaningless. Home Alone 2 is not Roland's last work. Since he still wants to play in this circle, he should not be the first to smash the market. Roland does have a backer now, but he still understands the principle that if you rely on the mountain will fall, and if you rely on people, everyone will run away. In the absence of absolute strength, slamming the table and slapping the face will only make others think you are crazy. If he is Icon, then Roland doesn't need to say it. Fox will pay the rent obediently last year. But he is not. Before he becomes Icon or Roland becomes Icon, banging the table and extorting a sum of money can only earn some immediate benefits. For the sake of the immediate benefits of 1 or 2 million, making Fox hate Roland, this deal is not worth it anyway. If you have the time to think about the rent, you might as well find out more about Wall Street. If they play with us and compete over the rent, wouldn't it be even more meaningless? Hearing David's words, Roland immediately laughed. David, don't tell me that you are going to liquidate and play with finance. Roland, what's in your mind? What kind of finance can I do with my wealth? Even if I tie you up, we can't enter the market. I just want to hear inside information and buy some stocks. David pretended to be angry and glared at Roland, but before he finished speaking, he laughed. The so-called insider information of stocks was just something he said casually. Although he was wealthy, most of it was real estate. Real estate can indeed be sold, but what about after selling it? It can't even make a splash on Wall Street. As for Roland, let alone of the $3 million box office bonus Fox paid him in advance, more than $1.5 million had already been declared for taxation. David helped him start a company to buy Berkshire Hathaway shares for the remaining half, and the other $2 million box office bonus Fox settled for him after the tax filing period in 1991 was all given to Perelman to buy copyrights. As for the box office bonus for Terminator 2, after 2 months of screening, the global box office of the entire movie has reached $200 million, but there is still no box office bonus, because when the contract was signed, it started at $300 million and ended at $500 million. If you want to get the full $3 million bonus, you must wait until the global box office reaches $500 million. However, according to Sony Columbia's current nature, let alone 1991, it can't be settled even at the end of 1992. Who let this outsider start overseas distribution? Modger's film distribution speed is helpless. Roland is grateful that he can break through the $300 million box office by the end of this year and get the $1 million bonus in the early stage. In this way, Roland had, in addition to copyrights worth $3 million and stocks worth $1.5 million, $1 million in taxes owed, and a contract worth tens of millions for Home Alone 2. Yes, Roland hadn't done anything yet, but he owed the tax bureau another $1 million. With this little bit of assets, he wanted to go into finance. Go out and open a children's bank. Use your own portrait to make some toy banknotes to deceive children. There is still a lot of market. However, David's joking words made the little guy sitting opposite him move his eyes to the calendar on the side. Follow the trend? Damn. This seems to be a good idea. If Roland remembered correctly, the little lardator who traveled to Scotland and ate round-faced fat chicken every day seemed to have done something to the Russian bear in 1991. Although he couldn't remember whether the little lardator had become the queen of Gringotts when he traveled through time. But now these things don't seem to be important to him, right? At the end of this year, the bear market will disintegrate and the rubble will collapse directly. In the face of such a major event, Wall Street, the world's financial center, has embezzled the bear market's wealth for 70 years. If it were last year, this matter would only stay in his computer hard drive and he would miss it forever, because he couldn't explain to David how he knew all this. But now, after cooperating with Perelman to hype it up, he is about to go to New York to help the Wolf King Icon shoot a large advertisement. Can't he tell David that the rubble is likely to depreciate? What if David asked him where he got the news? Where do you think the ability to predict exchange rate trends is the strongest? Of course, Roland didn't want to be like the top scorer in the college entrance examination who graduated from Zhangguancun Applied Arts and Sciences College and make 10% of the total annual trading volume of S&P index futures products. For him, meat is something that can be bitten by others. He is not greedy and just follows the consortium to pull a hair from the bear market. If you have the life to make money, but don't have the life to spend it, everything is in vain. In the past, when transferring money, many greedy guys were shot directly in banks in Germany and France. Even the Indians who simply played with currencies were finally crying because of the liquidation. For such things that ruin other countries' finances, it's enough to pick up a leak. When you don't have the capital to protect enough wealth, why bother to be the first bird that is hated by others? First follow the trend and make half or a small goal and solve the embarrassing dilemma of having no money on hand and having to pay taxes. As for the others, since the money invested in Blizzard has come out, there is no need to fight with those giants directly. After all, money can never be earned enough. But life is only half. So, while David was laughing, Roland, who had already stopped smiling, said seriously, "Uncle David, now that you mention it, I remember it. The last time I communicated with Ronald Perelman, it seems that he really said that there is something he can do recently. It seems to be grapples. I can't remember the matter very clearly. I will call James tomorrow to ask. If he does it, I will tell you." "Really? Don't forget about this matter." Seeing Roland's seriousness, David did not doubt it. This is the celebrity effect. It is much more useful to use the guarantee of Wall Street giants than Roland himself. With David's happy answer, Roland also found that his social circle is constantly expanding. When talking about many things, it becomes a matter of course. If James, the little fat boy, talks to David about the exchange rate, David will definitely not take it seriously. Even if he will not show perfunctory, he will definitely not take it to heart. And what about Roland? He had already had some contact with the guys on Wall Street, so even if they were using tiger skins as a banner, David wouldn't know. This kind of trust generated by professionalism also made Roland realize that many of his future things could be better carried out. Want to do something, but can't explain it? Then just pull out a friend in the professional field as a shield. Roland won't cheat David, and as long as he gets the benefit, David will not verify the authenticity of the source of the news. After writing down the matter of pulling their hair, which was enough to quickly accumulate his own capital, Roland was actually quite busy. Before, he did have the idea of participating in the script creation of Home Alone 2, but as the whole movie became a large-scale advertising film, Roland lost his interest in innovation. Instead of thinking about how to perfectly incorporate various advertisements into the plot, he might as well stay at home and continue to think about the script of Jurassic Park. While he was thinking about how to make the fight between the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Triceratops more exciting, just after September, Muhammad called him and told him the news that RPM Racing was a big hit. Super Nintendo was released in North America in August, and RPM Racing was one of the first games to be released during the same period. In 1 month, our game sold more than 20,000 copies. According to the commission in the contract, more than 20,000 yuan has been received. According to the feedback from the sales side, many players who bought our game praise the feel of the game. And this is actually the feedback from you and Steven at the beginning. Thank you very much for your opinions. Do you have time recently? I have money now, and I can treat you to a meal. Seeing that Mohammed was still thinking about the meal he owed him, Roland laughed when he heard this. Let Mohammed, who had an annual revenue of only 10,000 yuan, treat him to a meal? Wouldn't that be asking for his life? The money he had was not enough to make games, so there was no need to spend it all on a meal. Why are you treating me? Everything should be based on first come first served, okay? It's obviously my movie that was released first and became a big hit, so I should be the one treating you. Call everyone in the company out. I played the game made by your team, but no one recognized me. What's that? Steve got to know Steve because of the Atari game when he played it. Steve at that time, he got a lot of food from Steven. Although I don't know if you will give up games to do technology, whether it's making games or changing careers and starting a business. I hope you can succeed. So, this time, no matter what, I'm treating you. Roland's words made Mohammed, who was already happy, smile. With the big hits of the two movies, Roland is certainly qualified to compete with the high-spirited long-haired guy back then. And him? Although becoming a billionaire before the age of 30 is a historical record that only Boss Joe has, but if a person lives without dreams, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? Since he started making games, he firmly believed that he could become the best in the world. If he had considered money before, now, fun is the first criterion. When Mohammed told all members that Roland invited them to dinner to celebrate the company's game sales, this startup team that had not even been around for a year cheered excitedly. The relationship between the founder and Roland was the real reason why these young people joined the company without hesitation. Although they have a geek spirit and don't like the constraints of rules and regulations, but who doesn't like stability? The founder of the company has money, or the founder can attract investment, which is what they like to see most. Because only in this way can they rest assured and burst out their inspirational thinking. During the meal, more than a dozen people from Silicon and Synapse Company got to know Roland, and it was also the first time that Roland looked at the future three giants of Blizzard. While chatting with them, the word Viking kept appearing in his ears. Faced with Roland, a potential investor who has money, connections, and is easy to fool, these young people did not intend to hide anything and directly disclosed the entire Lost Vikings project. Roland was even happier when he found out that these guys just treated him as a cash cow. Being a rich man is indeed unpleasant, but being a rich man at Blizzard, if Roland could not shout, "Let me do it like ZHU Washan," wouldn't it be a waste of his saliva? After the reunion, when they were about to say goodbye, Roland, who thought nothing was wrong, was stopped by Mohammed. It was a close call. I almost forgot to tell you something. After I went back that day, I told Cole that Steven was willing to meet, and he was very happy. A few days ago, he sent me an email saying that in December, he would be sent by the company to the Silicon Valley headquarters for a month of study. If possible, he hopes to find an opportunity to meet Steven. Note, in 1994, in order to keep the copyright of the movie Fantastic Four, the actual investment was indeed only $1 million. It was not released, only DVD was released, and the rejection by the theaters was a force majeure factor. The film was made, and the contract was fulfilled on time. In this is ***, Professor Zhang Weiwei, Dean of the *** Research Institute of Fudan University, gave a keynote speech on how the Soviet Union collapsed. The double shock therapy was something that was made under the guidance of American experts. Wall Street swallowed up the wealth of the bear for 70 years, and many guys who wanted to eat alone either committed suicide or committed suicide by swallowing bullets. Chapter 100, The Middleman and the MV Broadcast. Imp is coming. Although Roland had already set his sights on him, he did not expect that in this era, when the internet of everything is not as strong as in later generations, the movie fanatic would actually turn the opportunity to meet his idol into reality within half a year. The researcher of HP's British company did not stay in the laboratory to think about the project, but came to the Silicon Valley headquarters for a business trip to study. Not to mention that the research directions of the various branches of the technology company are different. Just the timing is a bit too coincidental, right? Mohammed, who is immersed in making games, may not pay attention to the entertainment news outside, but Roland knows the recent news in the circle very well. Captain Hook will be released in December. With the support of various giants, it is natural for Sony to hold a premiere for the entire movie. Without announcing the specific date, IMDb's founder Cole Needham actually reserved the entire December. Isn't this clearly trying to tell them that I have time in December and I can be there if there is a chance? Look at my sincere eyes, send me an invitation. What's the difference between such behavior and playing landlord directly? If the uncles and aunts go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and don't give him a super double, it would be a shame for him. However, although he was deeply surprised, Roland smiled and agreed. No problem. Hook will premiere in December. I'll get him a ticket then. Oh, by the way, are you coming? Mohammed looked around. Since he was talking to Roland, the brothers in the company didn't know what they were thinking about in this corner. If you give us tickets, of course we are willing to go. Just think of it as the company's early annual meeting and holiday. The affirmative answer made Roland high five. While inviting them to watch the movie, he didn't forget to tell this guy to say something to him. Didn't you say before that Cole used to make games? Tell him to bring his previous works here. What's the point of meeting and chatting with Steven? Since everyone likes games, sit down and play slowly. When Roland said this, Muhammad, who was listening to the side, kept nodding. Since the last time he talked with Spielberg, he found that the guy really liked to play. Letting Cole Needham bring his masterpiece here might directly enhance everyone's relationship. Unlike Mohaim, who agreed deeply, Roland paused and found a strange problem. Steven Spielberg, who likes to play games, succeeded. Steve Jobs, who made his debut as a game developer, succeeded. Cole Needham, who accumulated money for watching movies by playing games, succeeded. Mike Mohaim, who rejected offers from major companies to make games himself, succeeded. Trip Hawkins, who accumulated capital at Apple and switched to making games, succeeded. Gabe Newell, who left Microsoft to make games, succeeded. TSK. It seems that games still make people popular. There is no way. Who let the money of Fat Oticus and Little Brats be so easy to cheat? He invited all the people of Silicon and Synapse to have a meal to celebrate the opening of their game and wish that their new work could be successfully developed and launched. After the sales were very hot, time quietly came to September. After 8 weeks of continuous screenings, Terminator 2, which dominated the summer season, finally retreated. Although it will continue to be screened in rural theaters in remote towns and cities, and will be screened in mobile drive-in theaters in various places, theaters in major cities have all adjusted their screenings in accordance with the requirements of the North American Theater Alliance and put it into midnight shows so that those who are mentally tired but want to pursue excitement can have fun. In the past, a box office movie like Terminator 2 would never be treated like this. Just like Home Alone, it is a very reasonable thing to postpone it for a few months to half a year, but who made it too ostentatious before? Since you have enjoyed the entire summer season, don't go to other schedules. Because of this, when the number of film screenings has gradually decreased, on September 3rd, cassettes of Terminator 2 appeared in major video rental stores in North America. Not only that, but the promotional advertisements shot by T-1000 also appeared on major TV stations. Those who want to watch movies, but are not satisfied with their rage, seem to have won a feast. Various strange and varied rental methods are emerging one after another. Many middlemen who rely on helping people to buy and rent videotapes illegally seem to have seen great business opportunities. The bold ones even directly get a batch of cassettes in the rental store and then sell them at the school gate. Their target group is all those high school students who are 15 or 16 years old and have money in their pockets, but cannot enter the cinema due to family reasons. And when they go to school, they hear their classmates talk about the content of the film, but they don't fit in because they have no common language. Selling cassettes at the gate of a school that is neither high nor low is much better than working to earn money. As for what garbage schools and excellent high schools, these are not within their sales range. The former gathers a lot of people from the lower class in a chaotic gathering place of all skin colors and ethnicities. Do you want to do business seriously? IQ card. Tell me the password. As for the latter, do you expect to sell movie cassettes in front of those aristocratic schools? Wear a raincoat with your face covered and knock on the door of a luxury car with your hands. Do you believe that before those drivers call the police, the school security guard standing guard on the side will beat the shit out of you? Boss, do you want a disc? You can say this in the police station. Of course, no matter how to sell cassettes, no matter how many illegal things these middlemen have done, the actual sales volume still makes the industry very jealous. 8 million sold in a month, and the rental income is still close to 20 million. Considering that theaters in various places are still arranging films, this number is still very good. However, the popularity of a movie is only about 100 days at most. No matter how much a murder case caused by a bun is spoofed, it only makes the promise criticized for half a year more. And dream chasing in the entertainment industry circle. How many people are still talking about this movie? As for Baofeng video, let alone how many people who have used it know that it is dead. In the age of the internet, topics change very quickly, and at a time when traditional media still has spare capacity, 3 months is enough for a hot topic to gradually become silent. Not to mention, when the days gradually enter October, a traffic that is larger than Roland plus Schwarzenegger plus Cameron appears. Michael Jackson's new album Dangerous will be released worldwide on November 26th. Not only that, the black or white MV included in it will premiere simultaneously in 27 countries around the world on October 11th. As a song responding to the skin color issue, when the song title and premiere time were announced, the fans of the King of Pop were immediately furious. Even if there is no Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram now, Roland, who is taking care of his children at home, can feel the attention that overflows the dimension. When I went shopping with Aunt Ganetti, I saw MJ's music posters at the entrances of all the shopping malls. When I drove by those public facilities, I saw that all the street corner billboards were taken over by Epic Records. Not only that, even the buildings in the CBD were hung with MJ's spliced images. This overwhelming publicity made Roland speechless. If we say that the Nike Emperor will come to Los Angeles in the future, people's enthusiasm for welcoming him has reached 8. Then MJ's current treatment is a solid 10. Don't say that Roland has an advertising hallucination, because all of this is what he has experienced personally. When going to the comic book store in the Villa area to buy comics for James, the boss who is familiar with Roland would ask, "Oh, Roland, MJ's single MV will premiere on the 11th. I heard that you also participated in the recording of the MV. How is it? Can you tell us about it? Talk about the MV. Talk about the single. Talk about him." When pushing the mother and baby stroller and taking Elizabeth for a walk in the park in the Villa area, the local neighbors would ask, "Wow, Roland, didn't you go to promote MJ's new song?" All the major news reported that you participated in the recording of the MV for Black or White. I thought you had already left with the crew. Even the technician who came to Roland's house to mow the lawn would ask, "Hey, Roland, what's the situation with MJ? Since you have recorded a MV with him, you should know something about it, right? If the guys living in Cheminosk all yearn for the Universal Studios next door and care about MJ, it is normal." But when David also looked at Roland at the dining table with curiosity and asked about the arrangements for the MV promotion, Roland was really, I don't know, whether to laugh or cry. What is the name of this international superstar? Tactical fade away. If the children's love made Home Alone reach the 500 million mark, if the children's admiration made 3 days of 10 million a reality, if the children's concern made Roland have no privacy, then, compared with MJ, all Roland's previous experiences were just like a younger brother. Was he surrounded by fans at the airport during the Chinese New Year? Was he touched by his old classmates at the party? Was he the most handsome boy in America when the movie was released? Yes, Roland is really popular now, especially with the blessing of the 2 movies Home Alone and Terminator 2. He has been able to outshine Macaulay Culkin in his previous life, and even his taillights can't be seen. But if he is put together with MJ, the whole world will think that Roland now has benefited from MJ's fame. That's MJ's MV. If you get in on it, you will get exposure. Not only that, when Black or White was being promoted, many people also discovered a problem. Since September last year, Roland seems to have been active in the news. In September 1990, Roland first met the media on the red carpet of Goodfellas. In November, Home Alone made him known to the world. In January this year, his awkward dancing at the Golden Globe Awards boosted box office growth. In July, Terminator 2 made R-rated movies a target for kids. And this October, he will also appear in MJ's music video. In December, Hook will be released again. What on earth is he doing? If we use the internet feedback standards of later generations, such as 1 headline a day and 1 earthquake every 3 days, to measure Roland's current exposure, it is definitely not enough. But the problem is that this is not the era of mobile phones for everyone. Many actors will not make the headlines once a year. And what about Roland? It's like buying a house on the headlines. The point is that all the news is either work promotion or positive reporting. The editors who write the articles are all talented, and the anchors who broadcast the news have nice voices. In this case, anyone would like to stay on the headlines. Of course, no matter how jealous these guys are, they can't change the fact that Roland has spent a whole year on the headlines. However, there is one thing that makes them feel relieved. When Black or White was first broadcast, they watched the MV on the radio and found that Roland's role in the MV was very small. Except for the beginning part that metaphorically implies that modern white parents don't want their children to listen to songs by black singers. There is no other singing and dancing. All the scenes are related to MJ. These guys thought that Roland, who can play, sing and dance to death, could get into the chorus, group dance, guitar playing and other plots with the help of the Jewish gang and MJ's relationship. But now, MJ still loves music. However, if they knew that MJ and the Epic Records behind him had already written a script for Roland, but it was killed by Spielberg, then these guys would probably find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. When others are fighting for a position, tearing up resources, and stepping on their peers, Roland can actually pick and choose the plot in MJ's MV. It's really frustrating to compare with others. However, even if the plot was not changed, the focus of Michael Jackson's MV would never be Roland. On the premiere day, when 500 million people watched the MV at the same time, with the appearance of Roland, the audience's minds immediately popped up names such as Home Alone and Terminator 2. Even if some people have not seen the movie, they will be attracted by the surprised words of their companions. But when the main film started, the lyrics criticizing racial issues and MJ's unique dance became the main course on the table. It is no exaggeration to say that compared with the impact of racial issues and MJ, Roland's presence in the opening paragraph was extremely small for the audience, but in the hands of those media reporters and editors, everything was different. In the opening of Black or White, the appearance of the famous child star Roland Allen implies Michael's dissatisfaction with the current situation. Many young people like his songs, but because of their parents' racial ideas, their love for him has become a bad habit hated by adults. This behavior is despicable, just like Michael's lyrics. I firmly believe that everyone is equal, whether you are right or wrong. You can't change this truth. Parents should not use rude methods to deprive their children of their interests. Everyone is an equal individual, and no one can impose their own ideas and wishes on others. My life being a color, don't tell me you agree with me. This is the coolest lyric in the whole song. MJ gave his powerful response. He has never lived for a certain skin color in his life. And the appearance of Roland Allen also makes the races and the whole MV present a delicate balance. I really admire Roland for having the courage to appear in front of the camera. If it were another actor, he might have refused long ago. He is as brave in reality as in the movie. After seeing the overwhelming broadcast script, Roland's face was full of helpless smiles. He is very brave. How come he doesn't know it? To be honest, he took on the project for Francis' sake. After learning that the leader of the MV was MJ, he only wanted to take advantage of the popularity. You know, this was 500 million instant traffic in 1991. The number of people who watched MJ's MV is much more reliable than the popularity of Rotten Fish and Rotten Teeth. From beginning to end, Roland didn't think about stealing the show. For him, as long as 10% of the audience is curious about his appearance, he will make money. After all, MJ's fanbase and Roland's fanbase do not overlap. Note, IMDb founder Cole Needham is not a hard-working person. Due to the UK's import policy, he often flies to the United States to watch uncut movies, such as the band A Clockwork Orange. Needham went to the United States for the first time to watch this movie. Regarding videotape copies, when they are released, is beyond the control of the cinema. Even if your movie is released, you can sell copies at the same time, just like this year's The Irishman by Martin Scorsese. Netflix spent money to attract online subscriptions, and the offline release was just to meet the screening time requirements for the Oscar. But at the same time, the number of screenings scheduled by the cinema will not be signed with the distribution company for fixed screens. This number is also controlled by the cinema itself. Therefore, in the article, there is no problem in selling copies before Terminator 2 is completely removed from the screen. The number of people who watched the MV Black and White at the same time is 500 million. This number is not officially certified, just like the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry cannot clearly count the sales of each singer's records, because the numbers of records and fans are different in each place, including albums and records, which can be divided into two numbers, and they are all reported by the Sales Association itself. The International Federation of the Phonographic Industry only adds up the data of each region. So, don't bother me about whether 500 million in 1991 is impossible, because in the data I found, all of them are estimated 500 million. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.